This was in the middle of COVID, and I talked about adversity. Told a story about a sailing trip where my wife and I were blown off the lake by a big storm, ended up camping in the mountains with our sailboat as our RV. I also described the difficult experiences of a first-year teacher and talked about how our educators were making the best of tough situations. A great educator, who I quoted then, Neil A. Maxwell, said, "Regarding trials, there are no exemptions, only variations. The great challenge is to refuse to let the bad things that happen to us do bad things to us. That is the crucial difference between adversity and tragedy." Then in November of 2021, my message had a sports theme. We watched some big football plays and talked about playing big by performing above our physical abilities and having a positive attitude. I said, I think it's easy for us to get caught up in the spirit of negativity that's becoming more and more pervasive in today's society. To be sure, there are some problems in Utah education, and I don't think we should just sweep those problems under the rug, but they shouldn't be our focus. We shouldn't dwell on them. We should acknowledge them, learn our lessons, make required changes so that problems aren't repeated, and move on. Our focus should be on recognizing and then replicating our successes, the big plays in education that change kids' lives. And to wrap things up, I read a quote by Gordon B. Hinckley, who said, "What I am suggesting is that each of us turn from the negativism that permeates our society and look for the remarkable good among those with whom we associate, that we speak of one another's virtues more than we speak of one another's faults, that optimism replaces pessimism, that our faith exceeds our fears. When I was a young man and was prone to speak critically, my father would say, 'Do not contribute, skeptics do not create, and doubters do not achieve.'" I also reflected on some of the milestones of the past 4 years. The board developed the portrait of a graduate, which has become a touchstone for our educational efforts. There was increased unity in our legislative asks from the education community. We saw record increases in education funding from the legislature. There's still more to be done, but we're headed in the right direction. We battled through the unprecedented challenges of COVID with the learning losses that we're still trying to recover from, and a large influx of funding that was administered impeccably by our staff. We experienced rising concerns about school safety and our children's mental health. We took steps to address them. The board made difficult decisions and took tough measures to ensure accountability for education funds. The board unanimously adopted a landmark resolution denouncing racism and embracing equity, which ends with the phrase, "We are better when we're together." We responded to the uproar surrounding critical race theory with a sensible approach and guidelines for teachers outlined in our Educational Equity in Schools Rule, R277328, which reinforces that the best antidote for critical race theory is to teach critical thinking. As a final step of this process of remembering, I asked myself, what lessons did I learn from 4 years on the state school board? First and foremost, I learned that there are a lot of good people in Utah who are concerned about education. They're doing their best to make it happen in the best way possible. Students, teachers, administrators, school staff, lunch workers, bus drivers, playground monitors, crossing guards, parents, local school and charter board members, legislators, state superintendent and her staff, and state board members, people who took the time to make public comment, attend meetings, and participate in surveys, or just call or email. On the whole, these people are doing their best to help improve education in Utah and make all our kids feel they're welcome and can succeed. I'm grateful for my association with the education community. With all of you, I honor and thank you for your contributions. Second, I feel that increased politicization of education has not improved education. I was elected in 2018 and joined the board in 2019 as part of the last group of nonpartisan state school board members. One of the best compliments that I received was when a fellow board member, after years of serving together, asked which party I would be affiliated with in the upcoming partisan election. The spirit of camaraderie and cooperation, and I would say the effectiveness of this body, has declined as board members have become increasingly more influenced by political parties, special interest groups, or specific ideologies. I believe that service on the board is public service. We come here to serve all the public, those who voted for us, those who voted for the other candidate, and those who didn't or couldn't vote at all. I consider being elected as a mandate for board members to consider all viewpoints, use their best judgment to make informed decisions in the best interest of Utah kids. I found that the loudest voices are rarely 100% correct. Sometimes those whose views need the most consideration have no voice at all. Polarization is not productive. The best solutions are generally found in the middle ground. Third, the board does its best work when we focus on serving the best interests of and creating conditions for the success of all students. We serve the students. We take them as they come. We provide them with opportunities, tools, and assistance to succeed. We can't avoid discussions of equity because it's fundamental to what we do. We need to support each child by giving them the resources they need to learn and succeed to the best of their capacity. Any parent who has more than one child knows that each child is unique and needs different supports and motivation. Equity is about equal opportunities to learn, not dumbing down instruction to provide equal outcomes. It's easy to cater to the mainstream majority of students, but it's critically important to think about the kids on the margins who require special attention and creative assistance. That includes students of all abilities and demographics, those with intact families and involved parents, those from single parent households, non-English speaking households, or households struggling with poverty or addiction. Like Thomas Jefferson, I believe that working to educate all of our children is the best thing we can do to solve society's problems and help secure the future of this great nation. Fourth and finally, civility is paramount to effectively doing the work of the board. There's a nationwide trend toward a lack of civility and respectful behavior. Kids learn by example, and especially in education, all adults involved should model the behaviors in the portrait of a graduate, such as communication, critical thinking, and problem solving, creativity and innovation, collaboration and teamwork, honesty, integrity and responsibility, hard work and resilience, lifelong learning and personal growth, service and respect. I believe that we should show respect for our educators and build up and improve the public education system, not tear it down or undermine trust in it. Judge Thomas Griffith said that the Constitution of the United States should be a uniting force. He said that it's a good thing that we argue. It's a good thing that we have views. What was really unique about the creation of the United States of America was that the founders of our Constitution decided that they wanted to have a different type of government based on what we, the people, decided through their elected representatives. The fundamental idea is that we, the people, would decide the rules by which society would be governed. When the framers created this system of government, they actually required we, the people, to be informed, to have ideas, to discuss the laws that would create the best society. So we have a government in which we're encouraged to think, to study, and to debate. Here's the problem. If people lose sight of the grand project of the Constitution, which is not just to create a country where we have the freedom to debate, but it's also to create, remember the words of the preamble, a more perfect union. That means when you've got a country as large as ours with as many viewpoints as exist, if you want to create a union, you need to not only develop the skills of argument, you need to develop the skills of listening, because the idea is that through arguing with one another, we may learn things that will get us to a better place. Out of the clash of ideas will emerge better ideas, but that doesn't happen unless I'm willing to learn from you and you're willing to learn from me. And so the Constitution requires a citizenry that's willing to compromise. And the only way, as far as I can tell, that you can be willing to compromise is if you develop some humility on your own part and some respect for those with whom you disagree. I'm grateful for the opportunity that I've had to work with all of you and with the people of this great state on behalf of our children. Thanks for allowing me the time this morning to reminisce. I wish the board, staff, and the education community good luck, and I pray for your success in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Hanson, for the board member message. Next on our agenda is usually our public comment. Because of the way and the way our agenda is working today, we're receiving those in writing. Public comments are received at publiccomment@schools.utah.gov, and we appreciate all those that will be submitting written comments. Next, we're going to turn the time over to the superintendent's report. And it looks like you've got quite a bit of help helping you with this too. So turn the time over to you to introduce staff and that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Huntsman. We have packed report today. So we'll start with art. I think Kathy Jensen is in the audience.
Thank you, Superintendent Kathy Jensen, Fine Arts Education Specialist. The art today is from 3 different schools in 3 different school districts, representing one of the very smallest schools in our state, Springdale Elementary. The Color Me collages are made from fabric and pastel by kindergarten and first grade students. Springdale Elementary is a 2-room school in the Washington County School District at the gates to Zion National Park. The last time I visited the school, they had just under 30 students. The backwall art is from East Lake Elementary in the Jordan School District and represents landscape silhouettes on watercolor sunsets. I think that the students use the watercolor pencils that we experimented with in this room at one of our prior meetings. It's very fitting for this time of year when we've experienced so many wonderful sunsets, and students learn that the sky is not always painted blue. Back to Springdale Elementary, the 3rd and 4th grade students studied continuous line and then added their study of colors. Keep in mind that each student in the combined 2 grades is displayed here. Now to Helen M. Knight in Grand County from the Look Where We Live project, where students learn all the landforms in the local area as part of their core and then visit Canyonlands or Arches National Park for a day of plein air painting. The art lesson integrates social studies, area history, natural science with the names and layers and geology, language as they write their experience and title their art, and of course, art. This year, 12 of the student paintings from HMK were submitted to the National Christmas Tree Project, sponsored by the National Parks. You are seeing some of those submissions. The one on the screen is the one that was chosen to be on the National Christmas Tree website. The images were printed on plastic discs, and all of the ornaments are on the Utah tree on the National Mall near the National Christmas Tree. Brinley Dooley was 9 and in the 3rd grade when she painted her piece, which is featured on the National Christmas Tree website and will be one of the ornaments on the big national tree. Brinley's piece is also in the Red Rock Art Collection, the student collection of art at HMK. As always, a thanks to the arts educators for engaging their students in the creative process and learning in and through the art, and to the partners at the universities and LEAs, as well as the USBE art team for their efforts in the monthly displays.
Thank you so much, Kathy. We were excited to see the National Christmas Tree Project continue. It's always fun to be represented back there. We'll go to new employees next. We have Michelle Watts here with us to introduce our new employees. Ryan, I think you'll have to exit out of the system.
Superintendent Dixon, while they're getting set up, could I just insert that these wonderful moments that we enjoy each month with our good friend Kathy Jensen are fast coming to a close. She is going to retire, as many of you saw in a communication that came to us. And I just wanted to say thank you today as she was going piece by piece, giving an explanation. I kind of felt a little nostalgic and thought, I'm going to miss this monthly encounter with these wonderful pieces of art from the children all across the state of Utah. Kathy, thanks so much for your tireless efforts to to bring the art to us so that we can gain a greater appreciation for the magic that's happening in our classrooms across the state. We certainly wish you the very best in your future. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Booth. We were going to recognize her a little bit, so, and the art will continue, and Kathy's footprint across this great state has been massive and will be felt for many years to come. Thank you so much. Michelle, you ready?
I am. Thank you. Thank you. Michelle Watts, HR Director for USBE. And these are the new hires from November and December. Evan Baird, he's an Office Specialist 2 from Miami, Florida. Previously worked at Discover Card and Customer Service. Alicia Mormon, Executive Secretary from Southern California and previously worked at Young Living Essential Oils and was a trainer there. Sarah Cardenas Daniels, Educational Specialist from Salt Lake City, Utah, previously worked at Salt Lake City School District as a Behavioral Specialist. Daisy Rubio, General Services Specialist from Colorado, and previously worked at Utah Cleaning. Ellen McLaughlin, Office Specialist from Houston, Texas, previously worked at Squire and Company in sales. Kimberly Grimes, Executive Secretary from Price, Utah, previously was the owner of Great Gatherings and Company and did event planning and catering. Lisa Cooper, Financial Education Specialist from Salt Lake City, Utah, previously worked in the Diocese of Salt Lake City as a school accounting manager. Tara Rieto, Administrative Secretary from Redding, California, previously worked at Keller Williams in real estate. Faith Bastain, Child Nutrition Specialist, New York, previously worked at Cornell Cooperative as a SNAP Ed nutritionist. Henry Hartzell, IT software engineer from Minnesota, and he previously worked at Canyon School District as a 4th and 5th grade teacher. Lindsay Hirsch, Child Nutrition Specialist, Lake City, previously worked in healthcare as a dietitian. Dean Dykstra, School Construction Specialist from Iowa, and previously worked at Granite School District as a Senior Project Manager. Timothy Welch, Financial Analyst from Ogden, Utah, previously worked at BT Mac Tech Group as a Finance and Operations Manager. Those are our new employees. We welcome them. Thank you.
We're so lucky to have all these great new employees. Thank you, Michelle. And I don't know about you all, but I love reading the little excerpts about them below. We find out all these hidden talents and the things that they're interested in. And we have this rich and wonderful staff here at USBE that we're all so grateful for. So we had, yes, sir, go ahead.
We usually give them a big round of applause for joining our team. Thank you, thank you.
Ryan, are you bringing up Employee of the Month, or do you want me to do that? That would be great. One thing I left on my desk were reading glasses. Working so well. Just lean back. You're also, you women who might be over 40 are so gracious to me. Thank you. Who might be over 40? Who might be. Never judging. Okay. So very excited about this month's Employee of the Month. It's really hard to pull a fast one on Sarah Young. Oops, I'm not sure what happened. Yeah, I think she somehow jinxed that with her technology prowess. Sarah hates to be recognized, but we had Dr. Corey Conth submitted a, Employee of the Month recognition nomination for Sarah based on, this is just typical of what Chief of Staff Sarah Young does, but she was having a conversation with Dr. Conth, and Corey was indicating that she really wanted to promote our SOEP program and help people understand what it was. And rather than having to have that conversation on the phone and in person all the time, that perhaps it would be great to do a video to help people understand what it is. And so Sarah not only gave some ideas, but leaned in and really took charge and helped create and edit and perform in the video. Corey was so impressed that on the day that it was all happening here at the office, Sarah's car happened to be in the shop, and so she took an Uber to get here and made everything happen, and it turned out just great. So we invited Sarah to our Employee of the Month meeting this week and surprised her. That was the most fun of all. And we just appreciate the great work of Sarah as our Chief of Staff. The way that Corey described her is the way that all of our employees feel about her. And she keeps us afloat and really ties everything together for us as an agency. And we love and appreciate Sarah, and we're really proud of her and proud of her receiving this award. Okay, next, do you want me to just drive, Ryan, since I have that up? Since we're a little bit limited on time, I had 3 or 4 things I want to talk about, but I'm really excited to share with you a project that I'm not sure that we've put in front of the entire board. I think we've talked about this in standards and assessment. But we have an opportunity today to honor some of our principal supervisors. We talk about our principals, not nearly enough, but we talk about them. We support them, and we've started a project of a cohort of principal supervisors. There are some in this room who have been in that role, and nobody really prepares you for that. And so Rachel College, Rachel, if you would stand. Rachel is our amazing staff member who leads this project, and we thought it would be great to have an opportunity for our principals to nominate supervisors and then have them receive this award. So we're going to go through our 4 awardees today, and I think they're online and present with us. We're going to start with Tracy Robbins from Davis School District, who's in the audience. Tracy, will you stand and be recognized? Tracy. So generally, I would say never do for adults what they can do for themselves by reading, but I want everybody who might be online to hear about Tracy. She's amazing. She was nominated by Principal Whitaker at Foxborough Elementary. Tracy's an elementary school director with 27 years of experience. She believes that principals have an even greater impact than previously thought, benefiting not only student learning and attendance, but also teacher satisfaction and retention. Effective principals are responsible for establishing a school-wide vision of commitment to high standards and the success of all students. Because of this belief, Tracy's focus has always been on how to support school principals in improving teaching and learning in their schools by helping them focus on what matters most. That is what is best for students. Congratulations, Tracy. Next, we have Nate Esplin from Washington County, and I think Nate was on a little bit earlier. Not sure if he's still online. Nate was nominated by Principal Baker at Crimson View Elementary. Nate grew up in Santa Clara, Utah, where he attended Santa Clara Elementary and later graduated from Snow Canyon High School. He earned a PhD in education from Utah State University. Go Ags. Nate started his education career by teaching 4th grade at Coral Cliffs Elementary School. He then spent 6 years as the principal of Sunset Elementary, which later became one of the first Utah STEM Platinum schools. He's currently the Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Education at Washington County School District. Nate and his wife, Kat, are the proud parents of 5 boys and 1 girl. Congratulations to Nate. Next, we have Christine Fitzgerald. Christy, we can see you online. Thank you. Beautiful backdrop. Christy was nominated by Principal Schaefer, Kim Schaefer at Whitehorse High School. Christy is an experienced educator, curriculum expert, and inclusive leader. Driven by her passion for equitable outcomes, she has addressed gaps in educational access through a systems-wide approach. As an assistant superintendent and principal supervisor, her work is driven by the belief that leadership is a process of social influence that leverages strengths and individual growth toward goal achievement. Christy has been recognized as an advocate for women in leadership and equity in education for Indigenous students. She is excited about completing her doctorate in organizational leadership next year. She currently lives in the Navajo Nation and loves working for San Juan School District. Congratulations, Christy. Thanks for joining us. No, it's beautiful. Last but not least, Superintendent John Dodds from Garfield County School District. He was nominated by Principal Peterson at Bryce Valley Elementary. Superintendent Dodds began his career in education as a middle-level science teacher and high school wrestling coach. His passion for instructional leadership was sparked by his involvement with Utah Schools to Watch, which Kathy Jensen, by the way, led for many years, where he was able to see how schools committed to best practices gave students a significant advantage in academic achievement. As a new superintendent during the unprecedented challenges of the coronavirus pandemic, Mr. Dodds has kept a focus on building relationships with students, faculty, and staff. Superintendent Dodds is passionate about student learning and is committed to protecting what works in education while finding new and innovative ways to prepare students for professions that currently do not exist. Congratulations, Superintendent Dodds. So I want to say just a little bit about the, trying to get out of this. Not letting me escape, sorry. I wanted to say just a little bit about all four of these individuals. I have had the opportunity to work with them and to be in their presence and to talk to the people that they serve. And they really are excellent leaders and support principals. I had the opportunity to go with Katie Hill and visit a principal this week, and I loved what a teacher said about this principal, and I think it applies to these supervisors of principals. The teacher said, under the leadership of this principal, I have had more personal growth than in my entire career, and this was a veteran teacher. She said, this principal sets, saving names because I didn't get their permission to share this, but she said the principal sets the bar very high, and then she gives me the tools and the support I need to reach those standards. And I think that's true of these supervisors. As I have watched them in action, they really set high standards for their principals so that our students can achieve. And by setting those high standards, they then support them with coaching and the tools and resources they need to be excellent principals. And they play a role that we just haven't talked about and goes unnoticed. Sometimes we think of that evaluation part, and we don't stop to think about the setting of expectations and the support. So these four have been nominated by principals whom they supervise to showcase the way that they provide support. So thank you, Rachel, for putting this together for the cohort that you lead of principal supervisors and the professional development. I think we're up to 140 hours. We're headed to 140 hours of support. So really massive amounts of support that's being provided to these principal supervisors. And that's something that was initiated out of our office, and really appreciate Rachel's leadership. I'm now going to shift gears and go sit with our employee of the month, and we are going to tag team on the next part. So based on the way we're dressed, I'm sure you were hoping for a duet. I saw some jingle bells over there in the corner, and we'll spare you our lack of musical talent. But we are really excited today to showcase the update on the strategic plan. And I think we have a slide deck of about 45 slides and 5 minutes to get through it. So we are going to showcase some of the highlights. I want to just start by saying, oh gosh, suddenly felt emotional. I'm really proud to work for a board that has a strategic plan. I've been in this great vocation as an educator for a few decades now, and having a strategic plan has meant the world. I've seen how it's made such a difference in our system. So thank you for doing the hard work of having a strategic plan. For those of you who will be doing the hard work of revisiting the strategic plan in 23, I just want you to know from the bottom of my heart how important it is to our system, to our students, our families, our educators to have a strategic plan. Don't know why I felt emotional about that. Nobody ever gets emotional over a strategic plan unless you're super tired of working on a strategic plan. Then it's a different kind of emotion. All right, so when we think about the why, we do have a statute and bylaws that tell us we have to have one, and we're supposed to review it. So we're reviewing that with you today, and you've heard me bring slices of the strategic plan to you when I give you updates about the stock takes that we take internally. But we do hold ourselves accountable, and as a board, this is part of holding you and us together accountable through what is required by statute and bylaws. And so not only are we supposed to create and maintain and review and do so, but then we're supposed to be reviewing how does that turn out in terms of student outcomes. I recently heard, and some of you may have heard this gentleman speak at Excel and Ed. He does some work in training boards out of the state of Texas. He trains a lot of local boards. And he will always ask the question, how much of your time is spent focused on student outcomes and talking about student outcomes? And I think I heard him say, it's sometimes it gets to be around 6% of time spent on student outcomes. So having a strategic plan that's really focused on those goals that get us there is critical in reviewing that. I'm recalling back to those of you who did this work, Janet Cannon, I want to give you a shout out because I know you love the work of strategic planning. And I remember focusing on these terms and what they meant and what is the cascading effect of all of this. And I remember there was consensus around the importance of having a vision. What do we aspire to as a board? And then, how do we get there? What is it that we do and how do we do that? That was the mission. And it is the mission of what we do. And then really thinking about, so what are the goals that will get us there and how does that align our efforts towards that end? You can see in this chart all of these definitions and then really why it matters. Why even have a strategic plan? I really didn't plan those tiers for dramatic effect, but it is really, it's important, and you can see all of those elements to the strategic plan. I've been a part of planning over the years where we worked hard to come up with a nice phrase on a plaque somewhere on a wall. And whether you have a strategic plan for your business or for the work that you do, if it's just a nice phrase, it doesn't matter, right? It leads to nothing. So these metrics that we set up at the time were pretty robust. And I remember having the discussion about, well, who deserves to have be proficient in literacy and math and science and who deserves to get an ACT? And we all said, 100% of our students deserve this. Who's the child that you point out and say, well, you don't deserve that? 100% of our students deserve to have a quality education. So we looked at where we were at. We took that baseline. We said, this is where we're at. This is 100%. And in 5 years, let's try to cut that by a third. And you see a lot of metrics that just eke out 1% at a time. And by then, decades of our students have gone through the system. So we said, let's be more robust and meet those goals. So that's what these percentages are. Excuse me. So where are we today? Well, you can see that we're not meeting most of these goals. However, if you look at the data that I'm going to show you in a minute, 2019, we were on the trajectory to get there. We were moving along in most areas. And then we had this thing called the pandemic. And if you look across the nation, you'll see what I would call dives in the data. For us, it's more of a dip. We stayed steady with high school graduation and a few metrics that we'll talk about in a minute as we look at ACTs. But, you know, are we moving forward? Yes, we're moving in the right direction. But the disruption definitely impacted our data. So you can see our ACT scores. You've heard those highlighted recently in national media. We not only held steady, but we are number one for the states who test at least 90% of their students. And one of the metrics we haven't always done well on that we did well this last time were those 4 college-ready benchmarks. The percentage of students who hit all of those benchmarks that are determined by the College Board and by ACT, we did very well, and I think we were number one in that category as well for those who test 90% of their students. So you can see on NAEP, again, we gained national attention. It's sort of interesting to gain national attention for holding steady and not dropping as much as the rest of the nation, but that's a story in itself. That's a really important narrative to say that we didn't let our foot off the gas, but we kept going and supporting. Part of it is being able to keep students in school, even though there were many disruptions. But our teachers, our educators had their eye on the prize to keep moving, keep their foot on the gas. So you can see here the comparisons with reading, 4th and 8th grade reading and math scores. And we went back to 1998, so you could kind of see this comparison. Keep date is another important data point that we use and measure how our students are entering and exiting kindergarten. And it gives us a lot of data, helps our kindergarten teachers get off to a great start with our students and move them forward. So you can see from 2018 to 2022, when we started the KEEP assessment back in 2018. And just again, that little dip during the pandemic. Here again, we have the RISE data. Let you just look at that for a minute. And then the math data from RISE. Aspire Plus. And next to ACT. Oh, sorry, missed 10th grade. We'll just quickly move through these. So that leads us to the 4 goals that, that we set forward to impact all of these data points. And those aren't the only data points. There are a lot of qualitative data points that we share and bring together, but these 4 goals are very important in terms of moving things forward. And we're going to talk about why these matter. I'm really proud that so many people in the field and in our legislature and in the community can name those 4 goals, not word for word, but they can tell you the 4 areas that the board is focused on. And that is a really important data point in itself. So, Sarah, I'm probably just walking out of where you're supposed to. Okay, all right. So I touched on this right at the beginning. As an underscore, I want to talk about a little bit about why this has been an important driving force for the board. This has really driven and prioritized the work of the agency, and it's united you. I love how the wrangling around these 4 goal areas is just sometimes the what and the how much, but the fact that you have been united around these efforts has been really profound. And it has played out in the legislature. We'll show some evidence of that here in a bit. But there's no question when we come forward with our budget priorities, it used to be kind of a Christmas tree ornament list, and now they're really prioritized around the strategic plan, and it's played out well for us. And I so appreciate these efforts around these 4 areas. And it really has advanced not only legislation, but policy change internally and out in our system as well. And then what does that mean for our agency? Well, you can see how much it means to me as your state superintendent, but as a system, it really has driven the work. We're seeing efforts around early learning and literacy and effective teachers and leaders and personalized learning all throughout the state because they see we're one system moving together. So internally, it makes our charge very clear. The one thing I want to point out that I've been really appreciative of, and Sarah, as our chief of staff, her primary role in her job description is to really keep us accountable for the strategic plan and to keep that moving. So you will see in a minute on a graphic organizer the way that we have established cross-functional strategy teams, and then we monitor ourselves. We hold ourselves accountable. You've heard me talk about stock takes and some meetings,
And we do ask ourselves the questions of how are we moving forward? What strategies are we using to move the board's initiatives forward? And then we embed these into our evaluations. So our the UPM system, the Utah Personnel Management System, where we set our goals and are evaluated on those goals. You now do that with me in the UPM system. So we embed these goals into our evaluation systems throughout the agency. So I want you to see how seriously we take this as an agency. It really is our driving force. So Sarah's going to describe to you how we've organized the agency around these cross-collaborative teams.
So thank you, Superintendent. Excuse me, Sarah Young, Chief of Staff. This visual. Oh. I don't think I can. But thank you. It really is an honor. We have such amazing staff here. And actually, that's one of the reasons that I love this graphic, is because it really helps to highlight the fact that this is a team effort. You see Superintendent and I up here being able to speak with you on behalf of the strategic plan, but we are here representing the entire agency who works on different components and elements of this comprehensive effort. So you can see here that we have strategy leads, we have goal leaders, and then we have a very formalized system of being able to check in on progress related to performance plans, outcomes, and making sure that we are truly taking those innovative next steps that the board has charged our agency with to be able to come back to you and provide you these progress updates. So in terms of our goals, strategies, and kind of updates, honestly, I could probably fill another 2 hours being able to share with you all of the amazing things that are happening related to your strategic plan. But noting that there's other board business today, I'm going to quickly go through each of the goals and highlight one key outcome for this particular calendar year, as well as an upcoming milestone that we're excited about that we want to share with you in terms of what's next, so that you can have that component. So as a friendly reminder for early learning, we do have 4 strategies underneath early learning to be able to make sure that each student starts strong in the early grades with foundations in literacy and numeracy. It is not unintentional that we choose to highlight our strategy 1B, which is specific to the expansion and the receiving of funds and resources to be able to make more opportunities available related to optional all-day kindergarten to the families and students of Utah. I think this is one where, for me, it really shows how the board's strategic plan is changing the landscape of what our parents have access to and what our families and our students have access to in terms of learning. Those resources have not only opened up opportunities for families to be able to engage their students when chosen, but also have really identified this greater need with waiting lists of additional families who are waiting to be there. Which brings me to the upcoming milestone that I like to highlight for this one, which is the fact that the board has now prioritized some additional funding requests to be able to provide additional resources to our LEAs to truly make that a reality. I think this is one of the key hallmarks and highlights of the board's strategic plan in terms of demonstrating how that plan has turned into action and is changing the landscape of Utah. In terms of goal 2, effective educators and leaders, I would be remiss if I didn't share the goal leader. Assistant Superintendent Darren Nielsen always begins with, this is the most important goal, in a friendly rivalry with the other goal leaders. In terms of looking at all of the different components, this is also where you're going to see most of our strategies, recognizing that a lot of the work our agency does is focused around supporting our teachers and our principals in terms of maintaining the system. Again, many highlights that we could share, but we're going to focus in on a recent one that was shared in Standards and Assessment Committee in more detail, but was the release of the Utah 2022 Educator Engagement Survey report. It's incredibly important that as a system, we know how our teachers are doing. And this survey is what creates the opportunity for this agency to have the information necessary to be able to take action, make recommendations, look at available resources, and target those resources in very specific ways to serve the educators for our greater system. You'll see that one of the key outcomes of that survey was an identification of what can we do to really focus on mentoring programs and provide more support materials so that each of our LEAs doesn't have to create those independently to support their individual teachers. This is a key aspect of another product that has come from the strategic plan, and you'll see all of the products that our staff have created highlighted in the comprehensive report that was included in backup. Goal 3, we have safe and healthy schools, always top of mind when it comes to the work that we're doing, making sure that we have safe environments for our students and our families and our kids to be able to engage within. In terms of progress to date, the one I will highlight for this goal is our model policy for wellness, which was published to be able to provide a model for the LEAs to consider about how they can look at what could sometimes seem as separate strategies around how we're supporting substance abuse prevention or working with our teachers in terms of making sure our students know how to respond in safe and healthy ways related to social pressures or digital pressures. This really looks at how do we weave those together into a comprehensive effort so that we don't have these individual silos, but instead a really comprehensive effort that can move forward. It is a model that is being shared with our LEAs, and in terms of an upcoming milestone, we do have 6 LEAs that are across the state who've agreed to pilot this model wellness policy within their LEA to help inform and provide feedback that really will then benefit all of the LEAs in terms of having something they can look at and say, what aspects of this make sense for my community to be able to create that comprehensive, safe, and healthy school. Last but not least, we have goal 4, which is our personalized teaching and learning. In terms of our efforts to be able to make sure that every student has access to these personalized teaching and learning experiences, one of the most innovative goals that we have that really made us stand out as different, and you as a board stand out as innovative and really kind of pushing the envelope for what's coming in the future for education and preparing our system for those changes. The progress to date, I'd just like to highlight a partnership between our agency as well as our partners at the Utah Education Network, where they're working on a PCBL hub. This is an area where we are looking to not just provide supports for the system, but supports for teachers in terms of really being able to bring those personalized teaching and learning and PCBL experiences to the kids and families that they serve. In order to help facilitate the launch of that resource, the Magellan Summit is coming. This is a new experience that the agency will be hosting in January of 2023, which brings together educators, leaders, and individuals from across the state to really engage in a conversation about Utah's Portrait of a Graduate, PCBL resources, and how we can collectively create a community to share those resources to really help advance this goal area across the state of Utah. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the superintendent for final comments.
Thank you, Sarah. We, just for sake of time, we're going to end here. I appreciate you all up front trying to look at your agenda and figure out how to save time. But it's important to look at this last slide of next steps. So here are 4 things that we ask you to consider, 4 main areas. The first, we've had conversations in connection to an audit about aligning code with the strategic plan, and you've given permission for Deputy Stallings to move forward in working on that alignment with our legislature. So we'll be bringing that back to you for your formal approval. The second is that we need to, we're at that 5-year mark. So in 2023, we'll be looking at these education elevated measures and goals. And we have people on the Hill who are very interested. We work with legislative staff because we report to them as well as outlined in statute. So really thinking about, as we look at some of our initiatives, how do we redesign these measures and along with our accountability system. So again, you've heard this report from Darren, you'll be hearing more. So these metrics need to probably shift as well and rethink the metrics. The third area is to consider amendments to existing goals. For example, we've been reporting to you on a lot of internal controls and core functions. So should those be part of the strategic plan or should those be part of the goals? And then really, we've learned a lot over the last 5 years. So what are some recommendations that we might have for you and you might have for us as we think about the existing goals that we have? And then last but not least, what I think it's the bylaw, I don't know if it's the bylaw statute, I think it's the bylaw that says report regularly to the board. Well, what does regularly mean? So we've been a little bit sporadic. Should that be a standing place? Should it have a standing place on every month's board meeting? Or we just need you to define what regular means instead of the way that we're doing it now. So those are kind of the 4 main areas of next steps that we ask you to consider. And that is our report, sir. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Superintendent and Chief of Staff, Sarah Young. We appreciate the extra slides in there too that will help us with some reading and also a really good briefing, so thank you. Board members, I'm going to move item 4 to be after agenda item number 5. But before we start agenda item number 5, we're going to take about a 5 to 7 minute quick break because the next agenda item we're going to be pushing through and we've got a couple hours allotted for that. So, and also this being the last board meeting, unless we have a special one, I'm going to be turning the gavel over to the vice chairs at different portions of the meeting as they finish up their duties on this particular assignment. So right after the break, Vice Chair Belknap will be chairing up the next portion of the meeting. So quick break, take advantage of it. We got a lot of work to do as soon as we get back. So thank you. About 5 to 7 minutes.
Oh, you are the best. I just thought I was away. I just added some stuff. That's what I wanted to. You haven't been here as many years as I have.
think I'm gonna have to get one of those.
No, I wasn't, and then
My piece of toast at 4 o'clock.
oh, I didn't even.
Oh, it is your easy.
Oh my gosh, I love this decor. I love these. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow.
What is she doing? She should be an event planner.
She should be an event planner. This is
Look, all the chairs are
all
covered.
tied. I know. I was like, look at the centerpieces. Aspen.
They're so
Little tiny aspen trees.
They're so neat.
Oh, that's just beyond
She is
beautiful.
just incredible.
I know.
You know what? Let's see here. I bet there are lights in here.
But you're right.
I don't dare touch it or
Okay.
mess it up. but
Yep, there
I-
are. Yep,
Look,
yeah, that
look
will
at
be.
that. So beautiful.
Okay, my brother gives it, but I'm just gonna set one.
Well,
I'm
let's
just gonna
see.
set it someplace.
Set it behind the white curtain and nobody will steal it.
Okay.
But,
Well, they will know that it's worth, less than $15, so it's like not worth risking, but
well,
that's so fun.
Sybil just said to me, she said,
I mean, look at this, that matches it all.
She just said, have you been downstairs yet? I'm gonna take these gifts downstairs. So I was assuming that, you'd be with us.
Look at this with the dipped. With some of the dip down there.
Well, doesn't this make your day?
Oh my gosh, it does. Oh.
You know what's so funny?
I mean, food's always important. I love.
Board members, we need to take our seats, please. Thank you. And I love to do this. Okay, board members, let's see, 1, 3, 7. I'm going to start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just
Okay,
go
board
for
members,
part of
we're
my
going,
chair
we're going to
before you start.
continue. I'm actually going to give a few minutes to Chair Huntsman because part of his chair's report has to do with this time certain standards and assessment committee recommendations. And so I'm going to turn it to Chair Huntsman, and then he will turn it next to Chair Hansen to bring committee motion forward. Go ahead, Chair.
Okay, well, part of it's a PowerPoint, so it's getting up. So part of my chair's report today had several recognitions and that, but that I want to recognize. But one of them, and I'll hold the others for later, was the writing committee. So we do have a couple slides here, but while she's bringing it up, there's two. So the first part is for the first slides, but I'll get through this. We can get right to our committee work here. So this is about the writing committee. The Elementary Social Studies Standards Revision Writing Committee, made up of 19 expert educators, convened for the first time in July 2020. Shortly after having met the challenge of virtual learning and a shortened school year, they met for 6 full writing committee meetings to establish norms, expectations, goals, and collaboration for what Utah's new standards should include. The committee then broke into smaller groups to focus on the grade level standards and work through another 6 to 12 meetings to complete their first draft and prepare it for the release for public comment. After the 90-day public comment period, members of the writing committee convened to read and consider nearly 2,000 survey responses and make revisions to the draft standards based on that feedback. As the process wound down, writers attended committee and board meetings, making themselves available for questions about the standards and the process. Writing committee members attended between 12 and 44 meetings over nearly 18 months of diligent, thoughtful work to create the best standard for Utah's elementary students. Many writing committee members are in attendance today, either through Zoom or in person. And I apologize early if I mess your names up, but I'll try to get it close. They are Allison Kennington, Andrea M. Reynolds, Anjanette McNeely, Aubrey Landquist, Brandy Richmond, Elaine Holbert, Erica Decker, Irene Machin, I think. Sorry about that. Danae Barron, John Arthur, Julie Carling, Katrina Hurd, Michelle Rogers, Melanie Nichols, Mosen Gaffrey, Patty Bingham, Pam Sua, Cheryl Morrell, and Walter Elliott. So I want to give a shout out and a special thanks for everyone in the writing committee. Can we give them a... Do you have something to add before I get...
I was just going to say that behind you, we can see what they look like. They're on some.
Oh, very good.
Some of them are here, though.
Some of them are here also. So I also want to, so thank you. Is this my last slide on the writing? Isn't there one? So I also want to recognize and special thanks to the Standards and Assessment Committee. You can see who's participated in that. That's a lot of work, a lot of extra work, and we have amazing board members and staff that put the time in and try to do the very best that they can to serve this board and do their best work. And a lot of heavy lifting actually happens in these committees, and then it comes before the board. So thank you for your efforts there. I want to give a round. Thank Madam Chair, that completes this portion of my chair's report on the writing committee.
Thank you, Chair. We'll turn the time over to Chair Hansen of the Standards Assessment Committee.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The recommended action that came from our special Standards and Assessment Committee meeting held earlier this month is that the board adopts the 5th grade standards as amended, including any conforming technical changes needed for all standards, and that the board approves the 6th grade standards as submitted by the writing committee.
Thank you. So the motion from committee is that the board approves, oh, I don't have that whole thing, Scott, approves the 5th grade, is it? Yes, so Scott's going to read it as though it's me.
Yes. I don't know if I can do your voice, Laura, but that the board adopts the 5th grade standards as amended, including any conforming technical changes needed for all standards, and that the board approves the 6th grade standards as submitted by the writing committee.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any discussion? Board Member Earl?
Yeah, just a couple things. I don't think we're quite there yet. I know we've had great work from where we've been previously, meaning that when you go back and look at the standards that we previously had, and I think the writing committee's been very thoughtful about their work. I don't think we're there yet. I know 5th grade met with teachers again, some teachers up in my area again yesterday, and there's just a concern still. 5th grade is just, there's too much there. It's too much to take on in a 5th grade classroom. It's not there, even with, I have some amendments, but those don't do justice to what needs to happen there. And then 6th grade, the focus there has shifted to more of globalization and away from what I would consider one of the key reasons why we study world history, not the only reason. We do look at other cultures and we do look at other environments, but one of the key reasons is to study the elements of liberty and prosperity. And those aren't, those are consequences. I think people sometimes view those as actual philosophical views, but liberty is a consequence of particular items that take place and actions that a society puts into order. And those are not present there. I just think that we could be more thoughtful about how we, what we put into there. It's not a complete renovation or expansion. I know I've made some amendments that would suggest that. I've simplified those, I think, in a way that I think honors both the work, but also honors some of the other things that need to be addressed in here. So I guess I could start by making some amendments. Is that the best way to proceed, or are you wanting just comment before that?
No, it's your time.
Okay.
May I just make one
Yes.
comment? We have 2 hours set aside for this discussion today.
I realize that.
Go ahead,
So
Board
thank
Member
you.
Earl.
So based on the fact we went and, yeah, I'd like to make amendment 5.1.3.
Okay,
to-
hold on, let's get it pulled up. Thank you. A question was, did they
Yeah,
come in
I
advance?
sent him out probably 2 days ago.
Thank you. Go ahead, Board Member Earl.
Yep, so 5.1.3, I would like to, because we went through and took out some of the more specific in that it gave direction to teachers on some of the key elements. Sorry, let me give my amendment and then I'll speak to it. I apologize.
Thank you.
Almost got this down. I'd like to strike, for example, and add the word including on 5.1.3.
5.1.3. You have 5,
Chair, may I?
yes.
That one isn't on your document. It starts with 5.1.6. So, but we can type it.
So
We can
if
type
you-
it.
Yeah,
you
so
can-
that's just simply it, 5.1.3. My apologies, let me see if I've just,
We can type it. There we go.
okay.
Can you repeat your motion, your amended motion?
So it is to strike, it's to strike out
Strike,
what's
for
here.
example, No, that's not, yeah, sorry, at the top, strike, for example, and it just add the word including.
Can we get the whole
Sorry,
section?
let me,
I just showed it.
okay.
Chair, may I?
Yes.
Can I let the committee see the documents that I'll be navigating back and forth between on here so that we can understand where we're at and what it looks like? And then you can ask which document you'd like for me to show at which time.
So, Dr. Norman, it might be helpful to just kind of show them where the committee worked from and how you will be working from the
Yes.
same place.
Okay.
I think it would be helpful.
Thank you. The primary document that we will be working from today will be this document, and this is just referred to as the table. So if you'd like to see anything within the table, then what it does is it starts out with the May 24, 2022, and then it starts out with what the writing committee sent in. Then at that time, July 5th was the deadline for board members to provide their feedback, and that would be this next column if you want to see what board member feedback was at that time with the deadline. Then there are board member revised standards, and then there was some staff suggestion that went along with it, like if you have a question of how did staff feel about this or the writing, and then the next one is how did the writing committee, some of the questions were, why did the writing committee add this to the standards, or why do they think that it should be kept in? So that's the writing committee context. The next line is the motions made in Standards and Assessment Committee meeting either on August 5th, August 30th, October 20th, or November 21st. So those were all the motions that were already made. And then the last one is the final copy per se, which means it is what was passed as of November 21st. So if you want to see if a motion was already voted down, if you want to see if one was already added to, if it was passed with revisions or something like that, this is the table. So if you want to look at the table, just refer to that. The next one is, I know there were some questions by board members of what was passed in the up-down voting. This is called the up-down voting chart, if you'd like to see that. Then we have the chart that Jeff is going to be helping with, which is the board member motions. And this is anyone that's turned in their motions prior to today's meeting. If you want to have them reflected or copied over verbatim, then we'll have this for Jeff to be working on. The next is the revised standards, if you want to see them in context as of November 21st, just as they go in that flow. And then we have the 6th grade as well as of the November 21st, if you want to see what they look like with that flow. So with that information, Vice Chair Belknap, which document would you like to look at?
I think probably the chart would probably be the best, but I also want to be clear that the up-down voting has already been changed in committee.
Yes.
That's not being presented today. The up-down voting was, I don't know, revoked, whatever. So, a do-over. Good. So if you can pull up here 5.1.3 so we can see where we are in the work we've done. I think that would be helpful, Dr. Dorman.
Okay, this is 5.1.3 within context. Let me make it just a little bit bigger. Oh, it went right to the top. Sorry. Once we get started, it'll be so much smoother.
We all feel like we're on a roller coaster.
I know,
for
close your
just a
eyes. I'm so
second.
sorry. Or look at my disco jacket. I'll move around a lot and distract you. There we go. No, this is not. We can do a PDF and send it really. Yeah. We will do a PDF of this document and send it to all of you really quick so you can see it bigger. Here's 5.1.3 so you can see as it went across. So this is how it was worded. That go one.
And so, Board Member Earl, on this far right side, this is where we are right now to use maps. Is that accurate? Are we in the right place?
Yes.
Is that the right one? Yes, that would be the right
And you want to
one.
change which words
I would
there?
strike, for example, and put including.
Okay. So, do we have a second to that motion? We do not, so
Okay.
let's go on. Board Member Earl?
Yep, I'd like to make an amendment to 5.3.6. And we had quite a bit of discussion about this in committee. It's to put in clarified the rights of citizens in place of, let me see what it was stricken. I didn't put that on there. Instead of extending rights to groups denied.
Hold on.
Sorry, it would be clarified rights.
Will you make your motion after we
I
get there? I
apologize.
think that would be helpful. No, I think
Here we
if you make it so we can look at it at the same time. Board Member Earl, thank you. 5.3.6. Okay, go ahead. Board Member Earl, your amendment.
Yeah, so it'd be clarified the rights of, and I'd like it to be people and groups added, and striking extended rights to groups. Originally, hold on, my apologies. I'm going back to make sure I've got this the way. Clarified the rights of people and groups. And to strike, have extended rights to groups.
I don't know if that's the right one, because Jenny, this is where we are.
5.3.6.
5.3.6 is describe the civic duty of members. Is that the right place?
3.6, am I on the wrong one?
I think you meant 1.6.
Oh, 5.3.6, yeah,
5.1.6.
3.
Okay, so this is where we are. Describe the civic duties members of American society have today. For example, voting.
That's
holding public office.
3.7.
No, that's 5.6. It just carries down.
I see the, this is what happened as well, so I'm going to try and be better at this. If you notice right here on the left-hand side, it was the 5.3.6. Standards have been added in the meantime, so this is the new 5.3.7. Board Member Earl is correct. So this is the new 5.3.7. I will be looking on the right-hand side better and in
Thank
doing
you.
this.
Okay,
So
so-
that was my fault. Sorry about that. It's okay. Thank you.
So
Thank you.
where are we?
Right here is 5.3.6.
Okay, so go ahead, Board Member Earl. Would you make your amendment now?
Yes, so it would be, more or less, it's inserting clarified the rights of, and then instead of citizens, we had quite a bit of dialogue about that. So clarified the rights of citizens, of people and groups originally denied protection under the Constitution. So it's striking extended rights. That makes, the difference is the clarified and the
So
the
Jeff, will you go
extended.
back to where her amendment is so we can see what's stricken and what's?
Vice Chair, it's on the right next to it, so it's right here, 5.3.6, and it did say clarified the rights of people and instead of extended the rights, so it's this part is what it was, yeah, and what it would look like.
Yeah, this is what we need to see. Okay.
So in place of citizens, if you don't mind writing people and groups. All right.
Is that accurate there, Board Member Earl?
There. Yep.
Is that now accurate?
And then taking, we need to undo the strike for originally denied protection under the Constitution.
Jeff, did you hear that?
Is that possible to do
And you would like to add that? in.
Don't strike out originally denied protection under the Constitution. Don't strike that out. But it's not an add-in, okay? It's not stricken. Because the only thing. Okay, Board Member Earl, does that look accurate to your amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so the amendment, or do we have a second to this amendment?
I'll second.
Second, Board Member Moss. Board Member Earl, do you want to speak to this?
Just the difference between clarified means those rights are already available, they're natural rights, and I just think, to me, it's a foundational principle versus an extension, the government's extending rights. The government has the authority to do that versus clarifying the natural rights that are already available to all people. So that's my clarification there.
Thank you. Does anybody want to also speak to this amendment? Board Member Klein?
Yeah, I just, so the protections of the Constitution are specifically for citizens, but inalienable rights are universal. So is that articulated clearly that the Constitution, the protections of the Constitution are extended to citizens, but the inalienable rights are universal for all people? I'm not sure how to make sure that that is clear in there, because the protections of the Constitution don't extend to, say, illegal immigrants.
So, Board Member Earl, are you still good with your? Thank you. All right, so the amendment on, anybody else want to speak to this amendment? Go ahead, Board Member Hanson.
Yeah, we had quite a lengthy discussion about this, and this motion for the amendment has changed a little bit because it was with regard to citizens, and we had some discussion about people who weren't considered as citizens at the time of the drafting of the Constitution. I believe that the committee got it right with the word extended, because the rights were in the Constitution. They just weren't extended to all of the people that are included now. And when we say we the people, we think of all the people who are here in the United States. There may be some discussion about illegal aliens, but women, blacks, others who weren't included at the time of the drafting. So those rights have been extended. As a committee, we voted to accept that language after that discussion because we thought that was, I believe, speaking for myself, I thought that was an accurate representation of what happened. So I'm not in favor of this amendment.
Thank you. Board Member Moss?
I didn't mean to jump in line. I just want to make clear my
I'm
light
just,
was on for this.
I know it's on for other things as well.
You want me to go or?
Yes, yes.
Just briefly, I think it's an important point to recognize that, originally the rights weren't, I think, recognized for everybody. And this goes to a more fundamental question, whether the government creates rights or recognizes and clarifies that those rights are inherent and natural, and they'd been denied to some. And they were later, I think the word extended describes the scope, but the source of the right, I think, is what this amendment goes to. It recognized that that was an inherent, inalienable right. And so I think with the language left in, that it makes clear that these were denied initially. It acknowledges that problem and then points out that the recognition was finally made that these are natural rights for everybody. So I think the word clarified with that acknowledgement of the original denial makes sense and gets to the right concept.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak to this amendment? Board Member Klein?
Yes, I would just like to amend it to say recognize instead of clarify.
You'd like to make another amendment?
And yes, an amendment to her.
Clarified and make it recognized?
Right.
Do we have a second to that amendment?
I'll second. Well, yeah. I'll second just to throw it in there.
Okay, don't throw it in there unless you.
Throw it to the board. I'm seconding to throw it to the board.
Okay, all right. So, Board Member Klein, do you want to speak to your amendment?
Maybe it should say recognized. No, I think that helps clear up any ambiguity or uncertainty around what that means.
Thank you, Board Member Klein. Any discussion to this amendment to changing clarified to recognized? Anyone want to speak to that? Okay. You have to register. Did you want to speak to this, Board Member Straight, or to the whole thing?
The whole thing.
Okay, so Vice Chair Davis?
Yeah, I'll speak to the amendment to the amendment. I think clarified makes it seem like there was some kind of confusion, and I think there wasn't confusion. They just weren't given to certain groups. So I think recognize, is probably a more clear, probably clarifies clarified. And, you know, I don't think there's much difference, quite frankly, between the recognized and the ended, because both mean once there was no rights and now there are rights. But I do think recognized is a better choice.
Thank you. Board Member Hanson, did you want to speak to that? Your light on.
Sorry, don't want to repeat what Cindy just said, but I think recognized and clarified are both inappropriate in my opinion, because the rights were recognized, the rights were there. They just hadn't been extended to certain segments of the population, and so extended still fits the bill for me, and that'll be it, I think, for me on this amendment.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Board Member Lear?
I just have a somewhat related question. How many amendments do you have, Jenny?
I'm not sure.
Like 80 or 20 or 2 or?
Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to move them all forward, so.
Okay, let's move on. Anybody else have any discussion to clarified and recognized? Okay, so the amendment before the board is the amendment to the amendment is to change clarified to recognized. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Will the noes please raise their hands? The noes are Chair Huntsman, Board Member Booth, Board Member Cannon, Board Member Straight, Board Member Lear, Board Member Norton. I'm sorry, Kristen. So that passes. Okay. So that passes. Okay, so now we're to the amendment, which reads that the amended amendment is that we have recognized the rights of people and remove extended rights to groups. Any discussion to this amendment, amended amendment? Board Member Straight.
All right. I think I was confused by the last vote, but it's neither here nor there. Anyway, this same debate occurred even before the Constitution was ratified. And very shortly after, when the first government was set up, George Washington was actually our only nonpartisan president. Now, some people say he aligned with the Federalists, but there's no debate about that. Even the words of the Constitution themselves were greatly debated. The Constitution itself says, "We the people, in order to form a more perfect union," meaning that we were a work in process, was well taken. I'd like to point to one piece of history, Plessy versus Ferguson. In Plessy versus Ferguson, Ferguson was considered to be black. I think his actual ancestry was 1/16, and in rail cars were segregated. It's like riding the train, if I say rail car. So, and the Supreme Court ruled in the end, in regards to that segregation was okay with what was called the separate but equal rule. Separate but equal. That's going to be in place from the late 1890s all the way until we get Brown versus Board of Education. And in Brown versus Board of Education, segregation was stated to be that to be segregated is unequal in and of itself. So in that instance, we have, as our country has matured and as we have recognized these rights, and yes, those rights should be intrinsic to the Constitution, but our interpretation of that changes. I believe that the Constitution of the United States was divinely inspired, but we are in the process of perfection, even at this very day. If we look back on time now, 50 years in the future, we will look back to this moment, not this moment, but this moment in time through our world, and we'll realize that we have moved and changed. one of the great things about, in my view, my personal view, about our nation is the process of perfection. But even if we divide the space between that wall, and I divide it in half, I may be moving towards touching that wall, but I will never actually touch that wall if I continue to divide the distance in half. That is ongoing.
Brent,
So
I don't
anyway,
want to interrupt you.
I
but
know,
are
I
you
am done.
Speaking to the amendment, to the.
I
to the
think it goes to
amendment?
this because the general fear here is that somehow we're saying something negative about the Constitution, and that is the basis of this amendment, that there are two views and one is criticizing the Constitution. So I think it's appropriate to that. Anyway, will end there. I am not for this amendment. We have hashed this all out. You know, I do want to point a couple things out, timelines. If we go back to May 24th of this year, at that time, several things had taken place. One, board members' comments or improvements or recommendations were included, and they were with the public comment. That document, we have that document. That included Board Member Earl's input. That's back in May. We also, prior to that May 24th meeting.
Point of order.
Yeah.
We aren't addressing what we're doing.
That's fine. We are.
But I think, Brent,
Let me
I think that
finish.
could come when we're voting on the whole thing.
Well, actually, now is the most appropriate time to have it. And so the other thing that had happened is we had, as a board, requested from staff to align with state code and with Portrait of a Graduate, and that was all aligned, and that was all completed by May 24th. I think the real issue is, time and time again, we haven't got what we wanted, and so as a result of not getting what we wanted, we keep bringing it up and regurgitating it time and time again.
Brent, I am going to have to stop you
Okay,
because you're
I
not
will
speaking
end.
to
Thank
this.
you.
Okay?
Not for it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, does anyone else want to speak to this, to the amended amendment? Board Member Moss.
Very quick, I promise. I'll just say I think there's a misunderstanding that this is an attempt to ignore the fact that people were denied the rights that others had. I don't think that's what this is
Okay,
about.
I would like you to speak to this.
I am.
Okay.
I think the amendment goes to the source of rights that should have been recognized for everybody, and whether they're recognized or created, it's a different question. I don't think there's any doubt that the Constitution didn't extend those rights, didn't grant those rights, didn't recognize those rights. The question is it granting or recognizing? And I think there's no question it took a Civil War and Civil War amendments to make it right. And that language is recognized right there. So I think we're talking more about the source of the rights than the scope of the rights and who they go to. And that's why I support the amendment. I don't want in any way to suggest that everything was fine when the Constitution rolled out of Philadelphia. It wasn't. But it's recognizing rights that pre-existed, and that was clear from the Declaration. So we're talking about something I think that is not the focus of that amendment.
Thank you. Ma, are you speaking to this?
Yes. I appreciate this discussion. I would like to point out that teachers that are teaching standards may not be tearing them apart quite in the way that we are, and we need to think pragmatically about what would be taught in the classroom and what wouldn't, and whether it's a material difference for teachers in the classroom. Having said that, all humans have human rights, period, and we need to make sure that we continue to recognize that as we move forward to a more perfect Constitution. So human rights are important, and I think we need to not belabor the point. I call the question.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak to it?
then I withdraw
I know.
my calling the question.
Yeah, that's why I went there. Okay, so.
I just wanted
Okay,
everybody to know I
so
was
the
going.
amended motion is that we change clarified to recognize, add the rights of people and groups, and take out extended rights to groups. No, I wish she pulled it back because.
pulled it back. I
Because
was
there
just
was nobody else. Thank you, Chair. Okay,
Oh,
so.
I was just,
Oh,
I
you
was the
are?
last one. I was just gonna say,
Oh,
I
you
think
can't,
there's
you
absolutely
can't,
no
hold on,
difference.
you
Okay.
can't, you can't. Then we'd have to do her call to question. Sorry, I didn't see your hand. Okay, so again, the amended motion on the table before the board is to change clarified to recognized and the rights of people, to have recognized the rights of people and groups and remove extended rights to groups. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Okay, the ayes raise their hands, please. The ayes are Board Member Moss, Board Member Hart, Board Member Earl, Board Member Hymas, Board Member Klein, Board Member Hutchings, Vice Chair Davis. How many is that? 7. That amended motion fails. So now we're going to go, Jenny, we're going to go
Yep,
to
that's
somebody
fine.
else since you've done 2 amendments. Is there anyone else who has amendments on the 5th grade standards? On 5th grade. The next person in line would be Board Member Klein.
Okay.
I am trying to keep track of who's where.
All right. So I have 5.1.6.
5.1.6.
Yes. And I motion to strike the words "the causes and consequences." Oh, I'm zooming off of yours. Yeah. Yeah.
It was one that was removed.
Okay. By motion, mine are kind of piggybacking off of someone else's, so.
We have it up on the board, Board Member Klein. Is this accurate on the board, Board Member Klein?
Okay. Okay, so I will I will motion to move Jenny's amendment and add mine to it. Okay. That works. So that it will read, explain slavery and indentured servitude of people from all different races and nationalities in North America and around the world.
So really, you're changing it completely because you're not just taking out causes and consequences, right?
Right. I added additional wording so that it will.
Okay. Okay.
This is an add. You can go to the one.
Oh, so that's okay. So Chair Hansen said there isn't a 5.1.6 that came out of committee. Is that accurate, Dr. Norman?
Yes. It was stricken. It would have to be put back in.
Okay, so it's a motion, it's not an amendment.
Okay.
Amendment to the original, yes. It's an amendment to add a standard. Is that accurate, Board Member Klein?
Correct.
Okay. So can we put that back up, Jeff?
Well, you would need a second.
But you'd have to.
Well, I just want to see it, so we can see it, so people can, no, I appreciate it, Molly. I need help.
Because I see the
So
last
Board
one's
Member Klein,
5.1.
is this accurate? 5.1.6 is a new strand or standard, and it would include explain slavery and indentured servitude of people from all different races and nationalities in North America and around the world. Is that accurate?
As it reads on the screen, yes, but I don't know if it doesn't look like there's a 5.1.5 either, so this may be a new
It's okay, because
5.1.5.
we'll do
The
those.
numbering after. Okay.
Yes. Thank you for that clarification. So
yes.
we don't need to strike causes and consequences because that wouldn't be it. Okay, do
Correct.
we have a second to this motion, amendment? Okay, we don't have a second. Board Member Klein, do you have another one?
I do. 5.6.4.
Wait, say it again out loud, I'm sorry.
5.6.4.
5.6.4. Jeff, can you pull that out?
I don't know how it's.
Is this an amendment or is and or a new strand?
Okay. Okay, so I would move to replace 5.6.4 with the wording I've submitted. Should be on the screen.
Okay, so let me read this, Board Member Klein, make sure we have it right, okay?
Okay.
So that you would want to take out of a, wait a minute, where is it? Is this it?
We would just replace what's there with what I have on the screen. Easier than striking and adding.
Okay, so you want to remove what was passed out of committee and add this new amendment.
Right, so committee came out with research and summarized the accomplishments and contributions of a minority community in the United States today. And I'm just asking that it be replaced with research and summarize the accomplishments of individuals whose significant contributions advanced freedom, individual liberty, peace, and prosperity in the United States of America.
Okay, so we just have to make sure that we're striking everything else. And then adding this, okay? Do we have a second to this amendment? I don't see one. Board Member Klein, if you have others, we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Okay, you did too. Board Member Hymas, do you have, oh, you're working on it.
I'm ready.
Okay. Oh, wait, Board Member Moss, do you have any for fifth grade?
I do, but I can wait.
No, you're actually next on the list. I apologize, Board Member Hymas.
I'll be quick then. I do have one, actually, sorry, two. One in 5.3.4, and this would be a motion to restore an amendment that came out of committee but then was removed in the special session, and I've revised and tightened it a bit in the bolded language. So I do have a soft spot for Madison.
Okay, wait a minute,
I'll
wait a minute,
confess.
wait a
Oh,
minute.
I'm sorry, I need a second. Sorry.
Just a minute. So I just want
That's
to
the
be
motion.
clear.
I'm
What is
sorry.
changed? Jeff, can you mark up what's changed? What is he changing? Or adding or taking away? We need to have that.
He's putting it back in, so he's.
It was all taken away, so you are adding this as an additional strand. Okay.
I don't want to speak out of line,
You're
sorry.
adding that. Okay, so the addition would be, okay, where is it? Show me the addition again, please.
Okay, 1 second. We're trying to navigate back and forth between this.
I can't imagine why you can't.
We're on it. We're on it.
I can't even read it right.
Okay, we're gonna try and pull that so that we have it as the piece, and you would like to see it here, 5.3.
No, I want to just see it where he had it.
Okay, 5.3.4. Let's put it
No,
here.
I just want to see his.
Motion.
Motion, yeah, his
Okay,
amendment.
right here.
Okay, so is this accurate right here, Board Member Moss?
Yes, the,
Explain James Madison's role in creating the Constitution and discuss his work with diverse figures such as Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson to define the proper roles of federal government. Is that accurate?
yes.
Okay, do we have a second to this amendment?
I'll second.
A second by Board Member Earl. Board Member Moss, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, and I do promise I'll be brief. So I think this is critical, and I'll just say I did my focus group with my fifth grader and his friends, and I think this is, literally, I have a fifth grader, and I think I'm sensitive to the concern that there's too much there, but I'm also a little bit worried that in this section, which is so critical to understanding everything that we all feel passionate about, we've had, discussion about this, we need a couple tangibles. We need somebody where we can see a story. Fifth graders can see that a person, James Madison, worked on this. And in the interest of unity and listening, I think following on Chair Hansen's thoughts earlier. I think it's very instructive that Madison worked with the two polar opposites of the American founding. Hamilton and Jefferson were bitter enemies. He looked at both, he listened to both, he worked collaboratively. That's why they call him the father of the Constitution. I took that out in my amended, I took that out of the amended part to make it simpler. So I think we have examples of the Revolutionary War. We've got a number listed in 5.2.3. I think we at least need the basic people listed here. Thank you, Vice Chair, for indulging me. Well, it was right up there.
It's right there. It's that whole thing.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
Thank you.
I have other lights on, but I think they're for other things. Does anyone want to speak to this? Go ahead, Vice Chair Davis.
I just want to make sure if this passes when we go to the final document, that really the language comes out discussing the work with diverse figures and doesn't somehow revert to discussing the ability to work with, because that's not what we want. We want to discuss the work, not the abilities.
So are you making an amendment here?
No, I'm just saying if it passes, we got to just make sure we pay attention to that little detail.
The bold language includes that change that I made from what was originally passed by the committee.
It's this one, right?
Correct, yeah, the bold stuff.
Okay. Does anyone else want to speak to this amendment?
Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes.
It's actually an addition. The original 5.3.4 was removed, and so this would be an addition to. And it reads now, as Jeff put it up, their proposal to add the following new standard as 5.3.4.
Yeah, it's still, I've got clarification that it's still an amendment, even though it's a new.
Okay.
Even though it's new, it's still an amendment. I already walked through that mud already. So anybody else wants to speak to this amendment? Board Member Lear?
I'm getting mixed messages.
I'll push it again.
Sorry. I'm getting.
Oh, it's not coming on. Did you register? No, you had to.
Yes, I did. Oh, there, now it's working. I just was too fast. I'm getting mixed messages. I hear from Board Member Hart that these are extensive standards, too extensive for the time allotted for social studies. I've heard that from other social studies teachers when I queried all of the people on the writing committee. And yet, though I'm sympathetic to Board Member Moss's specific concern and personal favorite, I think if we really want to pare this down, adding examples of personal favorites isn't helping. And I'm for paring down.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Board Member Norton?
Yes, I'm kind of following that same vein. The concern that I have in addition to that is those last few words add about 2 days worth of teaching when you start talking about teaching the proper role of federal government in this particular context. You know, I'm all for having a moment to look at some of our individual fathers of our Constitution and our founding fathers, but this brings in a pretty big, hefty additional piece when we're talking just about those three men, and now we're also having to add in the context of the federal government instead of discussing an argument and how to, you know, discuss an argument and collaborate on it.
Thank you, Board Member Norton. I'd just like to remind everybody we're already 1 hour into this. Board Member Straight?
Yes, we all have our favorite indoctrination. And one of the challenges I have with this wording as a teacher, define the proper role of the federal government. That is a debatable topic. And everyone feels differently about that. And one of the concerns that I often hear is we do not want teachers indoctrinating students. Now, a discussion about the proper role of government is fine, and I guess you could interpret it this way, but this also leads to think that there is a proper role of the federal government. Beyond that, if we look up at 5.3.1, which I believe is on the Articles of Confederation, and okay, so 5.3.1. So if you look at this in isolation and you look at the other question in isolation, I believe it's important that Madison and his Virginia plan is looked at closely. Now, we mentioned some things here, one of being the Articles of Confederation. As a teacher, when you have that discussion on the Articles of Confederation, naturally the cause and effect leads to James Madison, and that leads to the question of the development of the Constitution. So we also have later on a discussion specifically of the Bill of Rights and with the Constitution. So one of the challenges here is the flow of the standards. We have these things, but this complicates it.
Thank you. Board Member Hanson?
Yeah, if I could just ask Patty to scroll up a little bit from where she was, if you've still got that, to the fifth grade strand 3. I just found as we've been going through these, it's helpful to go back and see, this is the title of the strand, United States Government and Citizenship. Students will demonstrate the understanding of the Constitution, its relevance in their life, Bill of Rights, branches of government, how it's changed and been interpreted over time. And then we have 3 compelling questions, which all relate to that title. We're getting away from what the strand is when we start to add in these stories. Teachers may want to do that to illustrate different things, but I don't think that we're staying with the flow of the strand. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Davis?
I'd like to amend the amendment.
Okay.
I'd like to remove the word proper.
And just strike it.
The role of the federal government.
Wait a minute. We don't have a
Sorry, I don't have a second.
Do we have a second to this amendment to the amendment?
I'll second. That's a friendly.
Okay, we have a,
If
Go
it's a
ahead.
friendly, let's just go with it, not, we don't
I
need
don't
to.
think we can.
We can't if he says, it's his motion.
It's not, it belongs to the body.
Okay,
it
then I'll
belongs
speak
to
to my
the
motion.
I'll second.
I think the word proper is creating a difficulty, Chair, because, one person might view this as the proper role of government, another person might view this as the proper role of government, and it adds opinion. Whereas if you just define the role of government, those powers are enumerated in the Constitution, and it's objective, and it can be shown quickly, it doesn't have to take lots of time or days. And so I think that will help in this discussion and amendment.
Thank you. So the amendment to the amendment is to strike the word proper. Does anyone want to speak to that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes. So now the amendment is to, not going to read the whole thing. You can see the amendment. The amended amendment is to explain James Madison's role in creating the Constitution and to discuss his work with diverse figures such as Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson to define the role of federal government. Anybody else want to speak to this amended amendment that hasn't spoken? This is the room where it happens. I'm just telling you. So, Board Member Moss, I don't want to stop you. Go ahead.
No, I'll just be really brief. I don't mean this to be divisive or indoctrinating. I think the whole point is that Madison is not just a personal favorite. He's the father of the Constitution, and it's partly because he worked with these different people who had strong disagreements. And the idea is to introduce the process, not to take a side in that debate. It's to show how they worked through the process. They made the federal government big enough to do what it needed to do, but with Jefferson, kept it within its limits. It's pretty simple. You can do that in 30 seconds or a whole semester, but it's meant just to introduce those key concepts and put some life to the people who brought that about. That's it.
Molly has her hand raised. Board Member Straight.
Just real quick, I actually thought there were some really good things about this particular idea, because we'd actually tried to work on and improve it, but every time I sat down to do it, I exploded it out. I actually have it right here, where I wrote 3 additional standards out of this to help clarify, one of which was the Federalist Papers, which I think are absolutely foundational, but most people who read and think they're boring. But the Federalist Papers are important to this discussion as well. So I had a difficult time deciding where to stop with my good ideas. And so in the end, I decided I've got to be able to kick that out. And so that's why this disappeared. In fact, Board Member Earl actually agreed with me on this. I think it was not even close. I think we both agreed on this. But anyway, it's one more great idea, and I can think of 1,000 more great ideas. 1,000. And we can put them all in there, but we can't. And that's why I don't want it in there. Because it is. The concepts are. This is in the standards. It is important. James Madison, the Virginia Plan, his work on the Constitution, and later in his work, if you had time for a story, I have one about George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton.
Molly's going to come sit next to you next.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't go with that. Anyway, bye.
Okay, anyone else want to speak to this amended amendment? Okay, so the amended,
I would just like to reiterate Scott's comment that less is more.
thank you, Board Member Booth. Okay, so the amended amendment is explain James Madison's role in creating the Constitution and discuss his work with diverse figures such as Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson to define the role of federal government. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, those who in favor, please raise your hand. It is Board Member Moss, Board Member Earl, Board Member Klein, Board Member Hutchings. So, and Vice Chair Davis. So that amended amendment fails. Board Member Moss, you have another one? Oh, I thought you had two. Okay, Board Member Hymas? Are you on fifth grade?
Yeah,
Thank
of
you.
course.
Just
one on the compelling questions for the fifth grade strand, number 3. Just a brief addition
would
to
you
the,
give us the number?
it's not a number, it's a compelling question.
Oh, a compelling question, okay. Is it up here on the board? Do they have it?
I asked Jeff and he said yes, so it's on him now.
Okay, and so will you give us your motion first?
Yeah. You want to wait? Or
Yeah, as soon as it's up. I think
Okay.
it's helpful to have it. Oh, he's typing it, so go ahead.
So the question says, what civil rights and liberties are included in the Constitution? I simply want to add, and Bill of Rights.
Second.
It was just up on the screen.
Question?
Strand 5.3, yes, apologies.
I'll second that.
Okay, so it is to add the Bill of Rights to the compelling question on 5.3, on fifth grade, strand 3. Board Member Hymas, would you like to speak to that? The second by Straight.
The Bill of Rights is important. That's it. You
Okay.
should put it in there.
Any discussion to that motion? Oh, it just didn't get moved down. Would that be a cleanup, Dr. Norman? Would that be a cleanup? Because it is in the strand listed above.
It is, and it's in a standard listed below, but this
So-
is just in the compelling
So
question.
would that be a cleanup in the question, or would that be, we need to make an amendment to that? You want to vote on it? Okay, all right. Okay, to determine that. All right, thank you, Board Member Hanson. Board Member Straight?
Alignment. It's good alignment.
Okay, good. Any other questions to this amendment? So the amendment is to add the Bill of Rights to the compelling questions in the fifth grade, strand 3. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Okay. All right, so we are, let's see if there's anybody else. Oh, that, I'm going public 3. Okay, Board Member Earl?
Yeah, 5.6.4, I'd like to add, so research and summarize the accomplishments and contributions made by people from the United States today, including people from minority communities.
So what are you adding? all of that?
Made by people from the United States today, including people from, and then IES at the end of community.
Okay, so.
It's 5.6.4. That would be it.
Okay, so you would be taking out of a and adding made by people from the United States today, including from, and then adding communities and in. And taking out in the United States.
Well, it just gets moved, but yes,
Is that accurate?
that's it.
Okay, do we have a second to that amendment?
I'll second it.
Okay, Board Member Earl, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, this is just an inclusionary language. It doesn't exclude, but it also emphasizes, I think, what the writing committee, from what I heard at our, in our discussions the other day, that this creates that inclusionary process. We're not saying eliminate, you can't include this because of whatever, but this allows that, and it expounds on that in a way that I think is thoughtful and positive.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Board Member Lear?
What does today add?
Is that a question for Board Member Earl?
I think
Maybe
it's a
ask the-
question for, I'm just saying, do we?
I think it
as long as
means
you're
current.
amending that, is today helpful or not in any way?
Dr. Norman?
We have John Arthur from the
That
writing
maybe
committee.
is too much information.
If you need any clarification from the writing committee, as you were asking.
I think the time frame is maybe relevant here, if I can
Maybe a
speak
little
to that.
rhetorical. Never
So-
mind. I don't want to take more time. Never mind. I was thinking there might be.
Board Member Klein?
Yes, I would like to amend the amendment and end it right after put a period after the United States. I think, yeah. Yep.
Oh, so can we just consider that a cleanup because it has today and today with the amendment? Because she has,
I'm saying end the sentence after United States, period. Yep. It says,
Okay, wait a
research and
minute.
summarize the accomplishments and contributions made by people from the United States, period.
oh, so it isn't the United States you want to take out. You want to take out minority communities.
It's already included, minorities are included in people in the United States. United States is all inclusive of the people in it.
Okay, but I'm just trying to get clarity. Jenny, yours did not take that out, right? So you're taking that out. We need to be clear that that's.
Yes,
that the
that's my amendment to her amendment.
The amendment is to take out from minority, right there, to end there. Oh, and get rid of that last half of that. Oh, thank you. I was looking at the United States at the very end.
Oh.
That's where I was confused.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Okay, so do we have a second? The amendment is to end after the United States and take out today, including people from minority communities, Do we have a second to that amendment? We do not. Let's go back to the amendment, to the amended amendment. Now do the amendment. Sorry. So the amendment is to research and summarize, to add made by people from the United States today, including people from, and then make it communities and remove of a. Any more discussion to that amendment? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, should I say? Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Okay, will the ayes raise their hands, please? So we have an aye from Board Member Booth, Board Member Moss, Board Member Hart, Board Member Earl, Board Member Hymas, Board Member Klein, Board Member Hutchings. Okay, that amendment fails. Go ahead, Board Member Earl.
Yes, Jeff, if you can pull up my amendment. This is sixth grade, and can we switch to
Let's
sixth
not
grade?
switch to six. Board Member Klein, do you have something else on
Okay.
fifth grade? Board Member Klein, do you have something else on fifth grade? You do not. Okay. All right. So, Board Member, does anyone else have anything for sixth grade that they? Yeah, well, for fifth, we're done. Okay. Yeah, so they're
So-
both together.
So you
go
could
ahead.
take a motion to, that's what I was
Yeah,
going
I'll-
to get in the queue, motion to divide.
Yeah, I'll move to divide and to adopt the fifth grade
Second.
standards as amended.
Okay, as amended and with technical changes
And
still,
with technical changes.
as it was before. We have a second from Board Member Hart, or I'm sorry, I think you made the motion, but he made the motion too.
No, I was just saying there was.
Okay. Okay, so to divide the fifth grade from the sixth grade at this point, any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
No.
No.
Oh, to divide, yes.
To divide, okay. Okay, so then the motion that we're back to the original motion, which is now divided. So the first one is to approve the fifth grade standards as amended and with all the technical changes that will need to be made later. Any discussion to that motion? Board Chair, sorry. Seeing none? Board Member Klein, did you have a discussion to that?
And can I make a substitute motion?
Yes, you can.
I would move to send the fifth grade standards back to committee for further work.
Okay, so the Board Member Klein is asking for that. Do we have a second to that motion? We do not, so the motion on the table is to, yes, go ahead. Yeah, throughout all of them. I appreciate that. It's including all technical changes for all the standards, not just for fifth grade. Jeff, did you hear that? Jeff, did you hear that? That the technical changes are for all the standards, not just fifth grade. That was the motion coming out of committee. Thank you. Thank you. I was going to say Chair Hansen because that's what you are. Okay, so the motion before the board is that the motion approve the fifth grade standards as amended, including all technical changes for all K-6 standards. Board Member Earl?
Yeah, I still feel like this is so expansive for our fifth grade educators. I have great concern with that, and that I just don't think we're there yet. So that's my comments.
Thank you. Board Member, Chair Huntsman, sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to call the question.
Thank you. The motion on the table is to call to question on this motion of to approve the fifth grade standards as amended, including all technical corrections needed for all K-6 standards. Thank you. No, call to question doesn't, sorry. Call to question does? Oh. Okay, Miss Janet, thank you. Okay. Okay, all in favor of calling to question? Aye. Those opposed? Okay, so the motion now before the table, thank you, Miss Janet. The motion before the board is that the board approve the fifth grade standards as amended, including all technical corrections needed for all 6 through 12. I think we should say not all standards, but for the K-5, for the K-6 social studies standards. I think we should better be clear on that. So, okay. All in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
We have one no. Board Member Klein? Okay. Any changes? So now the motion before the board is to approve the sixth grade social studies standards. Any discussion to that motion? Board Member Earl?
Yeah, I have an amendment.
Yes.
All right. Sorry, it may need just a little cleanup. I inserted trying to condense. But, so sixth grade, strand 1.
I think it's up here, Jenny. Is this accurate?
Yeah. Except for there, on the second one, or the third one, there's a couple of things I tried to insert, so it might need to be cleaned up just a little bit on it. But just at the end of that, so that the students, they will compare early governments and the foundations of modern governments, including the foundations of liberty and self-governance in the ancient world.
We're just talking about strand 1 now. Should we do all 3 of them? Chair Hansen, I would defer to you as a suggestion. Do we do strand 1, 2, and 3 together, or just keep it separate?
It's similar. They're all
Okay, go ahead.
along the same lines.
Go ahead.
And then adding in, students will explore the development of liberty and self-government during the post-classical era. And then the next one, this is where I inserted this, but it might need to be moved a little bit. Students will describe how the political and economic impacts of this time period, see, I've got the time period, probably needs to be moved up, including the development of ideals and institutions of liberty and self-governance, created new political ideologies. Jeff, did you catch that? Yeah. Okay. And then I have an add instead of and. So I think that cleans that up. So that would be my 3.
Are these accurate then, Jenny?
Those are.
Board Member Earl?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And do we have a second to this amendment?
Second.
Second, Board Member Klein. Board Member Earl?
Yeah, going through the sixth grade standards, and I understand this is world civilization. There's a number of objectives in studying world civilizations, and I think we hit a lot of those objectives in the standards themselves. The inclusion of these 3 items, first of all, is it's not overpowering, it's including foundations. We're talking about the very foundations of liberty and self-governance. There's other governments throughout the world, and so this does not take away from that, I feel like. Then again, we're talking about explore the development under the strand 2, and then under strand 3, once again, it comes back to the development of just those basic ideas and of liberty and self-governance. I spoke a little bit earlier. I think sometimes we're exchanging language out of here. We are putting in globalization everywhere, but we don't have liberty anywhere in here. And I understand that from talking to other people that somehow liberty's become maybe a bad word or something. I'm not sure, but I do think liberty is an outcome, and I do feel strongly that is one component of world civilization, is to understand some of those foundational pieces. And so I think this is a responsible move. I think it's a thoughtful move to put in these foundational pieces, or at least draw some attention to that. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Board Member Klein, do you want to speak to this? No, she's doing something else. Vice Chair Davis?
I'd like to divide the question and divide out strand number 3 separately from the first 2.
So the motion is to divide out 1 and 2 and divide 3 out from them. Do we have a second to that? Second, Board Member Hansen, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, it's hard to speak to that without speaking to the other motions, but I would support this in strand number 3, but less so in the first 2, and I can speak to it if it passes as to why. Or do I guess I need to just do that now?
Yeah, you can speak to both of them because you're dividing.
Okay. I just feel like, what happened here was so monumental with the governed having a say in the government. And that's what makes this country so, miraculous. But I think that came later, and I think it's okay to juxtapose the two, what was happening more anciently and then what was happening here in more modern times. And I just think that the separation helps to juxtapose the two a little better.
Thank you. I have a clarifying question, Board Member Earl. If we add these to this, will it also require additional amendments to the strands below? Will it is it going to add more sections, if I can say that?
I don't know if adding more sections, I think it just clarifies what they would be studying.
Okay.
Or
I just wondered if what you're working on, if you had
I'm not
it.
adding any more amendments.
Thank you.
This is it. This is it.
Equated to
So
those.
I would love
Okay.
it if we had more amendments, but it seems that's not the intent of
That was just a
the
clarifying
body.
for me, if there was, we needed to do that. Okay. Board Member
I have a
Lear?
similar clarifying question. The first two said self-government, the last one is self-governance. And it may be a distinction without a difference, but in my mind, governance is broader than government. Is that intentional, or should they all be one or the other?
Board Member Earl, do you have a thought on that?
Could you, my apologies, I'm trying to understand what your difference is there.
I'm saying, is there any distinction for you between self-government and
And governance.
self-governance? Because the first two say government, and self-government during the post-class
Yeah,
career.
it can be changed to self-governance. I'm not, yeah.
I just think if there's any distinction, it seems like we would want to use the same word between the two.
Fair enough.
in
I
the-
think,
and
I
just-
don't know if
so
that needs to be as
that's-
amendment or if that's a friendly amendment.
That could be a friendly.
Yeah.
And maybe that's non-substantive, I don't know, but
I think it's probably non-substantive to make them
Okay.
the same. Okay, and I've kind of lost my thought process, but we are on dividing the question at this point. So we would be dividing out strand 1 and 2 from 3. Does anyone else want to speak to that? Seeing none, all in favor? Those opposed? Okay, so we will go to strand 1 and 2. So the motion is on strand 1 and 2 to add, including the foundations of liberty and self-governance in the ancient world, and students will explore the development of liberty and self-governance during the post-classical era. Any discussion to those amendments? Board Member Klein?
I would like to make an amendment to strand 2. And Jeff is going to help me with that based on what I've submitted. And
Thank
how
you.
it fits in with these changes that have been made now.
Thank you.
Okay, so it should be up there now. So I would move to, so that the language now says, and I don't have it broken out, so and information is new, the expansion of knowledge is already there. I'm adding and information, and then I'm trying to see what else was added here. And then striking and encouraged global interconnectedness.
Okay, I think Jeff's trying to do it up above, maybe in a different color to help us to see. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So I would, okay. Changing technical, they're still kind of, I'm gonna have to read my paper.
We'll wait till he gets it up here and see if we have
Okay.
it right. Natalie, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so Jeff, can you pull that down? And Board Member Klein, does this look accurate on the screen?
Let's see. Can you, I think we need to scroll a little bit. Okay. So yes, the expansion of knowledge and information through science, language, writing, religion, and technological innovations, and promoted liberty and prosperity in different civilizations. Students will explore the development of liberty and self-governance during the post-classical era. They will understand how this created and
Getting it.
okay.
Did you get it moved up, Jeff, that technological interconnectedness?
Okay. So we're good? Okay, it should be
Is
the
that
way.
it? Is that accurate? Board Member Klein?
Difference and promoted liberty and prosperity in different civilizations. Students will explore the development of liberty and self-governance during the post-classical era.
But I think she wanted to add the
I don't think that's how it's supposed to end there.
interconnectedness down here, Jeff.
Yeah, they will understand how this created an interconnectedness between distant societies and civilizations, period, is how it should end.
Technological.
That's up there technically.
I think I did add technological, but I would be okay with that taken out as well. But technological interconnectedness between distant societies and civilizations. Period. Yes, so that's correct.
So Jeff is.
Yes, thank you.
It's in black. Was that already there? Okay, so we're just taking out that ripples into modern history. Is that accurate?
The global is supposed to be taken out.
The word global.
Yes.
Just global.
Yep.
Just the word global, Jeff, as a strikeout.
Yep, just strike out global.
Thank you. Okay, so will you pull that down now again? Thank you, Jeff, so much for your hard work. Will you pull it down so we can see the whole thing? Board Member Klein, I just want to double check. Is this accurate?
Yes.
So the amendment is to add and information and promoted liberty and prosperity in different civilizations, and to remove global and remove that ripples into modern history.
Correct.
Thank you. Do we have a second to that amendment? We do not, so let's go back to the amendment. The amendment is to add students will explore the development of liberty and self-governance during the post-classical era, and where's the number one strand? Jeff, I need number one strand too, I'm sorry. And add, including the foundations of liberty and self-governance in the ancient world. Any discussion to these additions? Board Member Hansen?
I'm no historian, have a basic grasp of this, but I have had several historians who've checked in through the discussions that we've been having over the past few months, who've really pointed out that it seems to be a stretch to be looking for the foundations of liberty and self-governance in these early periods, because it really was unknown at those times. And so I would speak against, I guess, adopting these revisions to strands 1 and 2.
Thank you. Board Member Klein, did you have something on this?
Sorry, I did have amendments to strand 1 as well.
Too late. No, I'm just kidding. Board Member Klein, yes, you can make an amendment to strand 1.
Okay, so I would strike civilization and put history. So it says world history instead of world civilizations. And I would strike as humans migrated across the earth.
You would strike that?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I think that covers it.
Okay, so your amendment is to strike civilizations and humans migrated across the earth. Is that accurate? Do we have a second to that amendment? History was already there, wasn't it? Oh, sorry. It's to civilizations, to take civilizations out and add history, and humans migrated across the earth to take out.
Well, and at the beginning, worlds, where it says world civilizations. No. Yeah, I would change it to world history as well. I don't think the ancient civilizations was fine. I think we changed it in the wrong place. Yeah. So, yeah, that second one doesn't.
So that was the incorrect spot.
Yep, just in the title part.
Okay,
World
thank you.
history.
And so
And
civilization is
civilization
not
stays.
crossed out there.
Isn't-
Board Member
out.
Klein, civilization is not crossed out
It's
there?
not crossed out.
Okay,
no.
thank you. So it is to change the title from world civilizations to history and to cross out humans migrated across the earth. Do we have a second to that amendment? We do not. Let's go back to the amendment now, is to add, including the foundations of liberty and self-governance in the ancient world, and, strand 2, Jeff, roll. Students will explore the development of liberty and self-governance during the post-classical era. Any more discussion to this amendment? Board Member Straight.
Don't do that. All right, so I'm going to be really good.
Okay.
So I really appreciate that where we were a couple weeks ago to where we're at now in the sixth grade standards. I'm against changing strand 1 to strand 2, but as a precursor, I think it may fit appropriately in strand 3, so I'm ready to move on 1 and 2.
Thank you, Board Member Straight. I won't roll my eyes anymore. Board Member Earl?
Yeah, so Rome and Greece do fall into these categories, and to say that they don't lay foundational principles would be an inaccurate measurement of history. And I think this doesn't, the wording of this does not overwhelm the standards themselves. They allow for those other dialogues to take place, but it also allows for those foundational pieces. Keep in mind that the first whole section, strand 1, covers clear up to 500C. So we aren't adding it in other places. In other words, we're not directing, certain areas. We're leaving it open, but this helps to make sure that some of those, or at least some of those foundational principles are addressed. And so I just wanted, I think we should take that into consideration here. And it is just the foundations. It's not a completely developed idea. That begins later on, so.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Board Member Straight?
I think that's a good statement. I might be convinced if I could envision what we're talking about if I had.
Okay. All right, Board Member Klein, you're still up for something else. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mine is just
Go ahead, Board Member
very
Lear.
brief. Again, I will resist, given what some of you who are practitioners have said, I will resist anything that says including, because it seems contrary to the message I'm getting that these are already too big.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Okay, seeing no other lights, the motion before the board is to add, including the foundations of liberty and self-governance in the world, and to students will explore the development of liberty and self-governance during the post-classical era in strands 1 and 2 in sixth grade. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, will those who are an aye raise your hand, please? Board Member Moss, Board Member Earl, Board Member Hymas, Board Member Klein, Board Member Hutchings, Board Member Belknap. Okay. No. Okay, so let's go now. We are back now to strand 3 of on the amendment of strand 3 now, right? Okay, so the amendment is including the development of ideals and institutions of liberty and self-governance. Any discussion to this amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Those opposed? Okay, will the ayes raise your hand, please? Board Member Moss, Board Member Hart, Board Member Earl, Board Member Hymas, Board Member Hutchings, Vice Chair Davis,
Yes. That was a
and
yes
Board
on
Member
3.
Klein.
Yeah.
All right, so now we are back to the original motion that came out of committee. Board Member Klein, do you have another sixth grade amendment?
Right, did that last one pass? Did you say?
It did not.
Welcome.
No, do you want to count again? Would you like to see that? Board Member Earl, are you okay?
Okay, so.
Just for clarification, we have some concerns. Would you please read the ayes from the last vote? I think that's helpful. Is that accurate? Okay. I've got to she's not ready. Board Member Straight?
That came so fast. I was hoping for some discussion. I know it was presented, it was up for discussion, but I was still thinking through it and that, so I voted no because I.
Bring it back.
It's hard for me to think that long. Okay, so well, I'm gonna,
Would you like to bring it back?
no. I think it's fine the way it was. I had some hope that we would have a discussion to where we could work through it, but I'm not prepared to change my mind at this point.
Okay. Board Member Klein?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion on to change the compelling question on strand, 6th grade strand 1. And it will say, how does appreciating and allowing for differences while seeking out commonalities contribute to the strength, resiliency, and sustainability of civilizations?
And are you removing a question or are you adding a question?
Adding my paper. I think it's adding. Okay, yeah, adding that compelling question.
Adding that compelling question to these questions that are already here under 6th grade strand 1, and you would like to add.
Actually, I would like to replace the one that says, how do interactions between diverse groups of people influence the rise and or fall of societies?
Okay, so you want to remove the 4th one and add, how does appreciating and allowing the differences while seeking out commonalities contribute to the strengths, resiliency, and sustainability of civilizations?
That's correct.
So it's accurate now on the board?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second to this motion amendment? We do not?
I'll second it.
Oh, second, Vice Chair Davis. Board Member Klein, would you like to speak to this?
I think I just think it speaks for itself.
Okay, all right, and you just have the opportunity. So, so the motion then before the board is to remove, how do interactions between diverse groups of people influence the rise and fall of societies, and will be replaced with, how does appreciating and allowing the differences while seeking out commonalities contribute to the strength, resiliency, and sustainability of civilizations?
I'd like to amend the amendment.
Vice Chair Davis?
Yeah, I'd like to amend the amendment and keep this question in and add the question above to the bottom of the list. Yes, so I expect you'll be voting no, but yes.
Okay, so the amendment is to keep this question and add the amendment. Do we have a second to that?
I'll second.
Second, Board Member Earl. Did you want to speak to your amendment, to the amendment?
I mean, it's a good question. And, you know, teachers can choose with these questions. It's not like we're putting in a whole entire new standard. There are some options to choose from in these compelling questions.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Earl was next.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Board Member Lear.
I need a refresher because I haven't been intimately involved in every element of this. How are the compelling questions, how are teachers instructed about or LEAs instructed about using these compelling questions? Are they optional? Are they prompts? Are they, if this is not an inclusion, if this is just another idea for a teacher to consider, help me better understand.
Mr. Arthur, since
Oh,
you've
I
come to the table,
rejected.
that would be great. However, you know, you just are advertising on your shirt that everyone should become a teacher. So, will you push your mic? Go ahead.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself, please.
Hello, my name is John Arthur. I'm a sixth grade teacher in Salt Lake City. And as far as the utilization.
And a member of the writing committee.
And a member of the writing committee. Now, as far as the utilization of compelling questions, as was stated, there's no requirement that we use those. As teachers receive standards, sometimes, frankly, you look at them and you're confused. What does this mean? So you look at the compelling questions both as a place to begin with conversations in the classroom and also a place to begin your learning as an elementary school generalist on what is it that I need to know in order to be effective as an instructor on these standards.
Ask a quick follow-up.
Quick.
So you believe that teachers do not feel like, given the teachers are rule followers, they don't feel like, no, I have to ask all of these, or I can't pick and choose. You feel like they really are prompts from which to choose in teachers' minds.
I don't want to speak for all teachers.
And just in your opinion.
I will give you this. When I was a first, second year teacher, I would look at these questions and I would use them because I didn't know what else to use, especially given that we don't have a curriculum. So I would come back to these questions as places to put up on the board a conversation in my classroom. So will first, early year teachers use these? Probably. As teachers go on, and this has been a part of your conversation all along, are these standards too long for a teacher to teach? Absolutely. I don't think that that's a fault of the standards. I think that's a fault of how little time we dedicate to the teaching of our history, our government, our economic system, and so on. But as you advance in your career, you learn to pick and choose.
Thanks. That's super helpful.
Thank you. Okay, we have about 10 minutes left. Let's see. Board Member Hart?
I appreciate that answer, and as a practitioner, I agree. A compelling question allows a teacher to set up a situation where there is a discussion rather than just a one-way sharing of a set of facts. It allows for a robust environment where there's a reason that you're learning the standards. I share the concern about standards. I wish teachers didn't have to pick and choose, and I do believe that when they do pick and choose, they're almost de facto making a curriculum, which then the next teacher can't rely on that learning having been taught. So we need to keep it as tight as possible, but unfortunately, teachers are in the position of having to pick and choose because we make them so expansive. In this, speaking to this, the addition of that compelling question, I believe, I'm speaking in favor of it, it allows for a teacher to have go to a deeper discussion if they have the time and the resources, and if it's appropriate for their class, they can go to a deeper depth of knowledge, which is just an education term. I do support an additional question to guide perhaps a new teacher in ensuring that there's a robust conversation that makes the standard relevant. So we're looking at compelling questions, create relevancy for the standard, I guess is, so I speak in support of this, and it doesn't add, it doesn't make a additional requirement, it simply guides a perhaps teacher in a direction.
Thank you. Board Member Straight?
Yeah, I'm looking at these two, and I don't have an issue with either one. One gives a little more information. One is a little more succinct, but are both getting at the same thing? Do we want, or are they, is it different? That's the question I have, and I'm not certain what the answer is to that. But when I look at how do interactions between diverse groups of people influence the rise and fall of societies, there's always that first question of, well, why do societies come about in the first place, and then how do they rise or fall, and what is the process? And so, in that sense, it is a different question, but I think I could interpret it either way. So it's really hard for me to sit here and say, that's a great idea, because it is, but they're both great ideas. Do we just add both? Maybe.
Well, that's
But
the
they had
motion, that's the motion on the table right now.
But the thing is we've developed where we are right now over the last 2 years, and now, right now, I'm asking myself the question on something we just added 5 minutes ago that I've had very little time to think about without understanding fully the implications of that. I think it is a compelling question. If I had to make the decision, I would support it, because I don't think it hurts anything.
Thank you, Board Member Straight. Board Member Hanson?
Yeah, I think we have lots of good ideas. And as we've gone through this process, I've looked at these good ideas, and then I've said, do I really want to put myself in the place of, 19 teachers who've looked at all this and decided that these are relevant, compelling questions that allow us to cover the material, and then second guess that and add something which I think is duplicative of what's already there. I think a teacher can get at it with the question that's already there. And my answer to that has just been no. Unless there's something substantial that we're trying to do, and I can find a good reason to override the process that we've been through so far, and that committee that we've put together who's said that this is our finished product and this allows us to teach these standards adequately. And I've voted no. I'm not voting no on the ideas themselves, because I'm all for most of these ideas that have come up. But with looking at the process and the work that's gone into this and the people that have, but they have a lot more experience than I'll ever have on teaching sixth grade kids. And I just have a hard time inserting myself into that with something like this that I don't feel is substantial or don't think adds that much to the process.
Thank you. Vice Chair Davis?
Chair, I agree with what's been said in general, and we don't want to get too broad and we don't want to add, but we do need to be thoughtful about if there is something, a little piece that could be missing. And we have a lot of conversation and standards and questions about differences included, but we don't have a lot about, are there commonalities? And how does that also change the fabric of a society? And I think it's important. It was important then, and it's important now to appreciate differences and also look at the commonalities. I think it's an important question to add. I think it's okay to add in a little piece, and I would be okay. Well, never mind.
All right. Any more discussion to this question? Seeing none, the amendment before the board is to add, how does appreciating and allowing for differences while seeking out commonalities contribute to the strength, resiliency, and sustainability of civilizations? All in favor? Aye. Those opposed? will the ayes raise their hands, please? Board Member Booth, Board Member Moss, Board Member Hart, Board Member Earl, Board Member Hymus, Board Member Klein, Board Member Hutchings, Board Member Lear, Vice Chair Davis. Does that pass? Okay, it passes. The amended motion passes. So, okay, Chair Huntsman?
Yeah, I'd like to call to question the amended motion.
Second, Board Member Cannon. So the motion before the board is to approve the sixth grade social studies standards as amended. We don't have to do any technicals.
Wait, you're calling the question. Aren't we voting on calling the question?
No, it's not it's not a discussion. No. It's to call to question.
To end
Okay,
all,
which means.
No
which
more
means
amendments on
end
sixth grade.
discussion. Okay? To end debate. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, and it's a non-debatable motion, okay? So the motion before the board is to end debate and to approve the sixth grade social studies standards as amended. No, it's just to end debate. Sorry, I'm sorry, I added that. Apologize. End debate to that motion. Okay, all in favor of ending debate, say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
no.
Okay, raise your hand if you are opposed to ending debate. Board Member Moss, Board Member Hart, Board Member Earl, Board Member Klein, Vice Chair Davis, and you are? No? Okay, okay. No, I'm just checking. How many is that?
You wanted the
And, yeah, those were the no's. Okay, so, yeah, those that voted no. Is that accurate? Okay, so the motion before the board is to approve the sixth grade social studies standards as amended. Okay, and I don't think we can debate this now because we ended debate, right? Is that right? Because we ended debate, we can't debate this anymore. Okay, so the motion before the board is to approve the sixth grade social studies standards as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Okay, will the ayes please raise their hands? Board Member Booth, Board Member Moss, Board Member Hymus, Board Member Cannon, I was going to say Janet, Board Member Norton, Board Member Hutchings, Board Member Straight, Board Member Hanson, Board Member Lear, Vice Chair Davis, and Chair Huntsman, and me. So the sixth grade social studies standards have now passed, and can I just say, I just want to say it's been a Herculean event by many, and thank those who have served on this committee and also on the committees. So thank you. All right, we will take a 5-minute break. We'll take a 5-minute break.
How many different things can you do at once? Think and type and translate.
Never a skill that is ever as good as it needs to be.
Yeah, you did good. Oh, thank you for your help. Oh, it's, we have our limits, right? I don't need it.
I said, I just got to stand for. I don't need to go anywhere. I just got to stand.
But I'm wondering though, that other one that's over there, the application,
I just have to say that out loud. I'm just saying it out loud. I mean, you might get mad because I swear, you know? I always do. I would say that.
Holidays? I am. Rule is. I'm already looking forward to it. Yeah. It comes really quick. Yeah.
Board members, we're ready to start again. How was that? Going right back to you. I told Kelsey that too. Board members, please take your seats. Going to go back and finish up Chair Huntsman's chair report. So go ahead, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Can I invite Mark Peterson to come up here to the table? Have a seat, Mark. So I want to spotlight Mark for just take the privilege to do that. And we also have Kathy Jensen, but I'm going to do Mark first. They're both leaving us this month. Is that correct? Close to, or maybe depends on how they backfill. But this is our opportunity to spotlight and say thank you. So I'm going to go with Mark Peterson first. I've got a little bio, a little write-up on him. But I want to read it because I don't want to mess it up. So, Mark Peterson. Mark Peterson was born and raised in Salt Lake City. He dropped, can I say that really loud? He dropped out of Skyline High School in his junior year to attend the University of Utah. He earned a Bachelor of Arts degree with dual majors in English language and literature and Russian and Soviet studies. He went to graduate school in English at the University of Chicago, where his master's project focused on the French invasion imagery used by Lawrence Oliver to boost civilian morale in his 1944 film production of Henry V in 1985. Okay, in 1985, he traveled to the Soviet Union, where he met his wife, Rita Turner, who was also a tourist. He has worked in the fast food industry as a truck driver, bookseller, reporter, editor, and public relations specialist in both higher and K-12 public education. He has presented at public education conferences on issues of media relations and presented a paper at the American Journalism Historians Association meeting. He and his wife, Rita, raised two sons, Ian and Craig, in Ogden. Ian unfortunately died at the age of 12 of a bacterial infection following a successful live donor liver transplant from his mother. His son Craig and daughter-in-law Mary are now raising their first daughter, Phoebe Ian Peterson. Phoebe. Oh, where did I get Phoebe? Oh, Phoebe, sorry. Phoebe, that is a cool name too, by the way, and spelled in a cool way. If you have ever called USBE, emailed for more information, attended a board meeting, or seen news coverage of public education, then you have benefited from the expertise of Mark Peterson. Knowing affectionately as the USBE historian, Mark Peterson has given his heart, humor, and skills to Utah K-12 education as our public information officer for over 20 years. The entire state public education community will miss Mark, as he is truly irreplaceable. We wish him the best in his well-deserved retirement. Thank you, Mark. So Mark, if you can take a moment if you would like, and you're kind of a specialist in words.
Chair Huntsman, members of the Utah State Board of Education, it is my honor to be here with you one last time. And as the employee who is inevitably the last one out the door on board meeting days, putting the summary together, it is my intent to leave it at thank you. I have been honored to serve you, and it's been a pleasure, and I look forward to future successes from this board and from Utah Public Education.
Thank you. Next, yeah, okay.
May I?
Yeah,
Is
I
there?
didn't see that light.
Well,
Now I can see that.
I've
light.
got to ask, what's with the picture? I mean, he's holding some barbecue sauce. You cook, you barbecue, what's happened?
My boss, Sarah Young, asked everyone in her group to send, because we are working hybrid, to send a photo of themselves along with a little background and their favorite Thanksgiving feast item so that everybody in the group could get to know everybody. That was the only picture I had that had food involved in it. I had been asked by my brother-in-law what was a good barbecue sauce, and my wife, we were sitting having lunch that day, that's me at my kitchen table, and she took a picture of me with the Stubbs barbecue to send to her brother so that he would know what barbecue sauce to buy.
There you go. Well, thank you. Next, my pleasure to say a few words about Kathy Jensen. As we all know, almost every board meeting that I've ever attended, she's highlighted art all over our state. But Kathy Jensen. Kathy Jensen was born and raised in Ephraim, Utah. She graduated from Manti High and went to earn a bachelor's of music from Snow College and a master's of education administration from the University of Utah. She initially served as an elementary band teacher for 8 years in Granite School District. Kathy then moved to serve as a middle school band orchestra and choir teacher in Granite and Jordan School Districts. After years in the classroom, she spent 20 years as a middle school principal and founded Utah Schools to Watch, an initiative to advance excellence in middle grades. Beyond being an exceptional educator and leader, Kathy contributed to the broader education community through her work on accreditation, serving as the president of the Utah Middle Level Association and the treasurer of the National Organization of the State Education Agency Directors of Arts Education. Furthermore, she has served as an affiliate representative for the Education Commission of States and the Arts Education Partnership. The board has had the privilege monthly to see Kathy's engagement in the arts at board meeting as she presented the monthly collections of art displays from across Utah's classroom. Kathy has been a champion of the importance of the arts in students' lives. In particular, she has been instrumental in the successful stewardship and growth of the Beverly Taylor Sorensen's Arts Program. She has been strategic in supporting the art specialists, endowed chairs, and school leaders who are essential for its success. She has advanced policy to expand the program year after year and partnered effectively with art advocates and leaders. Her incredible passion for the arts has driven her work, and Utah's children have greater access to the arts because of her diligent efforts. We are so grateful for the knowledge, expertise, and vision Kathy has brought to her work. Thank you, Kathy. Few words? Your mic. It's still not. Well, we might have to jump to another mic. It's not.
The one that says
There it
speak,
is.
not mute. I feel like the thanks needs to come from me. You let me do this. This was such a wonderful experience. And I leave with that same passion. I love what the arts can do for children. I love what you as board members labor to do to ensure equity and access and a great climate for kids to learn and for them to be nourished and to grow. And I just so much appreciate your work. Everybody should want my job. I don't know why you didn't all apply. I thought of applying for it myself. But I will be staying on just part-time to help with transition and through the legislative session. So I look forward to that opportunity. And just thanks for your support over the years. Please keep doing what you do best. Thank you.
You sneaked that in.
We'll jump up again. That concludes my, well, thank you. I know you guys are busy, and you're welcome to hang around our meeting as long as we're going, and hopefully we're wrapped up about 5:30. Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you. Concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Huntsman. We'll go on to the general consent calendar. I'm just asking if anybody wants to pull any items off the consent calendar at this time. Board Member Klein?
I wanted to pull this Stronger Connections grant.
6.2.
6.2.1. And 6.2.2.
Both of those. Okay, so off this consent calendar, we're pulling 6.2.1 and 6.2.2. I'd be seeking a motion then. Go ahead, Chair Huntsman.
I'll make the motion that we approve the consent calendar with those items removed.
Okay, so the motion, seconded by Board Member Cannon, the motion is to approve the consent calendar with 6.2.1 and 6.2.2 removed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Board Member Klein, do you have some questions on these?
Well, I'm not in favor of the Stronger Connections grant from the U.S. Department of Ed, first off, because it's more federal funding, but just in reading the documents that go along with it and the requirements, I am not convinced that the interventions that they are promoting actually make our schools safe. It's just more of the same intervention programs that are actually creating a lot of the problems in our schools and far from helping, so I will not be voting for these.
And it's the same for both of those you're speaking?
And the other one, the rigorous interventions and continuous school improvement, there's okay, so I just want to explain on this one. I'm all for letting, I would vote in favor of letting the schools out of turnaround. I am for letting them out, those that have shown that they are ready. I do have questions though regarding the measures that they have taken to get out of turnaround and if they're actually improving proficiency, academic proficiency scores. In looking at the slides and their presentations and what they're doing, I made a list of all of the different things that they've done, and very few, if any, touch on the academic side of things. And so my goal would be to have interventions, if we're doing turnaround, to have it academic focused on improving proficiency scores, not just graduation rates. That if we're going to incentivize based on graduation rates, then a requirement should be that they have proficiency scores that parallel or are at the same level as their graduation rates, because otherwise we're perversely incentivizing graduation without the appropriate proficiency scores that should go with a graduate. So
thank you, Board Member Klein. Board Member Earl?
I just have a question on, I mean, as I look down through our CSI schools, those that exited as well as those that are staying in, it just seems like a huge percent of these schools, and I don't know if the phrase is alternative high schools, but they are schools that it seems like we need another measurement tool for them. This just doesn't seem like it's, anyway, and this is maybe a dialogue down the road, but I really think we need to be looking at those and saying, what does this really need to look like? For some of the reasons that Board Member Klein mentioned, as well as a variety of other reasons, do we want to categorize them in certain categories, or is there just, uniqueness to them that we're trying to work with? I just think it, and I don't know how many there are, but it seemed like most of these schools fit into that category. So they're, anyways, I don't, yeah.
It is a discussion that still
Okay,
needs to be
I
had.
just, noticing
It
that,
is.
yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
I think you're right.
That's my
Board Member Earl. Okay. All right, so Board Member Lear?
Yes, anticipating this discussion a little bit, I looked carefully at this. I'm specifically looking at the Stronger Connections Grant Program, and I sort of on the opposite side of this coin that we need the federal money that we can get until we are not 50th or 51st in the country in terms of funding for our schools, until the legislature offers us those billions of dollars that come to the schools because of the federal government. I will always support that. But the other aspect of this is looking at this Stronger Connections grant. They're very, as the Department of Education addressed this, the second purpose was engaging students, families, educators, staff, community organizations in the selection and implementation of strategies. And I find that very appealing, that that one of the purposes of this grant is to involve families and community organizations and have them contribute to the decisions that schools are making. So I both support the money and I support that engagement with the community that is directed by this grant.
Carol, were you making a motion in there somewhere?
I move that we, and having said that backwards, I move that we approve the second, or the both items 6.1 and 6.2.
Okay, so the motion is to approve 6.2.1 and 6.2.2. Do we have a second to that motion? Second, Board Member Booth. Are you done discussing it? Okay, thank you. Any discussion to that motion? Board Member Klein?
I would just like to amend the motion or divide the question.
Okay, so do we have a second to divide the questions? Second, Board Member Earl, do you want to have a discussion to that?
Oh, I think I already explained.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion is to divide 6.2.1 from 6.2.2. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, will the ayes please raise their hands? The ayes are Board Member
To divide.
to divide. Board Member Hart, Board Member Earl, Board Member Klein, Board Member Norton, Board Member Hutchings, and Board Member Moss. That does not pass. So the motion before the board is to approve 6.2.1 and 6.2.2. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Will the noes please raise their hands? Board Member Earl, Board Member Klein. Thank you. I think Dr. Norman's going to, are you going to discuss this, Dr. Norman, the letter of information? Or is that Brian? Brian, I apologize, AAG Quisenberry. This, go ahead. Can I just get clarifying? This did come out, oh no, go ahead.
Okay, so Brian Quesenberry, legal counsel here for the board. This is I'm calling it a cover letter. I think it's also an introduction letter to the Sharps survey. And the board had already, I believe, reviewed this last month or possibly in October. And I had a chance belatedly to look at it and saw that it referenced in the cover letter again, 2 protected classes, gender identity and sexual orientation. And you can see it there on the TV screen in red. And my concern is that this I'm sure unintentionally could expose the board to a claim of discrimination. It's called disparate impact discrimination by only identifying two protected classes to the exclusion of other protected classes. And so in looking at options for the board to consider, kind of revisions to this cover letter, I've reviewed the Sharps survey questions, and there's two additional protected classes that are discussed in the Sharp survey. One is religion, and the other is race. So there's 4 total protected classes that are mentioned, or at least implicated in the questions. So anyway, so there in your backup materials, there are a couple of options to kind of remedy this situation. I can review those, or maybe there's some questions from board members about this.
So, AAG Quisenberry, I think race, religion, sex, gender identity, and sexual orientation.
That's
So there
true,
are
sex
5.
as well. That's
Okay,
correct.
so there are 5. And
Yes.
then for another clarification, are you suggesting that we list all of these, or we don't list any, or it's up to the board?
Those are 2 options right there.
Okay.
One is just to eliminate all references to protected classes or include them all.
Okay. All right. Board Member Earl?
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion.
Go
Are we to
ahead.
that point? Yeah, that we change the language to say demographic data, including questions related to race, religion, sex, gender identity, and sexual orientation. Make that change to our letter.
Do we have a second to that? Board Member Hymas? Any discussion to that? Jenny?
Only that I think it's accurate if we reference one, we should reference all that are indicated in there. And I think that's a fair.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Board Member Hymas?
Yeah, I had questions that, thank you, Brian, for answering some of those questions. In the scope of transparency that comes with the concern with the Sharp survey, I think this best fits that, right? If we're gonna identify a couple, let's identify them all, just so that parents have a better understanding of what kind of questions we're asking and what it involves, right? What's going on here? So again, as this is just simply a letter of what do they call it? I lost the letter of information. This offers information, so I support the motion.
Thank you. Board Member Cannon?
Yes, so in view of the proposed amendment, if that passes, do we also need to include the words, "This is not an exhaustive list," if indeed we have covered all of the protective classes? Because in my mind, if we left that in, then it would be questionable.
Yeah, that's extraneous then.
Okay, I'd like to amend the motion to exclude the words, "This is not an exhaustive list."
Without objection, can we do that? Does anyone have an objection with that? I did. She's fine with that. And the second, you're okay with that too? Without objection? Okay. So, thank you, Ms. Janet. Okay, so the motion, Board Member Klein?
I'm just looking at that last line as well. After "this is not an exhaustive list," it says to see the questions for each survey, please see the following link. When it says each survey, is it talking about the 2 different parts of this Sharp survey? And is that mentioned earlier? So they're not, okay, it is. All right. And that includes all the questions, not just a sample of the questions, correct? That link?
Correct. It's all of them. Board Member Earl?
That is a good question, because if you go to Bach Harrison, they don't give, these are the actual surveys. I guess that is a good question to ask, making sure that that's not the
Go ahead.
sample.
Is it a mock-up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we have staff in the audience who can answer this. It's my understanding that it's a bank of questions, so I think you asked the right question. It's, is it the actual survey? I think it's a bank of questions. Do we have staff who can answer that? So what do they actually see when they click on the link? I think that's the question.
Tanya Albornoz, Coordinator for Prevention and Student Services. Yes, it's the entire bank that's possible of all the questions that they see.
Thank you.
It's not the 2 separate surveys. Let me just make sure.
It's both surveys together, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so the motion before the board is to edit the language to remove gender identity and sexual orientation and change it to race, religion, sex, gender identity, and sexual orientation. Natalie, do you have another question?
I would just, I don't know if we can just add this to that amendment, but just rephrase that last sentence to see all survey questions, please, or see this link. To view all survey questions.
Can we, does anyone have any issues with that being considered a technical correction? Board members, anybody? Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, so the motion before the board is to change the wording from gender identity and sexual orientation to include questions relating to race, religion, sex, gender identity, and sexual orientation. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, and we are now at number 8. Oh, Board Member Straight.
I may have another motion, but I have to have some information first. So when this goes out, is it an electronic document always, or is it also potentially a print document? Where like a letter to get in the mail?
It could be both at schools because it's up to them how they send it, but it would be, they would still have the link on there.
Okay, so I'd like to make the motion that we add QR codes. So it's more useful both as a printed document and a electronic document.
Can I ask staff if that's doable? Are they still here or did they run?
They may have ran.
Patty? It is to the letter, but it's a separate motion, but it goes to the letter. Can we put QR codes if it's a hard copy?
I know everyone's anxious when I push my speak button, but.
Okay, go ahead.
Tanya Albernoz, Coordinator for Prevention and Student Services. Sorry, I was on my way up the stairs and came back.
I know.
Can you repeat the question?
Is it possible, if it's a hard copy that schools send out rather than an electronic copy, that it could have a QR code for families at home where they could pull up the questions?
I suppose it's possible. I don't know that one has been generated, but we could probably suggest that that's done, yes.
Because it comes from the health department.
Right, it comes from the health department.
Well, okay, and maybe it's not an
So could
appropriate motion.
we work on that?
Yeah.
Okay, staff, are you okay, Brent, if
Yeah.
staff does that and then reports back if they were able to?
Perfect.
And how they were able to? Okay, Brent, thank you for that suggestion. Thank you so much for running back. I'm glad you didn't fall. Okay, and we're now moving to number 8. We're going to do lunch. Oh, Board Member Clay.
Sorry, I had another question about the letter. I would just make a motion or a request that they include a statement somewhere in the letter, if not at the outset, that this is not an endorsement by the board of the SHARP survey, so that it's not confused as such. And then maybe if we wanted to go a little bit further, we could add links to previous board meetings where we've shared our concerns regarding the SHARP survey.
Okay, so you want to change the letter that we just approved?
I want something to be added to make it clear that this is not an endorsement of the board.
Okay,
That
so
we
tell
removed our support for very specific reasons.
Tell me what you want to do there. Help me. Give me help.
So if it says this letter provides a brief overview of information regarding the SHARP survey, you could just put after that, this is not an endorsement of the board or the survey, but information only.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
Since we already voted on this, do we need to vote to bring it back?
We probably do if we're going to change it. I think we voted unanimously, right? So
Sorry, I thought we were just
yes,
voting
because
on
she's
the
on the
amendment.
prevailing side. So Natalie, do
Were
you
we
want
not just voting on the amendment, not the whole thing?
No. We voted as amended.
As amended, okay, I missed that part.
Sorry. So. do
So
you
I
want-
would make a motion to bring it back.
Okay, do we have a second to that motion? Second, Board Member Hymas. Okay, so where would you like to add that?
We could just put it in that first, in that opening.
Oh, yeah, we have to vote to bring it back.
Oh,
Okay, no, thank you for helping
Yeah.
me. Okay, so the motion before the board is to bring back the information letter to review
I
it.
have a point of clarification.
Yes?
Wasn't the item, we approved this at a previous meeting.
Yes.
And this, what we just approved was an amendment.
Amendment.
So
to
we
that.
are bringing back an item from a previous meeting, not from this meeting. So was
Sybil, will
it
you help me?
noticed? This, you're bringing back the letter that was approved at a previous meeting, and I'm not sure it was noticed for this meeting. The thing that was noticed for this meeting was an amendment to the letter that was previously approved. It's a point of
That
clarification.
it is, I think you're accurate, Board Member Hart.
Then we did not notice to discuss the letter,
Letter,
which means
just the
we could
amendments.
not bring it back. Or can we?
That's accurate.
I think you're right.
Parliamentary people?
The
We
scope-
could bring back the amendment, but we couldn't bring back
The
the letter
entire
because
letter.
nobody.
Can we table this discussion for just, and then we'll have some
I
lunch
just
time?
wanna
And
make
then we'll
sure
get
we don't.
clarification from our parliamentarians.
Thank you.
And Board Member Klein, will that be okay?
I'm just thinking that there was a previous discussion about this issue before, not the letter, but about when it can be brought back, or if it's, but it is mentioned as a topic on the agenda, and you can do any, well, that's why we just covered it.
Right, so
the
if you
letter
can give us
is
time to
mentioned,
check and make sure which is
so it
most
should be able to
appropriate.
be addressed.
Is that okay? Is everyone okay if we table the motion at this time? Okay, so we're going to table this motion right now. It's on the table. We will go to number 8, which is lunch, but board members, you need to stay here, please, because we have something for board members to do. Okay? Okay? Yeah, lunch.
We're back in.
We're back in at 12:20. No. Board members, are you ready? Okay, board members, I'm going to pick up the motion off the table now, and we are going, the motion before the board is to open back up the letter of information for discussion. Do we have any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Do you even know what you're voting for? That's what I thought. I'll say it one more time. I'll say it one more time. That I've picked up the motion off the table, and the motion before the board is that the letter of information is reopened. Yes?
Okay, so staff had looked at this, and this came up for a vote before the board in October. So 2 months ago, the board had a very lengthy discussion about whether the board should support or not, and some verbiage be added to the letter indicating support. And the motion was to pull that language out of the letter, if you recall, and that motion passed, and I believe Board Member Klein was opposed to that, so she would have been on the quote-unquote losing side of that vote. So effectively, what we're doing here is we're reopening and having that language being added back into the letter. And so I think someone on the,
No, that's not what Sybil told me.
would it- okay. So how is that different than what the board's going to vote on right now?
Yep.
Okay, all right, so you looked at that.
So
All right.
sorry,
I beg your pardon?
sorry, AAG, they didn't get with you. Okay, so we are going, I've picked up the motion, and the motion before the board is to open up the letter of information for further discussion. Do I have any comments to that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, will the ayes please raise their hands? Board Member Booth, Board Member Moss, Board Member Earl, Board Member Hymas, Board Member Klein. That fails. So, okay, we will move on to the monthly budget report. Scott Jones, are you ready? Oh, sorry. Did we let you eat? Will you reintroduce yourself?
I will. So good afternoon, board members, members of the public, all our wonderful constituents out there, our BAs, LEAs. Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. This is the perpetual monthly budget report. Kelsey's driving. Deborah unfortunately is sick, so she's not in the office today. So Kelsey's stepping in for her to navigate the monthly budget report. So, and for the benefit of our new board members, I had mentioned this in our board member orientation earlier this week, that this is required by law that I do the following. I attest that the Board of Education is financially stable and capable of meeting all of our obligations and commitments this fiscal year, and you know, unless there's some particular event, economic downturn or thing like that that would drive it, and we'd obviously advise you on that. The monthly budget report itself is quite lengthy because we do break it down by section. And yeah, go ahead, Kelsey, scroll through it a little bit, so kind of slow so everybody can see it. And especially, again, you know, our new board members coming in to orient them to it. We do it by, we're all required to budget and track our expenditures by program to that level of detail. So that is why it's pretty extensive. And so at this point, or after I've attested to our situation, I do need to, if it occurs, we do have a particular concern right now related to fiscal year 22, and particularly the TSSA funding. We received some questions from the field regarding why there was a mid-year update on the TSSA funds in 22. We went back and we looked, and because your rule in the code basically says no mid-year update should occur on the TSSA funds. So unfortunately, we did do a mid-year update, and so there's no loss of funding, so to speak. But what did happen was there were winners and losers, right? Whenever we make adjustments on the money, there were winners and losers. So normally, if we came across an issue like that in the current fiscal year, we could easily cover that, right? We would just update or, you know, basically, just update their allotment memos and balance that equation out. Since the TSSA program has been on, we haven't done any mid-year update, but for some reason, you know, which we're exploring, we did a mid-year update in 22. So what I'm seeking is, and board leadership has been notified of this particular situation. I mean, obviously we need to do some more research on this, but what I will be doing is asking for an agenda item in the Finance Committee in January to, you know, further develop this and look for internal funds to hold those LEAs that were reduced with their TSSA money by way of the error that we made in doing a mid-year update to TSSA last year. I've also asked Vice Chair Belknap and Chief Audit Executive Davis to review, not necessarily audit, but review that particular account. Make sure that what I'm telling you is accurate in the sense that it's only that 1 year. We followed the rule, we followed the code all the other years. And this year, there's no issue this year. But unfortunately, again, you know, we do have this issue from the FY22 TSSA distribution. Again, not, you know, didn't go over budget or anything like that. We just redistributed the money, and unfortunately, there was LEAs that were decreased mid-year last year, and that should not have happened. I'm just advising you on this. You know, again, it won't require us to go to the legislature or ask anything because we do have available funds internally. So here's why I can say and attest that we we're capable of meeting all our obligations and commitments, and we'll correct this. And we'll do it transparently by way of the Finance Committee, who then, you know, will make a recommendation to the board on how to solve that particular issue. We do need time to get more details on it. I do need the assistance from Chief Audit Executive Davis to look at it, to make sure that, you know, we're dotting the i's and crossing the t's, and you know, doing what right is, getting to what right is for those LEAs. With that, Chair, I'll pause and see if there's any questions or concerns with this monthly budget report and/or the situation I just described to the board.
I don't see any. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, as you know, we also provide in the backups the latest and greatest status or update on the ARP ESSER funds. This is not a month where we plan on going into that in detail, so it's available for your review. If you did have a chance to review it, again, we're not going to go slide by slide, but Kelsey's pulled it up so you can see what I'm referencing here. I will pause here and ask Chair for any questions from yourself and/or board members related specifically to the update that is in the backups, public facing for you and/or the public.
I don't see any. Go
Okay,
ahead.
with that then, ma'am.
Hold on.
go ahead.
We do
Yes,
have
ma'am.
one. Board Member Klein.
Sorry, I was hoping to find the slide. I didn't write what slide it numbered.
Natalie, will you pull your mic down?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
So I just had a couple questions on some of the bar graphs that it shows, that it was split between, how many are there, 35? Where is it? Are there bar graphs in this one?
On that
There's
one,
some
there
up
is.
here, Natalie. Does this help at all?
Well, no, not on the ESSER, but where it splits it out in the different areas that the money was spent, that the different funds were spent on.
Sarah, are you coming to the table? Thank you.
Like, yes, right there. So addressing physical health and safety, meeting student, academic, social, emotional needs, mental health support, student staff, continuity of services. So I guess my question is, how much was spent on improving academic proficiency? It's kind of mushed in there with everything else, and it's not separated out. I would really like to see that separated out, so that's a clear, distinct indicator where we are on academics and the funding that went towards improving it.
Go ahead.
Proficiency
Introduce
scores.
yourself too, Sarah.
Thank you. So Chief of Staff, Sarah Young, I appreciate the question. So to give a little context behind these graphs represent the specific reporting categories that were required by the U.S. Department of Education as part of our monitoring related to the funds. So moving forward, we always seek input such as this from the State Board of Education so that in our future reporting, we can say, hey, we also want you to report on this additional factor to be able to then bring that information back. So what you see represented was strictly what we were required to do, nothing more, but we can certainly add to that in the future.
Is that something that can be done retroactively with the COVID funds?
So it's a good question. So the Short answer is sort of. And the reason I say that is because in the grants management system for ARP ESSER, which was the largest award that was made in the kind of third round of ESSER funding, we do actually have coding that allows us to pull that information real time. However, we do not have that coded into ESSER 2 and ESSER 1, mainly because those weren't explicit requirements in terms of reporting outcomes that we had. So in order to get that information, we can do it. We would need to go to the LEAs and ask them to provide that additional information as part of a board directive.
Well, I would like to have that information collected and shown to us, separating out academics and social emotional learning and other needs as 3 separate areas. If we can have that
So are
done, that
you
would be
making a
great.
motion for that? I think this is an information item.
It is,
I
but
think-
I don't know.
I think what you'll need to do is send a request into leadership with 2
Okay.
other people and ask for that. As a reminder, they're going to have to go back to LEAs to get 1 and 2, which is going to be a reporting burden on them. You can still do that.
It's okay. I think
Okay.
the transparency is important. And then on the full-time employees, I had I don't know which slide that was, but I had another question where it talks about the increase of new teachers versus how many teachers have left over this. I don't know if it was just the last couple of years. When was that? Was this done by year of 2020 or 21? So just for the year of 21, but it doesn't show the net increase or decrease of teachers. Is there a way to know, how many left and how many came, and the difference between, instead of just saying there was an increase and there was a decrease?
And Sarah, also on that, does that relate to the ESSER money, or does that relate overarching? Those are 2 different types of questions here.
So again, thank you for the question. So in terms of the reporting, you'll see on this slide that we're specifically reporting on the ESSER funds. I will say that the State Board of Education does collect information through our Cactus system related to the FTEs and the level of those FTEs across our different LEAs to be able to provide you kind of a historical report. And so we can certainly gather that information in terms of being able to share it. I think probably the clarification, and we can follow up with you, would be, are you looking for that for a specific time period? And then are we also looking for it specific to a funding stream, or in general and in aggregate?
Yeah, I think just in general, for each, maybe an annual report that shows any given, I would even like it at the district and the school level, so that there's somewhere to look to say, okay, how many teachers? Do we have teachers fleeing this school or this district, or do we, and what does that look like? Because if they're hiring more and they're not accounting for all the losses, and we're not seeing both sides of the picture, I want to see both sides of what's going on.
Yeah, we do, as an agency, I will also say, in addition to the reporting on this specific area of funding related to the COVID-19 pandemic funds, we do put out an annual report that is specific to the retention and recruitment of educators. So I'm more than happy to share. The latest one was from 2020, 2021. And so we should have another one coming up shortly. We link to it in our annual report, but we do also have that state level reporting as well that may complement some of this information and give more context.
And does that report, just one last question, does that report show why they left, or what they left for? Like, are they leaving the profession, or are they just transferring to a different school within the state?
So that specific report generally hasn't. It has just reported on the employment trends. However, we have another tool in the Utah Teacher Engagement and Exit Survey that does collect the data related to the teachers who have exited employment, having the opportunity to be able to respond and provide context for why they made that decision. I will note that it is a survey that is required to be offered to teachers. It's not required that the teachers respond as part of their exit.
Okay, it would be good to know the reasons. Yeah.
Thank you. Superintendent?
Yeah, I think Sarah just addressed that. I would just also note that I hate to say there's research, because if I can't quote the research, I shouldn't say it. But it's when doing survey work, especially when it has involved employment, it's hard to get accurate data about why people leave as well. So as we've tried to collect some of that, as the LEAs try to collect it, we certainly don't for individual teachers, but they have noted that they're not always sure they're getting accurate information about, why leaving. We have qualitative data. We have the 2 reports. The University of Utah also did a big study. Malia or Sarah, you might remember how long ago, but they did a study on why teachers stay as well. That was really interesting 5 years ago. So we have a couple of reports within the last 5 years that have had some aggregate data that can be helpful, and we can certainly get that to you. But drilling down to the school level through Cactus, we can't really get that, but we can give you all that aggregate data that we have, as clear as it might be. We're not. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Deputy Jones?
Yes, Chair, your direction then, the final component of the overall monthly budget report is your discretionary funds report. Highlighted for your attention is that motion that was taken to set aside or to utilize $200,000, not to exceed $200,000 for those 2 research and development projects that was motioned by the board last month. So we've done that, and that's what we're providing you the status on, or the update to your discretionary funds report. I will, as I always do, call attention to the upper right-hand corner. There's still funds available for projects or what you deem necessary as a board. We can utilize those discretionary funds in the manner that you so set. And as staff, we'll make sure that it's an allowable use of those funds. So I'll stop there on specific to the discretionary report and see if there's any questions or concerns through you, ma'am.
I don't see any. Thank you, Deputy.
That concludes my monthly budget report. More to follow with the Finance Committee next month. I will have solutions. We'll be able to work through that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your service as well. Okay, we will move on to number 10, which are board member comments. Board Member Klein?
So the strategic plan was mentioned or presented on this morning, and I just had a few things I would like to say, and I've written them down if you don't mind. But I have some grave concerns on how the components of the strategic plan are being implemented without ongoing oversight and input from our elected board. I know we talked about maybe what that would look like, that regular reporting, but when the strategic plan was passed, I don't think that the board realized that we were effectively signing a blank check to allow staff and others to take over the critical details of the plan's implementation and incorporating by reference resources created to advance strategies as are listed at the bottom of each of those pages in the gray box that are not of our making, strategies created by who, our staff or other agencies. Who exactly are we ceding our oversight and authority to when we go to those resources, which are many, and go beyond, I think, just research. The strategic plan implementation has the 4 main goals, but those 4 main goals have 17 sub-goals. Under those, and each sub-goal features another section of resources created to advance strategies. Under goal 1, just for example, the first resources created to advance strategies link early learning, high quality instructional cycle resources, goes to its own subdocument that is 7 pages long, with 6 more sections designed to advance the implementation of the USBE strategic plan. Those 7 or 6 include goals and outcomes, planning, instruction, assessment, data and reflection, and adapt instruction. Under just the first section of the subdocument alone, there are 10 links to go going to outside sources, all intended to be used to advance the USBE strategic plan. Some of those include Georgia Department of Education Guide, Edutopia Framework, Ireland National Council on Curriculum and Assessment Toolkit, ULEAD Toolkit, John Hattie Video, Jennifer Davis Poon Center for Innovation in Education article, Learner Centered Collaborative article, Aurora Institute article, Education Week article, Cult of Pedagogy blog. Under the second section of the subdocument, there are 10 more links going to more outside sources, all intended to be used to advance the USBE's strategic plan. CAST, a virtual framework, ULEAD, IRS Center, virtual module, Mindful Learning, Digital Promise virtual framework, Expeditionary Learning Tool, Katrina Schwartz article, Cult of Pedagogy blog, Novak Education guidance document. I could go on and on. There are 40 more resources created to advance strategies linked under just Goal 1, early learning, leading to 40 more sources that our board doesn't control, but that our board is taking marching orders from effectively. Total, we are at 60 sublinks under only the first link under Goal 1 of the USBE Strategic Plan 2022 update. All of these outside resources are driving the direction of our strategic plan, and none of these outside resources are accountable to the board. We have had no say in vetting or approving any of these resources, and yet here they are in a document that bears our name and photographs, and not just any document, it's our board's strategic plan that guides and shapes the comprehensive course of K-12 education in Utah, and that we are held accountable to by the legislature. Under no circumstance should this document be viewed as being, in my opinion, endorsed by the board when we had little to nothing to do with determining its contents and the direction those contents are pushing us toward. If everything we do is tied to the strategic plan, it should be given as much or more attention than the over 60 hours we've given to the individual standards for social studies. We should have been able to provide input on each of the plan's parts prior to them being presented to us as a done deal. This strategic plan implementation update should have been presented to us as an action item, not just a report that we are helpless to amend in any way. We should, in my opinion, err on the side of due diligence and perform ours by addressing each area of this implementation piece by piece to ensure that we are upholding our constitutional stewardship of general control and supervision in a properly and fully informed manner. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Klein. Board Member Cannon.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just wanted to give a brief report to the board on the NASB annual conference. It was my great honor to be there and to have with me Brent Strait, who has served on NASB's Governmental Affairs Committee, and Matt Hymas, who is serving on a mathematics study group. And maybe I should also mention that Randy Booth, who wasn't there but has served us this year on the Public Education Positions Committee, how I appreciate these fine gentlemen and their support of state boards and the National State Boards of Education. I had an opportunity to present there on Utah's Digital Teaching and Learning program, and all the information was given to me by wonderful staff members here, Rich Gaisford, Sarah Young, and Todd Call. Gave me some fabulous information, which I then presented at NASB. We were so far ahead of the game because we started in 2016 to get digital teaching and learning in all of our schools. And nobody else really recognized how critical that was until the pandemic hit. And so at this presentation, for the first time in my life, I heard Utah called rich by the state of Arizona because we had been investing so many millions of dollars in ongoing money to do this. And Arizona is now trying to catch up to where Utah is. But I wanted to thank the staff for the wonderful input they gave me. As a final crowning thing that happened there, NASB has two affiliate organizations. One is called NCOSIA, which are state board attorneys. The other is called NIXB, which are state board execs. And we have been represented there by Jeff Van Hulten. And the last day, Jeff Van Hulten was elected to the leadership of NIXB. I think, are you vice chair, Jeff? Yes. I think we should give him a round of applause. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cannon. Board Member Straight?
Yes, a couple things. Excuse me. So I also had the opportunity to present with Julia Armstrong, and the title of that was The Case of the Missing Child. So we were talking about absenteeism, truancy, those types of things, and we were part of a panel there at NASB, and I appreciated the opportunity. By information, everyone needs to be aware that Utah High School Activities Association will be doing realignment. That occurs every 2 years. There's a public hearing next week, as well as a follow-up meeting by the Board of Trustees, and then there's another meeting of the Board of Trustees, and in January will culminate in all of that will be put together and all that will be available. The reason I bring that up is I think it's important that if anyone contacts you, that you pass that information along. We want to serve the interests of each one of your districts to the best of our ability. And most of them will be contacting the High School Activities Association directly. But you may hear from people. I know, for example, in Tooele, they're going to have some issues with growth and new schools coming online. And it's just nice that you feel like there's a conduit, a way that you can impact that. Yeah, I'm the one on the board that represents everyone, whereas most others represent school districts or local boards of education or principals or things like that. So please have that on your radar. You may or may not be contacted. If you are, I'd be glad to help or move things along. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Straight. Board Member Booth?
Thank you. I'm going to ask Jeffrey to help me. I have a couple of slides I wanted to share.
Jeff? Do you have?
Yep,
Board
he's
Member?
there.
Okay.
He's there. A few weeks ago, I attended an evening performance of Shakespeare at Canyons District Union Middle School. Theater educator Brooke Grant collaborated with her volunteer husband, who has an MFA in Shakespeare staging from Exeter University, and he was recruited to work with her 6th to 8th graders. And I'm not kidding, I was absolutely blown away. I've got a pretty deep background in Shakespeare, and my wife went to Cedar City when she was a freshman on scholarship with Fred Adams' program, and so we know Shakespeare, we love it, and to see these 6th graders, 7th graders, 8th graders involved was amazing. We witnessed 15 monologues featuring the best of Shakespeare and a remarkable 10-minute scene from the Julius Caesar featuring every student in the class. I know this was only one of thousands of examples that we could all enumerate from our visits to schools. We're blessed with committed, caring teachers across this state. Our students are bright and gifted and committed to rising to the call for excellence. I can't think of a better cause to be spending our days and nights on. And thanks to all of our collaborators in this exciting endeavor. When I shared last month with you in an email the Stephanie Rule image from MSNBC's 11th Hour last month, dramatically showing Utah singled out as the only state in the nation to not fall in math, it was a bit strange to get national attention for not falling as far as other states. But it's also nice to recognize that we pushed forward on our goals despite the conditions of the pandemic. As we're coming up on elections tomorrow, I've been thinking about the members of this board. Here I am still feeling like one of the new kids on the block, and I'm about to become one of the oldies. And I want to express my sincere thanks to our board members who have been here guiding the ship, some for multiple terms, even decades. Our board leadership, Mark and Laura and Cindy have devoted much of their time and their best ideas in leading our efforts. And I so appreciate their persistent focus on the 4 goal areas of early learning, effective teachers and leaders, safe and healthy schools, and personalized learning as guideposts on the road to awesome. These dedicated leaders of learning have also surrounded us with an amazing team at USBE who are dedicated to making a difference for our students, families, and educators every day. I guess I could sum up my comments in just 2 simple words. Thank you. And it is a pleasure to serve with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Booth. Board Member Norton.
I'm grateful that I'm sitting here in between 2 of the most wonderful board members that will soon be leaving us, and I get to look down the row and see the other 3. As you all know, I'm from St. George, and our mascot down there is the Trailblazers, and that's what I collectively call the 5 of you, is that you're trailblazers for us. You have shown us great strength and leadership, and at the same time, the softer sides with the grace and the insight and eloquence as you have served. I want you to know from the bottom of my heart that your careful guidance has changed my life. Your clarifying comments have changed my life. Your inspirational emails has changed my life. And your well-timed phone calls and listening ear has changed my life. So I'm going to take a little bit of liberty. And I know some of you are in St. George quite frequently and others maybe not as often. But around town, you're going to see some bison. And I'm going to bequest those bison upon you so that you know that those bison are to remind you that as trailblazers, there's a St. George girl who's very grateful for the help and the time that you have given me and the work that you have done for this board. So look for the bison and know that you are a trailblazer. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Norton. Board Member Hanson.
Just wanted to report out, I've been serving on the STEM Action Center board, and we held our first week of STEM here in Utah during November. It was November 7th through the 10th. Had some great activities. The governor rolled that out. Just highlight, there's 6 programs that are being really highlighted by the STEM Action Center right now. The Micro STEM Fest kit, which is being distributed around the state. The Chief Science Officer program. The Tech Moms in Color, talking about re-entering the workforce. Club Ability, robotics, and hydroponics are all things that the STEM Action Center is promoting. So just shout out to them and to the governor for helping us to promote that this year. That's our first ever week of STEM. So thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Hanson. Thank you, board members, for your comments today. Not really. Okay, Vice Chair Davis.
She just clarified for me that we are not going to get a chance to speak when we honor our outgoing members. So it was a little confusing in the emails, but so now thought I was going to have some time to get myself together. I've learned so much from the 5 of you. And you have shown me so much grace and kindness and patience. And I thank you for that. And I am sad for our board that we are losing you, but I am so happy for your families that they get you back. We were at a meeting at the Capitol yesterday, and when we were walking out, Laura was going to meet some of her friends for lunch, and I said, I'm so happy for you. You get to do a real person thing like real people do. And I said, yesterday afternoon, I did a real person thing also, and it doesn't happen very often. And she said, that's because we're not real people anymore. When you work on a board like this, and schools and children and families and educators matter so much, you carry this with you everywhere you go. And even when you're thinking and doing something else, part of your brain is on this. And so Anyway, I'm happy that you're all joining the land of real people again, but again, sad for us, and thank you for all you've done for us and me.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Hymas?
Yes, thank you. I just want to quickly echo what has been said and offer my appreciation, gratitude for all members here, but especially those outgoing. And what may have seemed like meaningless conversations to you were meaningful to me and shaped my ability to serve hopefully effectively on this board as somebody who came in new, speaking to our leadership in particular, saying, I am frustrated. This isn't what I thought it was. And your patience and guidance helped me understand better, right? And I think with the chuckles, we've all experienced that. It was a pleasure to sit down last month and get to know Janet Cannon after 2 years, right? And Brent Strait, when we get to have those conversations that we talked about. And so I just thank those of you who have served with me and have helped me. And although we don't always vote the same, you guys are great. You're wonderful. And it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hymas. Okay. I believe we'll go on to our next agenda item, which is, I believe, number 11, general session legislative priorities. Deputy Superintendent Stallings. Run.
Thank you. I should have hopped up here knowing it was coming, but that was lovely to hear from all of you. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. Happy to be with you here today. We have one policy request that actually is related to one of the business cases that you already approved. It's related to the pupil transportation business case. It's number 7 on your 10 priorities. As staff were revising the pupil transportation business case, they realized that there's been an issue that came up related to an amendment that was made last session regarding the calculation of the 85% that the state provides to each district. And when they changed that language, what it unintentionally did was eliminate the incentive for districts to be more efficient in how they spend their money. And so what staff are recommending and requesting is that we work with the legislator to allow the State Board of Education to take a portion of those state pupil transportation funds to distribute them to districts who that demonstrate efficiencies in how they implement their transportation programs. So it's sort of not new, but it is new in the sense that it's related to one of our existing board-approved business cases and one of the top 10, but the previous description of the business case did not include a policy request, and this would be the policy change that we'd be recommending to help support our districts be efficient.
I would be seeking a motion.
I'll make that motion. Is it written somewhere? I was trying to look for it.
In the agenda memo, I
The
believe.
board directs staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to Utah Code as proposed.
So moved.
Second, 2 seconds. Okay, any discussion? Board Member Strait, do you want to speak to your motion?
No.
Thank you. Any discussion? Board Member Earl?
Yeah, I don't have any problems with efficiencies. I just want us to be careful that I'm guessing we're writing or helping write legislation around this. Is that accurate? And I hope we're efficient and keep it simple in how we're asking districts to do this. In other words, I'm concerned that this actually becomes cumbersome for districts. We don't have the language yet, right?
We don't. Would you like me to respond?
Yes, go ahead.
No, we don't have the language, although I do know from experience talking to Morgan School District as an example that last year's language change did impact Morgan specifically in the sense that some of our districts who were very efficient were receiving a pot of money, but now with the new language, they're limited to actual money spent. It's hard to explain, and I know that Ron Richfield or Deputy Jones would be able to explain better, but it's simply to set aside this pot of money in order for USBE to provide funding to incentivize those efficiencies now that the language was changed, which wasn't, I believe, a language change that we requested last year, and I don't think it was an intentional.
I don't need the details. All I'm saying is I don't want to make something hard even harder, right? That's the only point, is I just hope that as we're doing this, we're really cautious that our language does not complicate it so no one understands it, but maybe 2 or 3 people. Does that make sense? That's all I'm asking. So who's ever working, I don't know if it's Ron or who, but you know, that we're just careful. So.
Absolutely.
Okay. So the motion before the board is that the board directs staff to, oh, go ahead, Vice Chair Davis.
Are you saying we have, if we're going to talk about this in the next agenda item, but we have to vote on it now, do we need more, can we get the information before we vote?
Go ahead. I think that the later discussion is really about the revised business case related to the $12 million and kind of the funding side of it, which will speak to maybe more of the specifics of how the set aside will either be distributed, et cetera. We just have, this is specifically is about the policy request. So, and then the later one is where they'll talk about the money part of it.
Thank you. Vice Chair Davis?
I just want to ask my question now then. So are we certain that this was an unintentional change? Because these transportation dollars, you all know how I feel about unfunded mandates. And this is an underfunded mandate, and it takes monies directly out of instruction. And I don't want to mess with things if something was done intentionally because there were bits and pieces that, you know, we're unaware of.
Chair?
Go ahead.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. So the change that occurred in the code resulted in this unintended consequence of our having to look at more closely at this to come to this point, but then also to request funding, because the code says each LEA shall not exceed 85% of state of the state amount, so that's provided to them. We're going to further develop that. It is an information item. I don't think you need to see the information item to make this case, but I think you'll see that the answer to your question is by virtue of that change that occurred to the code, there were unintended consequences. I don't think they intended to do this, but we're developing that with the legislature going into the next session. So I will categorize it as that. Yes, there was a change to the code, but there was unintended consequences from that change.
Okay. So the change was intentional, the consequences were unintentional.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll just do a quick follow-up by saying then we're moving forward to study this and flesh out code, and it will be brought
Yes.
back for us to, support or not or whatever once it gets done.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
This is why we did want to, this is precisely why we wanted to put these information items on, so you could hear from Ron, so that you know that we're developing this with the legislature at your direction, but, obviously we'll need to meet with the LFA, we'll need to meet with legislators potentially, but we'll keep you posted as you go into that weekly meeting mode. And then, of course, to Deputy Superintendent Stallings' point, there is that business case where we're requesting that funding. So we saw a value add and an opportunity to provide you information at this point so you could later take action as we develop this further with the legislature.
Chair Huntsman?
This is a question for staff. So the way that I understand this motion is that this motion gets us at the table with the legislators that actually, or with legislation that we want to have happen, but we got to have a legislator on board that's going to champion this. And so right now we're posturing, positioning, saying there's more work still to be done on this, but we've got to get an advocate started and a place at the table now. That's my understanding of the motion. Not the solution yet, but to get to the table. Would that be correct? That's my question for staff.
That's accurate, Angie?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board directs staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to Utah Code as proposed. All in favor? Say aye. Those opposed? Passed unanimously. Okay, 11.2. Well, Mr. Dell, we're happy to see you.
Army officers usually leave.
There's room for you there. Okay, I don't know who's going to present this information, but introduce yourselves, please.
Yeah, Sam Uri, School Finance Director here at USBE, and I have with me Dr. Nestor Rodriguez.
Hello, Nestor Rodriguez, economist, USBE.
And we'll introduce Dale as well. He'll be speaking next, but
Okay.
Dale Frost.
Hi, Dale Frost, Minimum School Program Administrator.
Okay, and if we can ask that the backup titled TC 23 November 2022.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So we've had a lot of interest, obviously, from board members on, what's the revenue status. Our economist is going to present that to you so that you at least have a baseline understanding of the revenue that was brought in that will ultimately develop into the appropriations to public education, okay? I would like to emphasize at this point that if you have the opportunity to at least listen in, and we'll get you the date, we always do, of the Executive Appropriations Committee and their meeting, I believe it's on December 15th, but I'll double check. If you have the opportunity to do that, that's a really big meeting because that's where they really get into, how much goes to public ed and things like that. But we wanted to just take this opportunity to provide you at least a baseline, and Dr. Rodriguez is about to do that very well. So,
Thank you. I just wanted to remind you, board members, this is an information item only. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, board members. So it's going over the November report, monthly state revenue snapshot. General income tax funds revenues were $3.45 billion, which is it represents a year-over-year increase of 14.2 billion, or 14.2%, excuse me. The target rate was negative 4.1%. Again, so the year-over-year increase was over what was expected. Final numbers, major economic highlights of the final numbers were the general fund was a surplus of 130 million, and this was bolstered by inflation, excess savings, and shifted consumption habits. Income tax fund surplus was 1.2 billion. And this was bolstered by high final payments from 2021 tax year due to housing market and the stock market. So that was a final payment, or that was surpluses respectively for general and income tax fund. Specifically, the general fund in November, so this is leading up to November or into November, the first 4 months. Total collections were 1.4 billion, which represents a growth rate of 14.5% again. And this is specific to the general fund, which is over the anticipated target rate, which was a negative 4.7%. And then with regard to the income tax fund, the growth rate, the total collections were 1.8 billion. The growth rate was 14.2%, and target rate, again, negative 3.7%. So this was, again, over what was expected. Overall, in terms of general and income tax funds, things to think about, economic highlights, and some of them are alluded to more specifically in the previous report in October. But even just now, just yesterday, for 2 days ago, the third quarter GDP was revised upward from 2.6% to 2.9%. So obviously, this is a macro estimate. Nevertheless, the ramifications trickle down to regional economies and local economies. In our area, if notable exceptions from in as far as our area is concerned was the corporate income tax rate in October and November shrank, it contracted. As far as spending considerations go, and in line with probably the governor's report or announcement about surpluses, we think about one-time spending versus ongoing spending. $1.2 billion in income tax fund was buoyed by stock market and real estate capital gains, and those have been described as anomalies. Consideration would be maybe a one-time spending position is ideal or optimal here. Given that there's various anomalies, and I'm not even referring to probably the last few years with COVID spending or COVID funding, and other considerations, inflation, for example. And as far as the macroeconomy, again, this is how it trickles down. The Fed chair did speak yesterday and mentioned Fed Chair Powell and the Federal Reserve Chairman that they may slow interest rate increases in December and in the future. And there was a positive stock market reaction. And then today, for example, and there are a couple of reports, inflation has moderated and job growth has been the lowest in a while. So again, things to kind of consider, sort of just conflicting signals all around.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add to that, Sam? No?
No, just happy to answer questions if board members have those.
Okay.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So when Dr. Rodriguez said the income tax fund, that was formerly known as the education fund. Okay, I just want to make sure we correlate on that, right? And then public education does get funding from the corporate tax. So his point about how that detracted or went backwards is impactful, right? Also in your backups is the governor's announcement of the surplus. So again, this is high level, right? Because we feel strongly that if you read over this, things will likely make more sense when you hear, the EAC presentations or you hear me talking when we start to get really down into the details about available revenue, where we stand with your prioritization of your business cases. This is all at your direction, right? And your approval of what we pursue based on what we're provided by the legislature for revenue. So just wanted to clarify our key takeaways there, okay? Thank you all. Any
Thank
questions,
you.
ma'am?
I don't see any questions. We can go to the next item.
So our next item will be presented by Dell Frost, our minimum school program administrator. We've completed what we call the Common Data Committee process, and we'll turn the time over to Dale here to present that.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Dell.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members. So as Director Uri mentioned, we are through another Common Data Committee process. It's always a big lift every fall. If we can go to the next slide, my purpose today is to kind of explain what that process is, what our deliverables were this year, and what those projections are, and some of the inputs that went into that. I'm sure you may have seen how October 1 enrollments have come in that significantly impacted this process. Happy to answer any questions you may have, but this factors into, we can go back to the last slide. This factors into what goes into the base public education budget and what is available for increased spending above that. So who makes up the Common Data Committee? Well, it's the Legislative Fiscal Analyst's Office, the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget, the State Board of Ed, and Utah State Tax Commission. And the purpose is at the staff level that we all come to consensus agreement on what we think where property taxes will go, where enrollments will go, so that we're not debating different numbers. Having worked in other states where there are not consensus estimates, it's a mess. And I'm very grateful for this process here. Next slide. So what were the deliverables? Well, for this year, we need to have by LEA October 1, 2023 enrollment projections. Where will Alpine come in versus the smallest charter school? And we go through a pretty rigorous process to come up with those projections. Where will property taxes come in, which is even more challenging this year. As you know, property valuations have been going up very dramatically, and those things feed into our basic school program WPU estimates. And that's what makes up the base budget, the bulk of the base budget funding. Next slide. So I'm not going to go over this slide in a lot of detail, but it's mostly to kind of give you a sense of how the MSP process works. So if you see those squares in gold, that has to do with fiscal 23. It starts with, so last year in the fall, we went through the CDC process to come up with projections that we are just now through the mid-year update truing up to. So, and then when the legislative session occurs, the big change or the big data point that I need to calculate LEA allocations is what's the value of the WPU. And then those things go together to create what are called the legislative estimates. And what that means is, let's say the legislature appropriates $100 million for kindergarten. How much does Granite School District get of that $100 million? And that's based on statute and rule and those data points. And then in the mid-year update, we true up to actuals. We have the prior year ADM and we have the October 1 counts, which we didn't have when we do the legislative estimates. And then the final update, all that really occurs there is we have final property tax collections. That's the major data point. So hopefully it gives you an idea of what we go through each and every year to allocate these funds appropriately to every LEA. Next slide. I won't go through this. This just kind of is the same kind of timing of when different data points become available. Next slide. Okay, so let's go into where the CDC landed with enrollment counts. Next slide. So last year, when we went through the CDC projection process, and I've now done this for 4 years, we projected the lowest growth that I had seen, which was 0.5%. And you'll see that in the CDC projections column in the middle for fiscal 23. That's just under 679,000. Even though that was a low growth figure, it came in above what actually occurred. We thought we were going to add 3,200 kids, students in the system. Only 400 net students came into the system. Districts were actually down year over year, and charters were up slightly. And so that was a surprising thing for me. I expected enrollments to come in quite a bit more. To give you an example, when I did enrollment projections for the kindergarten class coming in next year over year, it's down 2,000 kids. It's about 5%. Just that the birth rates are down, and outgoing senior classes are often larger than kindergarten classes coming in. And so we went through LEA by LEA and came up with projections, and our overall projection is to add only 90 students out of 675,000. So it's essentially zero growth. And that is what feeds into our WPU projections, which are less than our WPU projections from last year. And so when we get to that, you'll actually see some negative growth in the WPUs, and that's just because our numbers are down compared to where we thought we were going to be last year. Any questions on enrollments?
Board Member Klein.
Yes, so your projections are based on birth rate or what? Is there more to it than that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so some of the main factors that occur are, we look at what were the births that occurred for who are now 5-year-olds. And then the other biggest thing is trying to estimate net migration. How many people are coming into the state? What is that mix? And we bring in the Gardner Policy Institute, and they look at this county by county, and they do a lot of analysis to try to figure out where that's going. With the economic uncertainties, we also think that net migration will be down from where it was. Net migration is the only reason we've had overall student growth for the last few years. There's a whole host of factors. I don't know if there's more that you want me to go into on that.
Well, I was just curious about the rates of homeschooling and how that plays into it. And are you projecting for that? Do you have some way of projecting growth of homeschoolers or decrease?
We did look at that. I believe the percentage we used was 94% this year, and we used that percentage as a flat percentage.
If I may add, that's a conversation each and every year, that we look at the total student population, how many of them are attending public school versus homeschool or private school. And it has varied between 96% down to 94%, and that's where we are, that 94% are attending public school, that means 6% are not. So that's one of the factors that we look in, and we come together. They're economists. We now have Nestor, but they're economists with the governor's office, they're economists with the legislative office, and that's a lot of what they look at, day in, day out, and trying to figure out where within acceptable parameters we would land. So that's certainly a factor, because if you have more students going to the private schools or homeschool, then that would impact our numbers for public.
And last question, do we have numbers for the growth in private and charter and homeschool? Do we have those numbers?
We do, and we can share those with you and show
if
and
they've
how
been
it
going
has
up or down
changed. Yeah, we
from year to
can
year?
share that with you. One of the challenges with homeschool numbers is parents are supposed to file an affidavit. How effective or how many parents are filing those affidavits? So there are some data questions, but we can provide that for you to see how that has changed.
Thank you. I just wanted to throw on the table too that if you want to set up an appointment to get more information, that was very helpful when we first came on and sat down and learned how these things were done. Board Member Hart?
Yeah, I just want to applaud you on how well you predict the future. I have some questions about my future as well.
There's fortune cookies for that.
Well, they're better than a fortune cookie, let me promise you. But I'm really impressed at how close the numbers are. Of course, they're never going to be perfect. That would scare me, but you do some excellent work, and that's something that I know that LEAs look to as to help make good decisions and be fiscally responsible to their constituents as well. So thank you for that work.
0.5% in our world is a lot, but it really isn't when you think about it overall. Yeah, thank you, Board Member.
Thank you. Board Member Straight?
Yes, in regards to equalization, are there any specific challenges that our current demographics are pointing to, like urban to rural districts, or LEAs, I should say?
Chair, if I may ask a clarifying question, Board Member
ahead.
Straight, when you say equalization, do you mean the voting board funds in that program, or do you mean the split between local property taxes and if you can clarify what you mean by equalization?
Oh, okay. So just, there's been equalization based on each LEA as far as the funding that's available. That's what I was referring to.
Fillmore's equalization bill, remember? We might need to get that chart and show them how that equalization came from the lowest to the highest and how the equalization's happening.
So if I understand, yeah, so the main program to provide equalization, to try to equalize the disparities in property tax value per student is called the Voting Board Local Levy Program. It has about $250 million in state funds, and districts levy about almost $700 million. And, to give you an idea, Park City, for example, their local levies generate more than the entire basic school program do for them. It's amazing just because of the property tax wealth per student there. And there are others that are barely scraping by. And so it's a very important part of the minimum school program. I administered those calculations, and that's one of the main reasons we have to project property tax values to try to get to what right is, but we actually true up to actual collections down to the dollar and cent at the end of the year. That amount has been going up. It used to be $40 per WPU per student. It was over $60, and it looks like it's going to continue to go up. And that has been a really important funding source for certain districts, especially who don't have certain student demographics or are lower on the property tax side. I don't know what else you need to know, but that's that's part of the conversation on the funding side and the projection side, if that helps Board Member Straight.
That does. I'm sorry if I wasn't as clear as I needed to be. You know more about it than I do. I guess the big question is we see the news stories where some LEAs are getting hit with a disproportionate amount of outflow. And I guess I'm concerned about how everything is coming together for the funding of schools that are really losing students more so than they are even in urban areas.
I don't know
Chair,
that he
if I
had a
may.
question there. Did you have a question there, Brent? No.
If I can respond, there are, so negative student growth, especially in rural areas, is a continued and persistent issue in trying to make budgets, work. But that's also occurring in certain urban areas too, so. We can move forward to property taxes if that pleases the chair.
Thank you.
I won't spend as much time on the next two areas.
Thank you.
So on property taxes, tax year 22 was a historic year with increases. Net valuations statewide went up by 30%. We have not seen that ever. And we, as the CDC, we significantly undershot our projections on that. And going back to equalization, for example, there was $40 million balance in that program because of this huge growth. We actually allocated that out according to statute, but had to wait until fiscal 23 to do it. And so this year, trying to estimate where property taxes will be district by district was a challenge. We're thinking it will be more towards trend, which is about 10% year-over-year growth. Next slide. If you want to drill down into individual districts, these show the actual, percent change in evaluation by district. You can see that there's quite a range.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
For the benefit of the board, we have it on good authority that we can expect a lot of time and attention by the legislature on property and income tax. So more to follow.
Yep.
Go ahead, Dale.
And so next slide is just the remainder of the districts. I'd be happy to answer specific questions later on if you have questions on those things. So just moving on to WPUs, if there are no questions. So what does this mean for basics program WPUs? And this is what will go into the base budget here. So the first column shows you the number of WPUs by program in the current base budget and where, or the current budget, and then where the base budget will land for 24, which is kind of the starting place for budget conversations. So you can see that kindergarten and grades 1 through 12 are down, kindergarten quite a bit. We've already kind of talked about why that is due to enrollment. The other notable thing I'd want to show is that the major growth in WPUs is actually in the special education add-on. And that was because of two things, growth in the special education population, but there were statutory changes in House Bill 113 that changed that formula. And we expected growth, but it was actually greater than I had expected in that program. And so overall, there's actually a net decrease in WPUs, but not by very much. But the shift in WPUs between kindergarten grades 1 through 12 and special education is notable. So happy to answer any other questions about
Chair, if I
that.
may.
Go ahead.
So this is really what interests your districts and your charter schools. It all interests them. But so what we do, the process we take is we make sure that we inform you. So now we're going to share this with your business administrators or your district business administrators, right? So, and I would anticipate, we're already sensing some concern on the part of the, LEAs that, related to Dell's points here about, seeing this decrease, right? And that we're really anticipating that, due to the birth rates and some of the factors that we informed Board Member Klein about, that for the foreseeable future, we likely remain fairly flat, in gains, but more to follow on that as well. But of anything in this presentation, if you were to carve this out and carry it with you, there probably, you would see so when you're in discussions at the local level, right, this is what interests them the most, especially the enrollment counts, of course, and then what resulted from that. So I think that concludes your presentation, right, Dale?
It does, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Dale. Board Member Moss?
Quick question, similar to the others. What do we know about the factors contributing to that SPED add-on increase and the high percentage of
So,
increase?
if I may, Chair.
Go ahead.
As Administrator Frost noted, there has been growth in the special education population. And additionally, House Bill 113 made changes to the formula that amplified the growth in that program. So there are additional WPUs that have been generated in that program. Does that answer the question, Chair?
Chair, I could provide additional information if that helps.
Yeah, maybe just slightly
Member
deeper.
Moss.
I'm just curious what factors in terms of the growth of the population, understanding that the
Right.
legislation increased the cap, but.
So the main driver from House Bill 113 was there was is that the growth side of that formula was the growth number of growth WPUs is up quite a bit because those caps have been relaxed a bit. And so that has been artificially lowered in the past, and now so we're capturing more of the growth, and that's the majority of those additional WPUs, if that helps.
Your light's not on.
Yeah, last question. It's not so much the growth in kids who are classified under SPED, it is the increase of the allowable cap. Okay, gotcha. And you're saying that's sort of the vast majority of the growth?
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So there's been growth for a while in the special education population, but those growth WPUs were limited. So for example, if your overall growth was less than your special education growth, you were capped at your overall growth. It was the lesser of the two. That's no longer the case in some of those things. And so I wouldn't say that we are way off trend on increase. It was up, but it's more that we're capturing more of that growth in WPUs when before we weren't.
Thank you. Board Member Hanson, sorry.
Thank you. And just a quick question. I believe when our economist, and thank you for joining us, was speaking, you talked about the income tax fund and that there was additional funding there, but that there were a lot of fuzzy words, I guess, in the explanation that made it look like that was maybe a one-time and not expected to continue in the future. I wonder if you could elaborate on that, and I wonder if there's any reason, strategically, if we can maybe gear some of our ask to one-time funding rather than ongoing funds, if that might be advisable.
Can we get it's the note from the governor about the revenue surplus?
We can pull that up on the screen.
So what I was alluding to there is just they're describing anomalies and considered the stock market and real estate gains that we've recently had. And so look further up that page there, that last sentence, if you see it there at the top. And because of that, these are considered one-time, at least for the time being, one-time events that we probably wouldn't think of like continuing. And then couple that with just overall uncertainty. Some events, again, I alluded to COVID that happened a few years ago, but the after effects of it, continued conflict in Europe and that effect on certain commodity prices, inflation, which is something we haven't seen at this impactful in over 30, 40 years maybe. We just have so much uncertainty in all these events that, going alongside with this description, maybe the one-time spending is something to think about relative to something that could be ongoing, and entail further commitment.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
This is relevant. Please recall last year when we put our initial requests up to PEA, and then they asked the chairs, the PEA committee asked us to come back to them with what we could possibly fund with one-time money. I would anticipate that we're going to experience something similar to that, again, as we move together with our colleagues in the legislature, is that there's going to be heavy emphasis on one-time funding solutions, to your requests, and staff will help analyze that and provide solutions at your direction.
Thank you.
I
Follow-up?
appreciate that. Quick follow-up and just a quick plug for that school safety project that we put in. I think that's a good place to use a lot of one-time money. Thanks.
Oh, I wonder if he cares about that one.
Chair, how are we for time? Because we have one more presentation left, right?
Quick, because we are
No,
pretty.
we're done. No, I'm sorry, we're
Oh,
done for today.
I'm going,
sorry.
we're pretty slow.
Nope,
We're pretty behind.
We're done.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I do need to clarify, the pupil transportation focus is in Finance Committee tomorrow. That's my.
Okay, so that's already on the docket.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's on the Finance Committee.
Thank you all for your presentation, for the information. We appreciate it.
Thank you
I'm
all.
sure there will be more questions on all of this later, so.
Chair, if
Okay.
I may quickly just offer to any of the board members, especially those who are new, but our team is more than happy to sit down with you and to cover more of these issues in depth at any time.
It's always so helpful to do that, so thank you. Okay, we're going on to number 12. Angie, Board Rule R277-419, pupil accounting. Board Member Hutchings?
Quick point of personal privilege.
You bet. Go ahead.
I would like to recognize my husband and daughters who slipped in, and I'd also like to ask my daughter Sophia to stand up. This is my baby, and she turned 16 today. So if we could wish her a happy birthday.
Happy
birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sophia. Espia.
Happy birthday to you. Thank you so much. And since we like to torment our children, as you can tell, they actually brought some cupcakes. They're out in the hall. Feel free to celebrate with her and get a little sugar energy when you need it.
Because we don't ever eat sugar in here. Thank you, Board Member Hutchings. Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Thank you, board members. It's good to be with you again today. So R277-419, we discuss often in this with the board. Historically, not necessarily once a year, but for the last 3 to 4 years, we have discussed R277-419 about once per year. Just a quick reminder of why R277-419 is important. It is a rule that establishes the minimum school day and minimum school day requirements and how you calculate student membership for our school districts and charter schools. So, and I just wanted to bring to your attention that there is a draft 2 that was uploaded to Civic Clerk yesterday, and the draft 2, I will point out the difference. It's only about 8 lines of language difference, and we'll show that in a moment. But it was the amendments that are there were at the request of some leaders from our school districts and charter schools who asked us to provide some clarity on one of the portions of the rule. So we'll be looking at draft 2. If any motions need to be made, we request that you look at draft 2 or make those motions related to draft 2. So there's 5 things that I just want to point out quickly about R277-419. Number 1, the first major thing that staff is recommending you do at this point is all the way at the very bottom of this rule on line 62. And what it would do is it would extend the current version of the rule that we've had for the 22-23 school year for the 23-24 school year. So if you go all the way to the bottom of the rule, at 682, you will see that currently this version of the rule is only in effect through the end of this school year, so it would sunset. At one point, we had a plan of bringing forward a version that would be something you could vote on, that would be in perpetuity. We were not able to collect the data or receive the examples from our LEAs that we knew that you as a board were hoping for before making that decision. So our recommendation at this point is to make the decision with respect to the 23-24 school year. We do have a plan to collect data, work with our LEAs to get examples of how they've been using the flexibility of not having the 990 hours and the minimum school day requirements. And we've been requested by current board leadership, and I'm sure this board will agree, to come to you no later than August next year in committee to begin this discussion. And so that is what we are committing to you to do. And the second thing that it does is it eliminates references throughout the rule due to waivers and specific reporting requirements that were in place for the 2020-21 school year. So that's references to those continuing education plans, the explicit report. There was a specific calculation of membership that we did early that year. You may remember these were all due to kind of the COVID provisions and our reopening plans, et cetera. So we're eliminating all of those references that were really only applicable to the 2020-21 school year. And those are found beginning on lines 165, 209, 305, and 494. Third, the next one begins on about line 254, and it provides that an LEA that participates in the National School Lunch Program must provide school meals if as part of their 180 days. And part of this is a codification of an expectation that's already included in the agreements that our LEAs who participate in that program sign. And again, the recommendation was to codify that here. Fourth, I have two more. The fourth one, beginning on line 377, adds language that clarifies that a student with a disability or an LEA may not drop a student with a disability from enrollment in the LEA on that 11th day or after the 10 days. Let's say a student does not attend school for 10 days, or the LEA doesn't have any engagement with a student for more than 10 days. The rule, or this rule, would state that student would no longer be eligible for state funding, but it does not mean that you unenroll the student or drop the student off. So this language, and this portion right here is what draft 2 is all about. These are the only changes. And what it would clarify, and I apologize, I have it right here and I'm on the wrong tab. It would state that notwithstanding the 10-day rule, and if you remember, if a student has 10 or more unexcused absences, or in the case of a learner validated program, the LEA has not engaged with the student for 10 or more days, the LEA is supposed to drop the student from student membership, which is how we calculate and demonstrate that the LEA indeed is educating or providing services to the student. But it does not mean that the district or charter school needs to unenroll or drop the student from their roles. But instead, we're clarifying that for student with disability, that you do need to continue to provide that student with a free and appropriate public education, or FAPE. You shall maintain the student on your rolls, and you may, this is the new language that was negotiated or discussed yesterday, may continue to count the student in membership for funding purposes up to 30 days beyond those 10 days. If the LEA documents that the LEA is working to locate and engage with the student with a disability to get them back and to where they can provide them services. So that's number 4. And then lastly, you'll notice on lines 411 through 414 that it shows that there's some strikeouts and new language. That language there that's highlighted was actually approved by the board previously in October. It is just currently under in the public comment period, so it hasn't taken effect. So we left it in there since it's not in effect yet. But that language there has already been passed and approved by the board. And that is all. And I'm happy to answer questions if you have any.
Board Member Hymas?
Yeah. On lines 377 through 384, Deputy Stallings, if you could help us. I mean, I'm running this scenario in my mind, right? And what happens after 30 days? I can't get a hold, or LEA can't get a hold of a student. They can't get a hold of the parents. They've dropped off the face of the earth. What happens? It's been 1 month. What happens?
Yeah. May I respond? And I may need, if Assistant Superintendent Voorhees is in the
She's
room,
coming.
she may want to just start moving her way up here.
She got up
I-
before you even
Did
called her,
she?
yeah.
Of course she did, because she's good like that. I don't know if you want to respond or, okay.
Chair, may I respond?
Yes, go ahead. Sorry, Leah.
Assistant Superintendent Leah Voorhees. So thank you for the question. It's a really important one. Because as I told the superintendents yesterday, absenteeism is one of the largest growing sections of litigation in special education law. And as you know, in special education, a whole lot of what we are beholden to is actually case law. There's regulation, and then there's a whole bunch of litigation, and we're beholden to the decisions in that litigation. And absenteeism is one of the largest growing sections. So if the big key issue for absenteeism right now in the litigation is that when a student is not presenting themselves for services, the LEA still has an affirmative, and that's the legal word, an affirmative responsibility to locate the student and provide FAPE. And most people think of FAPE as a direct service to the student. But if you actually look at an IEP, there are two sections of the services part of the IEP that are direct to the student. And then there's a third section. This is about work that adults do to support the student that may or may not actually touch the student. That should still be happening when you don't have direct interaction with the student. For instance, parent training and education, parent counseling might be in that section. Okay, that's just one example of what might be in that section. But the big legal issue right now is the LEAs are responsible to, when a student has been absent, are responsible to determine if the absence is related to the disability. And if an IEP team determines that yes, the absence is related to the disability, so the IEP team actually has to meet, and that's part of FAPE, that the IEP team meets, even though you haven't had any interaction with the student. If the IEP team determines that, then they have to amend the IEP, develop a new IEP, determine if the services and supports on the IEP are reasonably calculated to provide the student a FAPE. So there is work that has to be done, even if you don't engage the student, right? So case law requires that if the student is enrolled in the public agency, that the LEA documents that they are trying to provide FAPE. How they would do that is have the IEP meeting, provide the services that are not direct, continue to provide that support, send letters home, and case law lovingly calls them ready, willing, and able letters to the family to say the LEA is ready, willing, and able to provide FAPE if you present the student. So the 30 days is kind of arbitrary because the case law, the language in the case law, and the superintendent's actually asked us this directly, is a reasonable amount of time. So reasonable is enough time. You know, it's all individualized because we're talking about students with disabilities, right? So reasonable is enough time for the LEA to do due diligence to try to re-engage the student. And if the LEA can document that they've done due diligence, and they even then after this seemingly reasonable amount of 30 days time to re-engage the student, the LEA says, okay, we've tried, we've had an IEP meeting, we've done a home visit, we've sent letters, we've tried to meet with the parents, a team has gotten together and discussed issues, you know, on and on. Then the LEA's responsibility is to continue. I mean, you could stop providing FAPE because you can't, because the student is not there and is not being presented. But the LEA is still responsible to send ready, willing, and able letters as long as that student is eligible, which is a period of 3 years from the time that eligibility is determined, until either the student presents him or herself or eligibility runs out. And case law generally says that you should send a ready, willing, and able letter about every semester until eligibility runs out. So the 30 days is a little arbitrary because the standard is a reasonable amount of time, but the amount of time that would take to try and do those activities, and then after the 30 days, you just have to keep sending those ready, willing, and able letters.
Vice
Did
Chair.
that answer your question?
Partially. I know.
May I
Just
add?
send your
Well,
letters.
I'm thinking, quite frankly, I'm thinking of charters. I agree with this. Some schools have a specific enrollment number they're shooting for, and this is a small percentage. I get if this happens at all. I don't. In my experience, I don't know if I've seen this, but I'm not on a large scale, so this might be more common. But at a charter school or somewhere where seats matter, at what point do we say, look, this probably isn't the right program for you? Of course, you can't. You know what I mean? Like I understand these things, so that's what I'm wondering. I guess for these other schools who are might be dealing with this, after 30 days they lose the funding, right? But they can't drop them from enrollment. So it's just putting some of those smaller schools in a tight spot is what I'm wondering if there's a solution to that. And the expression says
Just-
no.
What I'd like to just answer is that really subsections 5A and B essentially already exist. They are codified in special ed law.
Right.
It's in R277, 750, and the case law, as Leah mentioned. And so whether or not 5A and B are codified here doesn't actually change the LEA's responsibility. It's just that many of our LEAs thought that 419 trumped the special ed, or, was trumped the special ed law. It's not the case. The special education laws actually would trump this 419, if that makes sense. And so then 5C is new in the sense that it now allows an LEA to not have to drop them from receiving funding on the 11th day, but you get 30 more days to receive state funds in order to support that engagement, and with the hope of either helping that student get re-engaged, or maybe if they've decided to enroll in another school, or they've decided they'd like to homeschool, engage in homeschooling, then that gives you that day of transition or being able to support them in either re-engaging or finding out where they went.
So that does answer my question. Thank you so much. I will state, I am appreciative of the extended time. I think that's very helpful, but still had questions that I appreciate your time with. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hymas. Board Member Cannon?
Thank you. I'm looking for a little reassurance here. So when I read through this rule, I noticed on lines 305 through 310, we have crossed out the waiver of the 990-hour requirement for 2021 school year. So I just want to confirm that now, under this rule, our kids will be getting 180 days and 990 hours of education. Am I correct or incorrect?
No, go ahead, Angie.
That is not correct. There is no 990-hour requirement that is in the rule. So in the 2020-21 version of this rule, the 990 was still there. and there was a waiver allowability. Then with the 21-22 and 22-23 school years, we have not had the 990. The 990 has not been there, meaning the LEA right now, LEAs currently have a requirement to provide educational services over 180 days. There's no 990, and it previous to 2020-21, there also used to be a minimum school day requirement. There was a definition of minimum school day that meant that you had to have at least 2 hours in kindergarten and 4 hours in grades 1 through 12. That also is not in here. So, and I've talked about this a number of times in previous times we've talked about this, but prior to 2020-21, we had essentially 3 requirements: a day, 180 day, an hour, 990 hour, and a minimum day requirement. The last 2 years, last year, this year, and now we're proposing next year, we'll have one of those 3. Other states, in case many of you may be asking, what do other states do? Some states have all 3, some states have 2, and some states have 1. So we are not the only state to have 1. I wanted to remind you of that. But what this rule would do is, again, for 1 more year and 1 year only, it would extend just having the 1 criteria. And the idea and hope is that we'll be able to gather data and LEA testimonials or experiences and examples of how they have been able to support and provide educational services to their students in a more either meaningful way or how the flexibility has supported them. And that is what we're proposing we bring to you in August of next year. And in the meantime, asking for 1 more year of an extension.
So Angie, just for clarification, to continue on for 1 more year of what's been happening in the last 2 years, so we can get more data, so it can be brought back, and then the board can decide if they want to add 2, 3, 10, whatever later on.
Yes,
Thank
or
you.
different.
May I
Yeah, and they're
make a
trying to get their
follow-up comment?
calendars done. That's why we couldn't wait for the information, because they're getting calendars ready for next year. Go ahead, Board Member Cannon.
Okay, so my blood pressure has just gone up significantly. You want data? Look at your kids' test scores. We have kids who've just gone through a pandemic, who've lost so much instructional time due to school closures, et cetera, et cetera. All of our scores are just decreasing. And now we're saying we're not even going to give our kids what we have required for years and years and years, which is 990 hours and 180 days, because we're going to see if this experiment works. Well, I think we have plenty of data to say this is not in the best interest of Utah school children to take away instructional required time from them. So I feel very strongly that this is not good for Utah school kids.
Thank you, Board Member Cannon. Board Member Lear,
Oh, man.
did your moment pass already?
No, I just have to go back. I feel like Brent a little bit, not a historian, but I just have to go back a little bit to Matt's point. And it's like an irresistible impulse to say, I feel like that I've heard this from the concerns from school districts about, well, we have to drop them from our funding. That means they're not enrolled, the students. And I just make a plea to those of you who work in charter schools and influence charter schools to say that every traditional school is dealing with the same issue, that everyone would like to get rid of kids that are hard to, who are truant. They're a burden on teachers. It's really, really hard. But if we just give up on those kids when they've been absent 10 days or even 30 days, it's not like they sit home calmly and do and watch TV at the kitchen table. They're often because truancy or absence is usually an indicator of other problems. So I just want to make a plea that's apropos of nothing to say, let's try and in good faith, try and keep these kids enrolled and do what we can, because it's the only way we can help them. That's why I'm such a fan of a school like Roots, who takes these kids that every school district, through hook or crook, somehow drops. So I really hope we can, this is something of a finesse, and you guys didn't say that out loud, but it is. We want schools to keep students enrolled, maybe if they're not even getting funding for it, just because it's the best thing to do for kids. Thanks. So I didn't have a question, I just had to make that comment.
I saw it coming. Board Member Hymas?
Rebuttal? I don't know of any charter schools who's trying to get rid of kids. Maybe I need to visit more.
When I said traditional.
Yeah, I don't know of any schools, I don't think that's what educators get in the business for. I see your point. I do. But I think it'd be unfair to suggest that any schools are saying, this is a student that I don't. Well,
I think that philosophically there, it does happen.
maybe I'm more
Okay.
naive.
Okay.
But that's just it. I want to speak for schools that and educators that are striving to do their best to reach out to families, and to work with families. That's just it. Kids are going to be kids, and kids are going to do what they can, and I get that. If we can have an open dialogue with parents and work there, that's helpful as well. But you know, I want to give assume goodwill, give the benefit of the doubt. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other lights. I'd be seeking a motion then that the board approves our 277419 draft 2 on first and final reading. So moved.
Second.
Who seconded it? Board Member Hart. Oh,
Somebody, Janet's got it.
I'm coming back. Miss Janet?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion or an amendment to this motion. And I've been looking through here to try to see where to put it. And I can't find quite the correct place to put it. But I would like to make a motion that we define a school year as requiring 180 days and 990 hours of instruction.
Okay, that would change line 682 and more. Yes?
Thank you. Actually, we could do it fairly simply by amending 251 through 253.
Hold on.
By saying an LEA shall provide educational services over a minimum of 990 hours over 180 school days each year. We could put it in there with the 180. So it's 251 through 253 is where it was previously. It was written a little bit differently than it would be now. But if you want to give me a moment, I could draft that if there's a second.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Janet, did you already speak to it, or do you want to speak to it again?
Well, just to reiterate, we had an experiment on what it did to our school children's performance called the pandemic, where we cut out a bunch of their instructional hours and time on task. And now the federal government has been giving us millions of dollars to help kids through accelerated learning, to help them make up the learning that they lost. And to me, it's just counterintuitive to say we will cut down our requirements when our kids are in such a precarious scenario of not receiving sufficient educational time. And I just feel strongly about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Earl?
Do we know how this is going to impact schools right now? I'm just saying meaning that we have different districts doing different things currently. I'm just wondering, do we have any idea that just changing this without any kind of feedback or public comment?
That's one of the reasons why it's on the agenda today and didn't go through committee, because they're making their calendars for the 23-24 school year.
Right,
now.
right. So I guess what I'm saying is this is going to directly, and I understand what you're saying too, but yeah, I'm not sure. moving this forward at this point without the information that, the data that we've asked to have gathered is beneficial, so I'm speaking against.
Okay, board member, let me see. Janet, is your light still on?
Sorry.
Vice Chair Davis?
I'll come back to you.
Okay, board member Hart?
Oh,
Okay,
I
board
thought-
member Norton, and then I'll come back to you.
You know, I think that there's a difference between what happened in COVID and what's happened with the change in the 990 rule. I've seen schools using their time more efficiently and more targeted through the 990 rule, where they've had some students who need extra support come in on different days. They've had other gifted programs at different times. So there's been a lot of different flexibility, and I think that these need to be, I think we need to see the documentation from that, because I agree, education was sorely missing during the COVID years, even though teachers were trying their best to sing and dance and all those other things. Kids were not even logging in. But now it feels so different. And the flexible schedule time has been nice. We've been able to meet with parents after school, later, et cetera. So I just think there's been a lot of interesting and innovative ways during just the last year and a half, 2 years, that I think that we need to see that out before we, ditch this right now.
Thank you, board member Norton. Board member board member Hart, sorry.
Thank you, sorry. I agree, that's exactly what I was going to say. The big experiment was sending kids home. It wasn't removing the 990. The 990 is problematic. Do you include lunch? Do you include passing periods? How do you have school without passing periods? But is that instructional time? Is it not instructional time? Is recess instructional time? It's required by law, but is that in the 990? I don't, until we get data on how many districts actually changed based on the 990, it is not something that you can attribute. There's a difference between closing schools down and teachers doing pirouettes and gymnastics and changing the 990 because it is a very difficult metric to track. And I believe that's probably why it's hard to pull the data now, because now you're asking school districts, well, do you still have 990? And they go back to, well, do you count lunch? Do you count passing periods? Do you count recess? Do you count this? You do interventions during lunchtime, so is that now suddenly academic for half the students or the students that participate? It's not, the 990 is not the panacea for fixing the parameters that under which we do school, and to go back and to tell districts that without any data is exactly what we're mistrusting, and that's how mistrust is bred. We haven't given them the time to report out. We haven't collected any of those metrics, and we're just looking at making a decision willy-nilly because of the pandemic, and I'm not in support of that at all. And we cannot make decisions on emotional responses to the pandemic. We all hate it. It affects our daily work outside of school and in school, but I am not going to vote to just knee-jerk reaction when we don't have the data to support or refute that change. So I am not in support of that.
Thank you, board member Hart. Board member Hanson?
Yeah, I'm in favor of what Janet's proposing, and I'll tell you why, because I remember distinctly the discussions that we had, and we went on for hours about dropping this 990 rule, and the reason was because of the pandemic, because we couldn't put kids in seats for that amount of time, and that's the reason we took it off. Now the pandemic's over, to say that we're going to extend it so that we can do this experiment and gather data just doesn't sound right to me. I mean, the pandemic's over, put it back in place. If we can show that there are reasons that we should drop it, then let's go ahead and do that. Let's make a decision based on some new information. But the reason we dropped it was the pandemic. The reason we extended it was because the pandemic was continuing, and it was temporary. That was the whole discussion that we had as a board, was we were only going to do this for 1 year, and then we were only going to do it for the next year. And it was because of pandemic conditions. So put it back in place. It's the way it was before. And then let's find data-driven reasons to drop it, if we should drop it. But let's not use the pandemic as an excuse to get rid of something just because we can't gather the proper data. I don't think that's proper, and I'm for this.
Thank you, Board Member Hanson. Board Member Straight?
Yes, I guess I have a concern that it really affects the school calendar that much, because it's 180 days either way. It's how you do the 990 hours for each one of those days. I know there's been lots of things that have been put forward. I know that some school districts start later now. And there is some research that starting later, especially for older kids, is beneficial. I know that a lot of districts have went to using this time for professional development. So I'm not sure I have enough information to be for or against, but at the same time, how are we going to get the data on whether 990 is more effective than the flexibility? Well, how many years of data do we have since we can kind of say the pandemic was over? Is this the second year? Do we say that? I don't know. No. I guess for me, for right now, we're continuing through this current year. We're going to have data next summer, but yeah, there is a point that regardless of whether my calendar argument is good or not, that it's hard to shift that close to the start of a new school year. So, but at what point do we get the opposite data on student growth between the 990 hours and not requiring the 990 hours? Because I'm actually for innovation. I like the idea of LEAs looking at things and being innovative. So I'm kind of stuck on the idea that we do need more information, but I think we also need to have that 990 hours, or we have to be able to show that those innovations were actually effective, and I'm not sure that's in line either. So maybe our message needs to be is we need to collect an understanding of all the innovations that are going forth in different LEAs, because it's all over the place. And then we need to pinpoint in on those and get that data, not just test scores. So I guess for right now, I would vote against the motion, but I do think that it's an important question, because we don't know at this point what the effect would be if we went back. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Board Member Straight. Board Member Hanson and Janet, I'm going to go over you because Vice Chair Davis hasn't had an opportunity to speak yet. Go ahead.
I just want to say that in general, I agree that I think we're learning that spending time in school brings better results than not. However, I would be in favor of extending this one more year because we have a lot of schools that have been started in models and they're starting to see results, but they don't have time for the continuity, and we need time to gather data. And if we don't extend this for another year, I fear, a lot of these schools, even though we're putting a rush job on it, it's because a lot of them just want to continue what they're doing. And now they're saying, oh, what if they don't continue this? We're going to be messed up. Are you going to continue it? You are, right? And I feel like that's more of the conversation now. So I agree. I wouldn't be ready long-term to make a decision on this, but I think we really need to do this for one more year so that they can get some continuity and get some data, and then we can make good long-term decisions.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Booth.
Okay, so that's 5.5 hours of instruction for 180 days. So what time does school start in the morning? What time does school get out? Does that include lunch, passing time? It's 5.5 hours is all 990 hours is. So it would seem to me that 5.5 hours is not exorbitant. I mean, it's just like 5.5 hours is going to be eaten up really quick with everything you've got to teach. So as a new member of the board, not having lived through all of the, I know Carol has had some responses to the requests to, you know, not have this requirement in certain schools that have come to law and licensing committee. I don't have the background, but it seems that right now to make a decision, that's going to be hard for those of us that are new. I totally understand what Janet is saying. We are in trouble. We got a lot of work to do. We need every hour we can possibly get. But I would be interested to see, with the flexibility, what are schools doing? How many hours are they? I mean, 5.5 hours seems pretty minimal. Are they doing a lot less than that already? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. So, yikes, if we have to make a decision right now.
Thank you. Board Member Earl?
I was just going to call the question.
Okay. Calling to question?
I'd object. I mean, we were in the queue already for that. You can't call the question with this.
Well, you
What do you mean,
actually can.
When you skipped us?
Well, I skipped you because you'd already had opportunity to speak. I went in order of who hadn't spoken yet.
Okay.
Board Member Hanson, I was trying to be fair to who hadn't spoken.
Needs a second.
So it does need a second. Second, Chair Huntsman. So the motion is to call to question. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. Okay, those who are in favor, raise your hands, please. Board Member Moss, Board Member Hart, Board Member Earl, Board Member Hymas, Board Member.
Is this on the full board?
Calling to question. Board Member Klein, Board Member Hutchings, Board Member Straight, Board Member Chair Huntsman, and me.
And me.
Oh, and I forgot you again, my favorite of all time, and Board Member Norton.
I think they're black.
That passes. Well, I said my favorite of all time, just not just at any day.
That makes it worse.
Oh, okay. Okay, she's my favorite elementary teacher in Washington County. So I'm sorry, Board Member Hanson. So the motion before the board is that the board approves our 277-419 draft 2 on as amended on first and final reading. It's not amended.
No, this is on the amendment. You're calling the amendment.
Oh, the amendment is on Board Member Cannon's. So the amendment is to add in, did you even find some language on that?
Yes, it's
Okay.
showing. So you could just say to amend lines 251 through 253 to add 990 hours of in draft 2 as follows.
So Janet, does that look right to what it was you wanted? Okay. So the motion is to add 990 hours of. So that's the motion on the table. Seeing no oh, we can't have discussion because it was called to question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
No.
I'm a no.
Okay, those in favor? Those in favor, please raise your hands. We have Board Member Booth, Board Member Cannon, Board Member Hanson.
I'm abstaining.
Okay. Okay, and an abstention. Okay, so then the motion, the original motion on the table is that the board approves our 277-419 draft 2 on first and final reading. Okay, we have more discussion. Here we go. Board Member Earl, are you still on? Okay. Board Member Hanson?
I will comment on this motion because I know we're trying to approve it without the 990 hours in it. I think that there is a way to go forward to keep the 990 hours in, because we do have a waiver process where schools have applied in the past. We've granted waivers to the 990 hours, and then we would know what they are doing with their time if they filed waivers with us and we granted those waivers. So I'm not on the prevailing side. I could certainly bring back that motion and add that there is a waiver process in place, which I think would give us the data, some of the data we need, and maybe speed this along. But that's what
I just wanted to interject that the waivers always have a caveat, either distance or size, or do they not?
That's up to us, though, how to grant the waivers.
Okay. Board Member Straight?
So we don't have a motion because you weren't on the prevailing side, but you need a motion?
No, or you can make one.
Well, I would like to make one.
You'd have to make an amendment.
Amendment, I'm sorry.
We're just going to bring back the one that just failed?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so and I'm open for other discussion on this amendment.
Well, there's no amendment yet.
I know, I'm getting there.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I'm not going to tell a story. But on the amendment, I would like that we revisit this in 1 year, and that we decide on the process moving forward, if it's these waivers like have been done before, or whether or not it's something else. But we just need to have a process moving forward and rediscuss this in 1 year, once we have the data.
So Brent, that's all would be in the draft too? That would be, it's actually coming back in August for discussion.
That'd be fine.
Is that okay? All right, so we
Yes.
don't need an amendment for that.
But I think it's important that we readdress the issue of the 990 hours.
In August.
In August.
Point of order, aren't we doing that?
Yes, so.
Yeah, I'm just restating, he didn't
So
make a motion.
we're only extending for
Correct. Right.
1 year.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. I have such a glare on this thing. Board Member Klein.
I just have a question about lines 254 to 257 around the National School Lunch Program requirement. Can you explain what brought that about and why that's in there, or if it's actually needed to be codified?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So as we were discussing this year's version of 419 that we're bringing to you today, and as Vice Chair Belknap stated, kind of the urgency, we also presented to staff, are there any other, we call them low-hanging fruit or urgent needs or clarifications that staff would recommend? This language here on 254 through 265 was a recommendation from our child nutrition program staff, those who oversee and support our LEAs who participate in the National School Lunch Program. And they, with the pending elimination and sunset of the current waivers that the Department of Agriculture has in place, they wanted to clarify or codify the expectation that's currently in National School Lunch Program agreements that LEAs have, where when they participate in the program, there's an expectation that for each of your regular instructional days, that you provide meals. And this codifies or provides that reminder of what they agree to when they participate in the National School Lunch Program.
Okay, follow up?
Go ahead.
Was it a few months ago, we had a lengthy discussion about the Biden administration's change of definition for sexual orientation, of sex to sexual orientation and gender identity, and the requirement that was being put in place for schools to use that new definition in order, if they receive that National School Lunch Grant. And I'm trying to remember what language we put in at that time, if that actually protected us from, because now we're requiring this, right? It's a shall, and so is that going to pull that in? I know that right now our state attorney general is in litigation with 21 other states regarding that issue that's pending. Just wanting to know how the implications of this being put in here.
So Angie,
with
wouldn't this
that.
just be if they are doing it, they have to do it? If they're not doing it, they don't have to do it. So you're not required to offer school lunches, but if you are already opting in to offer school lunches, you have to do it for the 180 days that school is being offered.
With the 3 exceptions that are there.
Yeah, with those 3 exceptions.
What are the percentages of schools that actually participate in the National School Lunch Program? Do we know? Is that like all of them, or is it just?
135 of our school districts and charter schools participate in the National School Lunch Program.
Is that for
Out
like
of-
Title I type
No.
schools, or it's just any school that wants to?
It's actually districts and charters. So like of those 135 out of approximately maybe 155 or 160. So we have 41 school districts and then up to about 120 charter schools. The districts could have up to 80 schools, so for each one. And a charter school could have 4 or 5 because we do have charter school LEAs that actually have multiple campuses. So do you know the number of school sites?
Could-
Is it 1,000?
We also want to just,
This is just a little bit off topic to the motion on the table. So did we answer your question about the shall if they are involved? If they are providing school lunch, they shall provide for the 180 days.
And so they will be tied to that requirement.
Well, they're tied to it now.
It's only if they already, so the school has the option to say, we are going to participate or not.
Right.
And so they're not required to participate. This would not make anyone or require them to participate.
Do we remember what we decided a couple months ago, what we put in? I think we tried putting some language in to protect, so schools wouldn't have to open up their bathrooms or locker rooms in order to students of the opposite sex by receiving the funds.
Okay,
That's my question.
but that's different than this draft too. It's a little bit not germane to this. It kind of is, but not necessarily, because if they don't take that, then they don't have to provide. If they do, they shall for the 180 days that we're talking about in 419.
Okay, as long as schools are clear on that, what they're agreeing to.
Okay, thank you, Natalie. Thank you for your patience on that. Vice Chair Davis?
I was just going to say, I think a couple of schools, 1 day a week and like at 11 a.m. And this is just saying, if you do decide to do that, then like you have to have a sack lunch or something the kids can grab and go. You still have, you can't just not provide it if you're participating in the program.
Yeah. Does that help, Natalie? I know that doesn't answer your other question, because that's still there. Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board approves our 277-419 draft 2 on first and final reading. See no hands. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, those who are a yes, please raise your hand. Yeses, please raise your hand. Board Member Moss, Board Member Hart, Board Member Earl, Board Member Hymas, Board Member Hutchings, Vice Chair Davis. Where did Board Member Norton go? Chair Huntsman and me. Okay. That passes. Okay, do we need to have a break? Or can we go? Okay, it needs to be quick though, because we have quite a bit to do, and then we'll come back and do Finance Committee report. So Chair Moss, will you be ready for that? Thank you.
Committee chairs, let's stay focused on the action and minimize the narrative in the front. Not to say there is any narrative in the front. We won't get done.
they should answer during their talk.
Oh, she won't, she
So
won't.
Has he
I,
sent it to specific?
She won't
he
throw
just
it.
sent it to me and said
I
these
know.
are my
If I was
questions.
an
for all of them.
eraser.
Oh, so yeah, you should send it to all
All
of
of
those
those
to
to be
not turn
prepared
those.
to talk tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
I think that's it. I have no idea.
You know, well,
I have no idea.
Yeah, but you're going first. You
And,
did it
and I'm
first,
sure
and
I
you would-
probably already
probably
put
have
forward
more.
workshop. I probably do,
Okay.
but I can't worry about
Okay,
it.
5 minutes, right?
5 minutes, let's go.
wants that thrown at him?
All right, we're starting, friends. Let's go ahead and get started. We are starting with the report out on our Finance Committee, and we're going to turn the time over to Chair Moss.
Okay, welcome to the finance report. Start with action item 13.3. And the motion from the committee, recommended action is that the board approves R277-407 draft 2 on second and final reading. And I can give a very brief intro if anybody is interested.
Okay, we have a,
No,
seeing no hands.
no, there's hands.
Oh,
I got
okay,
three.
there's
Cindy
hands.
Davis.
I just have to
Oh,
find
you're
the-
me now.
I'm Cindy Davis.
I have to find the right.
Okay,
page.
Laura. Vice Chair Belknap.
So, Chair Moss, I'm interested into the discussion you had on what kind of risk are we putting ourselves in where we have a rule to follow for school fees, and yet where is the accountability on that?
Yeah, that is the question we discussed. Currently, they are required to make an assurance that they're complying with school fee law. They also are submitting a yearly report separate from that. But the sense of our staff was that that was not as helpful in knowing whether and how they're complying as would additional monitoring. And so the decision, and this came out of the Reports and Requirements Task Force. The sense was that there was duplicative reporting and yet not sufficient transparency. And so you'll see the shift on line 611 from administrative review to monitoring, and superintendent shall monitor LEA compliance with the rule through shall monitor LEA compliance with the rule. So we anticipate more monitoring, more visits, a deeper dive, more instruction. Then I can turn to Deputy Jones if there's more detail, but that was the idea, make it deeper and more meaningful rather than, or to Angie, excuse me.
I do.
Either one.
Follow up, Chair?
Yes.
Because my concern, Lance, is you're saying we're going to do more monitoring. When are we going to do that? Because we don't have any more personnel. So we're looking at maybe 8 years getting around to every school at this point to make sure they're following the school fees rules. And number two, is the assurance document gone as well?
No. So we keep the assurance document. The secondary duplicative report would go away, but the assurance would still stay there. They'd be required to keep all the information on compliance as they would normally, just not have to report it in that secondary report. And we did talk about the amount of monitoring that can be done and how we might improve that. We've got some FTE requests coming up. That was a topic of discussion, but our staff felt like that would give us a better idea and also better educational opportunity than reviewing the report.
Thank you. I think we're putting ourselves at risk.
Thank you,
we could
Chair,
turn
Carol, or Member Lear. Also, can I just say, we are really far behind, so if everyone could speak one time, that you really get what you want to say on each thing and speak one time,
I
would be
have
great.
2 clarifying questions on this. It's completely separate. One on line 605, and I'm doing it backwards, sorry. 605. And it says, for an LEA with multiple schools, the LEA shall distribute the impact of fee waivers across the LEA so that no school carries a disproportionate share of the LEA's total. I've had this question ever since this rule was revised. I don't think we really mean what this says. I don't think we mean that if an LEA has a high school, a junior high, and an elementary, that it's going to take away services in the elementary. Or do we mean that? And if we do, that's a problem for me.
I don't think that's a current
Line
amendment.
605.
I don't think that's a current amendment, but Angie could probably speak to it. I think that was.
It is a current amendment.
Is
It
it?
is underlined.
What I
Do you
think
have
it was
a motion,
already.
a substitute motion? Is that what you're
Maybe
saying?
Angie
No,
can-
I just want to know if we really mean this.
Well, if we
because-
don't, send it to committee and let's keep moving on.
I think
So committee
Angie's
can work
got
it
a.
out.
And
May I respond?
Yes.
So the language is actually currently on lines 591 and 592, and I believe in one other space. We deleted it so it wasn't stated multiple times and moved it to the end into subsection 4B. So that language is already existing in the rule, it's just
Right.
moved.
But even, it is underlined, so that means we can discuss it.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just curious if we really mean that a district with a high school and a middle school and elementary is really supposed to spread that impact of those fee waivers over all those schools.
No.
Do we really mean that?
Do you want me to speak to her? You want to? Okay. Chair, Vice Chair, may
Yes,
I respond?
please.
So this language was actually part of the permanent injunction. I know we don't
Which
like it.
now
when
has
we
gone away,
Yes.
and we ignore it.
And I was just going to share the spirit of it, is that you have two high schools, one that maybe has a richer area, less students.
No, stop, and I'm
versus
sorry,
ano-
and I know I can interrupt you, because that's not what I mean. If there's two high schools, I get it. But if we have many, many districts, charter schools that don't have multiple schools of the same kind, and I just think this is language without meaning. Yes. Thank you. Instead of just writing.
Yes, make a motion. Move it to committee.
I'd like to move, I'd like to suggest that we delete this from now. Would that be the best thing? Or do we move this to a committee for further discussion?
We have a motion on the floor to move, what is it?
I have line 605, but somebody's telling me there's a different draft.
Well, let's just move the rule to the committee and discuss the problematic
Well,
language.
it just came from there.
You could delete that.
Can this whole body vote to do it? This whole body can vote to move something to a committee? Okay, so, go ahead.
All
Let's
right.
just move the rule.
All right, can I ask the other one too?
Go ahead, ask your question quickly.
And the other one is on line 360. An LEA shall annually provide written notice to a parent or guardian of each student. I want, if that's removed, if that's deleted there because it's someplace else, I just wanted to know where, because I think this is a really important element to take away entirely.
Can I speak to that?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, this Barbie
Please.
Fowl School Fees Physical Monitor. The reason that we've stricken that is because I spoke to AG Quisenberry about the written notice, and we require them to provide notice, but we are allowing them to do it online. And I believe we've moved it down to be part of the,
So it's only online, is what you're saying now?
well, that it could
Vice
be
Chair.
online.
Okay.
And as part of like the registration, that it's all online, available for
Right.
parents to download if they so choose. Because it was just kind of confusing that it was stating that it was a written notice.
All right, and the second, one last question, very short. Was this a unanimous vote by the committee to move this out?
Think so?
Yeah, it was. Okay.
Yeah.
Then my motion would be to send this back to the committee to discuss this issue of,
Can we send the rule? I've forgotten amendment 2.
oh, yes, so I'll
No, I
hold
can't
that
make it.
thought.
So, no, just make it, so just send it back, because, what's the name of the rule? Well, it's R277-407.
School fees.
So we have a motion on the floor that the board send R277-404
407.
-407, draft 1, back to a committee for review of language, for language review. Those, seeing no more lights, those in favor? Oh, do we have a second? Okay. Seeing no lights, we have a motion on the floor that the board sends R277-404, draft 1, or draft 2,
407.
407, back to a committee. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, will the ayes raise your hands? Nine. Do I need to read those names? Okay, can the noes raise your hands? The noes are Chair Huntsman, Member Hart, Member Earl, Member Norton, and Vice Chair Belknap.
Moss too. Oh, wasn't he? I think you were.
No, he was.
His hands were going like that. They never leave my arms.
Okay, let's, Vice Chair Moss. 13.4. So that motion passes.
Yes, okay. On to the next one. 13.4, Data Standards Amendment. And the recommended action from the committee is that the board approves R277-484, draft 1 on second and final reading. This also comes out of recommendation from the Reports and Requirements Task Force.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor that the board approves R277-484, draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no discussion, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, action item 13.5, waiver to request to carry over 15% or more of Title I funds more frequently than once every 3 years. And the recommended action from the committee is, the Finance Committee recommends that the Utah State Board of Education approves staff to submit Title I waiver requests for the state and LEAs who were affected by the decline in Title I funding. I can share background if there
Thank
are
you.
questions.
Well, seeing no lights, we have a motion on the floor that the Finance Committee recommends that the Utah State Board of Education approves staff to submit Title I waiver requests for the state and LEAs who were affected by the decline in Title I funding. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, 13.6, R277-477, distribution of funds from the trust distribution account and administration of the School Land Trust Program Amendment. And the action recommended is that the board approves R277-477, draft 2 on second and final reading.
There's a motion on the floor that the board approves R277-477, draft 2 on second and final reading. Member Lear?
I have a question about lines 311, starting on 311. Should I proceed?
I thought Chair Moss was going to answer that question.
Oh, you want?
Or go ahead and ask the question. yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. I may, or I'll
I'm
punt.
concerned because the way this reads to me is that a governing board of a newly opening charter school gets to set its own base for an amount of money that it will receive from the school land trust fund. And that seems odd to me, that we let the school itself, we know that October 1 accounts are inflated by every school, not just charters, but every school. And so there's no defensiveness anywhere. And so I'm concerned that a school might set a base that is inaccurate or inexact, and it seems like something the board should do, not leave it to the discretion of a school. So if there's a good reason for this, I'd like to hear it. If not, then I think that's something that we maybe ought to rethink.
Yeah, I think there are some guardrails in here, but I'd have to defer. This is fairly technical and might need to defer to Angie or Scott. I can't remember who was in the weeds on this one.
I think it's
We
probably
we
Paula
crunched
Plant.
that question. It could be Paula, sorry.
Director Plant?
Yes, thanks, Paula.
Or it can be, or am I reading it wrong?
Okay, thank you for the question. So first of all, I just want to be clear that the intent of this was to try and make sure, excuse me. Oh, sorry. I'm Paula Plant, the director of the School Children's Trust section. Thank you. So the purpose of this was, we had a concern that when opening charter schools gave us an estimate of how many students that they were going to have at their school, and if they overestimated in the second year, they might not receive any money at all because there's a true up in the second year. And so we were trying to address that issue. That's what this is about. It doesn't matter, the school, whether they choose A or B, they will get the same amount of money over the course of 2 years.
Oh, that's exactly the kind of explanation that's helpful. Thank you. I'm good.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, there's a motion on the floor that the board approves R277-477, draft 2 on second and final reading. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, action item 13.7, Governor's recommendations on school construction and/or recommendation for oversight of school construction to the Division of Facilities Construction and Management, DFCM. And the recommended action is the first of those two and not the latter. The Finance Committee recommends that the Utah State Board of Education approve the timeline and time and effort of USBE staff to address and implement the governor's recommendations. And I can cover those if there are questions. We are not moving to
The or.
transfer.
Okay. Seeing no hands, there's a motion on the floor that the Finance Committee recommends that the Utah State Board of Education approve the timeline and time and effort of USBE staff to address and implement the governor's recommendations. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you.
Okay, action item 13.9. I think this is our last one.
Can I just say one thing about 13.8 as it's canceled? I just want the messaging, I just want people to know, my understanding of this originally was not to limit the overall audits, but just to coordinate them so that one LEA doesn't get hit by our auditing department, OSA, and OLAG 4 times in 1 year. The goal was to coordinate. The messaging somehow got out that there was an effort to limit, and some of our auditing partners are unhappy, but maybe this conversation can continue some other time. But the words on this says limit, but for the public, I just want them to know it was more of an effort to coordinate.
Yeah, and further discussion seems necessary there.
13, so we'll go 13.9.
So 13.9, alternative funding proposals for full-day kindergarten. And the Finance Committee recommends that the USBE request that the legislature place full-day kindergarten into the weighted pupil unit kindergarten basic program effective state fiscal year 24. That is state school year 23-24. And we considered options and chose the one that fully funded it at 51.3 million. Sorry, I have the old number in front of me.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
There's a motion on the floor as stated. Member Lear?
A question about this. I'm curious if this is the methodology for fully funding all-day kindergarten. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
It is, yes. And the idea is this would roll it into the WPU now, and so they would not have to apply. One interesting thing is this also came out of the task force. It initially came up as a application question. The application for all-day K is burdensome. We also had complaints from districts that were already funding all-day K that weren't part of that grant process, and so rolling it in and fully funding it would allow it optionally for every district and optionally for every student that wants to use it, but get it all in there now.
Consistent across.
And just a quick follow-up to that. My only concern about that, or my concern about that, is that I hope that this would not, I'm trying to think, would not be used as an incentive by the legislature to it wouldn't hurt the WPU otherwise. It would be seen as a funding mechanism for all-day K, but then the WPU increase, they wouldn't then be able to say, well, we gave you the X number of dollars. So I hope it's more of an awareness for the Finance Committee, whoever they may be, to watch that doesn't become doesn't disadvantage the total WPU in the end.
Yeah, the recommendation is to add this to what's already been prioritized.
Okay. And we'll keep our eyes on it.
Yeah. Thank
Right,
you.
Scott? Thank you.
It's a shift of funding. It's not new necessarily. Thank you. There's a motion on the floor that the Finance Committee recommends that the USBE requests that the legislature place full-day kindergarten into the weighted pupil unit effective state fiscal year 24. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes with Board Member Klein opposed.
That's all the fun we have for today.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move to Chair Lear.
Okay. Law and licensing, we have just a few action items. Item 14.4, R277621, District of Residence, which is just a continuation. The committee moves that the board continue R277-621, District of Residence, on second and final reading.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor as stated. Seeing no lights, we have a motion on the floor that the board continue R277-621 on second and final reading. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes unanimously.
Item 14.5? No, 4.
Yes. 14.5, Instructional Materials Commission.
But I have a, right, maybe I have the wrong. Anyway, that's fine. The committee moves that the board approves R277-469, Instructional Materials Commission Operating Procedures, Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor as stated. Seeing no lights, there's a motion that the board approves R277-469 Draft 2 on second and final reading. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes unanimously.
Item 14.6 would be R277-317. The committee moves that the board approve R277-317, Incentives for National Board Certification, Draft 2 on second and final reading.
My motion says Draft 1. Can we get some clarification?
And maybe mine's older.
Maybe Deputy Superintendent Stallings
And did you remember if it was Draft 1 or 2?
on 317?
Yes,
Okay.
Draft 2.
Okay, on mine it says 1, so. Okay, there's a motion on the floor that the board approves R277-317 Draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no discussion, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes unanimously.
Item 14.
Sorry, I'm still trying to reconcile that. Draft 1 is what's in the back. Is there a draft 2?
Draft 1 is what I have on my paper also, but I'm being told it is Draft 2. Do we have Draft 2 in backup?
Or is there no difference between?
We have Director Rasmussen coming in to clarify.
If I may, Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. There was a motion in committee to change some terminology throughout the rule. Yes. So that should be incorporated there. I thought we had gotten that in there.
The change is that the applicants have to have a professional license. Correct? Was that the only one?
No, there was you made a motion about some terminology that was in the rule, replacing the term board certified teacher with the term eligible educator, which we had put in the definitions. So that was
Okay.
that would be what would be the difference in in draft 2.
They're saying backup, Draft 2 never got into backup. Is that correct?
So what I think what we would suggest is if we can approve draft 1 with the amendment, we'll draft 2 would be forwarded on, but we can have the board reapprove the amendment if that's.
Okay.
if
Can
that's
you remind
possible.
us of the language then?
Yes.
You want to put that on the screen, Angie? So it's replacing the term boards. So the amendment would be to replace the term board certified teacher with the term eligible educator throughout the rule.
The committee approved Draft 2.
Well,
The committee did, but it's not in backup. So we have Draft 1 in front of us, and that's what's on the agenda. So we need someone to make it. I remembered this as the applicant had to have a professional license. Maybe I'm remembering this wrong.
don't remember.
Member Hart?
I move that we change all references
So
of
board certified teacher
board certified teacher
with
to-
eligible educator.
and replace it with eligible educator on Draft 1.
Does that work? There's a motion on the floor that the board approves R277-317
No, 306.
We have to pass this amendment first, don't we?
Yes.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor that in R277-317, draft 1,
306. No,
no,
I'm sorry, go
317,
ahead.
draft 1,
Yes.
that we replace all references to National Board Certified Teacher with eligible educator.
Yes.
I have second that motion, that amendment.
Okay? And Member Hart, did you want to speak to it?
No.
Okay. Member Hanson?
Excuse me, not having seen draft 2, is that change in the
So we're just
definitions? Is
affirming,
that also
we're affirming the
included? Is that
committee action.
added?
He's asking a question if there's also a change in the definitions.
Already added the definition of eligible educator, and that's
That was
partly
already
why
there.
it was included throughout the rule. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So seeing no other discussion, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you. That amendment passes unanimously. So now we have a motion.
Really fast. So let's just make sure we have the right draft.
Would be draft
So the
1
board would now
as
approve
amended.
draft 1 as
Yes.
amended.
As amended.
So there's a motion on the floor that the board approves R277-317.
I move that we approve draft R277-317 as amended,
Draft 1
draft 1 as
amended.
amended
on second and final reading.
on second and final reading.
Thank you. And we have a second here. There's a motion on the floor that the board approves R277-317, draft 1, as amended on second and final reading. Those in favor say aye. Oh,
Aye.
Chair Huntsman, did you want to speak?
No, aye.
Okay,
Sorry.
those
Oh,
opposed?
sorry.
Okay, that motion passes with Member Klein opposed.
Item 14.7 would be R277-306. The committee moves that the board approves R277-306, educator preparation programs for school psychologists, audiologists, speech language pathologists, speech language technicians, counselors, and this is appropriate, isn't it? And school social workers. Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor as stated. Seeing no discussion, there's a motion on the floor that the board approves R277-306, draft 1 on second and final reading. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes with Member Klein opposed.
Item 14.9, which would be, I'm sorry, 14.8, which would be R277-490, Beverly Taylor Sorensen. The motion is that the committee moves that the board approves R277-460, oh, no, that's not right. Sorry. The committee moves that the board continues only R277-490, Beverly Taylor Sorensen Elementary Arts Learning Program on second and final reading.
Thank you. There's a motion that the board continue R277-490 on second and final reading. Seeing no discussion, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Item 14.9, R277-709. The committee moves that the board continues and approves R277-709, Youth in Care, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
There's a motion that the board continue and approve R277-409, 709, draft 1 on second and final reading. My glasses. No wonder I'm having problems. Goodness. That the board continue and approve R277-709, draft 1 on second and final reading. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes
And that
with
completes our work.
Member Klein opposed. Chair Hansen?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Always forget. From the Standards and Assessment Committee on, this is on 15.4. The committee recommends that the board approves the proposed revision process as amended for the standards review process.
Thank you.
The motion is, the committee recommends that the board approve the proposed revision process as amended for the standards review process. Seeing no discussion, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes unanimously.
Item 15.5, definitions. Motion for the board is that the board define racism as exhibiting prejudgment, bias, discrimination, hatred, or violence towards a person or group of persons because of their origin or their belonging or not belonging to a specific ethnic group or race.
Thank you. The motion is as stated. Member Lear?
I just had a question where this definition came from.
Cornell Law.
Great. Totally support that.
Okay. Member Moss?
I'm on question on the other side. Where's it going? Where will this be used? To be more serious, for what purpose is this being defined in
It's a
this way?
definition
Just
for
328 or
320.
elsewhere?
Well, it would be adopted for use throughout the board's documents unless
That-
you adopted another definition.
That's my question. So this would apply to anywhere where racism is used in our rule or policy?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Hymas?
Does it fit? I mean, we've used that in a lot of different areas, right? Does it fit in all of those areas, or have we not gone back?
We believe so, but I don't know that we've exhaustively checked every place that shows up in
Right.
the board's documents.
Okay.
Seeing no other lights, we have a motion on the floor that the committee recommends that the board define racism as exhibiting prejudgment, bias, discrimination, hatred, or violence towards a person or a group of persons because of their origin or their belonging or not belonging to a specific ethnic group or race. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Could the noes raise your hands? That passes with members Earl, Hymas, and Klein opposed. Member Hanson?
Item 15.6, the committee recommends that the board approve the instructional materials for child sexual abuse and human trafficking prevention submitted by Prevent Child Abuse Utah.
Thank you. There's a motion as stated. Member Lear?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Member Hymas?
I just want to give a quick plug. It was my pleasure to talk to Lorianne Thorpe and Emily Sparks, who work on this, and the work they're doing is amazing. If you have an opportunity to reach out to them and what they're doing as an LEA, I speak to the public here, I recommend it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Klein?
Yeah, I just had a question on page 2. I'm trying to find where is this? So I can look at it. It's updated. It talks about dependency of a child can be physical, emotional, or
Can I ask
sexual.
which document, Natalie? or
This is the,
K to-
I
K to
think it's,
2 or
it's
3
the
to
actual
6?
curriculum. Let's see, I'm trying to, yeah, the actual curriculum,
K2 or
K2.
3-6?
It's second grade, kindergarten through second. On page 2, it says for the trainer, Utah's child sexual abuse laws. The end of that paragraph, I'm just wondering if I can get some help understanding what that means. It says abuse, neglect, or dependency of a child can be physical, emotional, or sexual. Dependency of a child can be sexual. I don't, can someone please explain that?
Can
My
you explain
husband's,
that dependency portion, Tanya?
yeah.
Director Albornoz?
Tanya Albornoz, Coordinator for Prevention and Student Services. That's taken directly from the statute, the definition of dependency. So it's, a child can be found dependent, or a DCFS can make a finding of dependency based on those factors.
So a child can be dependent on a sexual relationship? Is that what
No.
that's saying?
No, that's not what that's saying.
Dependency of a child can be physical, emotional, or sexual, meaning the adult dependent on the child?
No, the finding of dependency can be based, the finding of that the child has been found to be dependent, that's a child abuse finding, can be based on those factors, is what that means.
It's an abuse finding and it's written in code.
So
Yes.
Thank you.
abuse, not dependency.
Correct.
That's the wording in the code for the finding of abuse
And dependency.
and dependency.
Okay. So the abuse goes with the sexual, dependency is, yeah, okay. All right.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, the committee recommends that the board approve the instructional materials for child sexual abuse and human trafficking prevention submitted by Prevent Child Abuse Utah. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes unanimously.
Item 15.7, the committee recommends that the board approve R277-609 Draft 2 on second and final reading.
The motion is that the board approves R277-609 draft 1 I have on my paper on second and final reading. Do you have draft 2?
Draft 2 is what I have on my reading. Let me see. Draft 2 is what's in the backup. So there were some amendments made in committee where we looked at definitions and added some language.
Okay.
And draft 2, I believe, is what was passed forward.
Okay, thank you. The motion is made as stated, draft 2. Member Klein?
This is 609?
Yes.
Okay, I have a part I wanted to strike, but it's saying, hang on a second, is it page, or line 92? Is that it? Line, let's see. Okay, so on line 92, can someone explain what those other appropriate measurements might be? Otherwise, I would move to strike.
Okay, my recollection from our committee discussion is that was a motion by Member Earl to give some latitude to allow LEAs to use other data besides those that are specified in the rule. So as to give them some flexibility in looking at other factors or data. Bit of health, safety, health-related surveys and school climate survey. So just to expand that and allow them to bring in other data.
Okay.
Is that, and I won't speak for Jenny, is that?
Okay, thank you. I'll not make my motion.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, there's a motion that the board approve R277-609 draft 2 on second and final reading. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes unanimously.
Hey, item 15.9.
15.8.
No. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 15.8, excuse me. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-920, draft 2 on second and final reading.
There's a motion that the board approves R277-920 draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, please vote.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes unanimously.
And 14.9, for the board, let me get to it here, is that the committee recommends that the board approve the CTE core standards draft 1 as amended.
I have draft 2 on mine.
Oh, hang on, we've got draft 1 in our memo, and we've got draft 2 in the backup. So that's a mismatch, I think. Draft 2 is what came out of committee. Sorry, looks like a mistake in the memo.
That's okay. So the motion is the committee recommends that the board approve the CTE core standards draft 2 as amended. Member Earl?
I have 2 amendments.
Okay.
I'd like to make amendment. It's on page 244, standard 1. It's where it states creating a caring, equitable community of learning. I'd like to strike equitable and put developmentally appropriate. Anyways, that's my amendment.
Just, okay.
Well, I'll speak to it if it gets seconded.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a second, Member Moss. The motion is to, on page 244, standard 1, to delete equitable and replace it with developmentally appropriate.
And I can speak to that. I just think this is early childhood. It is developmentally appropriate to have equitable, I mean, I think it's implied in that, but I think more than equitable, we want things that are developmentally appropriate for young children. And I think that language speaks stronger to what I think we need in the early childhood. So that's why I moved it.
Member Straight,
I'd like to propose an amendment.
an amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, amendment to the amendment. Creating a caring, comma, equitable, comma, and developmentally appropriate.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have, well, I'll go with heart. So I heard lots of people. There is a motion on the floor to amend the amendment to read in page 244, Standard 1, create a caring, equitable, and developmentally appropriate community of learning.
Are we doing the Oxford comma or not? I think we got some. No, I think somebody told us that's not in our style guide anymore.
Oh, well, I don't want to violate that. But I can't speak.
I think we're moving to it in the world, but okay. We're moving toward it.
I am fine
Sadly,
either
but we
way.
are, and now we should. Anyway, that's not in our style guide, so let's not have an argument about commas here. Member Earl. Your light is on.
Oh, well, it was for
Oh.
another amendment.
Oh, the next one. Okay, so on this one, seeing no other lights, we have a motion on the floor on page 244, Standard 1, to read, create a caring, equitable, and developmentally appropriate community of learning. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Member Klein is opposed. The motion passes. Okay, that was the amendment to the amendment. Now we need to vote on the amendment. We don't really need to, do we need to, because her language is already incorporated into this amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, so now we've got to vote on that.
We just did. Didn't we now need to do it again? There's a motion on the floor that we, on page 244, Standard 1, reads, create a caring, equitable, and developmentally appropriate community of learning. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Member Klein is opposed. And that passes. Member Earl?
Yes, on page 248, it states, this is under techniques for supporting lifelong learning practices. The language is provide materials that are culturally relevant and inclusive of children that make up the learning community. Once again, we're in early childhood development. This is provide materials. I'd like to add, strike the line that's stricken there, that culturally relevant and inclusive of children that make up the learning community to honor children's family culture and maintain a respectful attitude towards others.
On 248.
CTE, okay. Thank you.
Is that the PDF? It's okay. It's
Do we have a second? We're trying to find the right page, but do we have a second in the meantime?
Second.
Member Hymas is a second. Okay. She's going to try to find the right page, and then she will. While you're finding it, Member Lear?
I just wondered if you have, and I have to ask Jenny this question, I guess, but is the intent of your amendment that the school provides materials that are, now I can't see the language, but that are specific to each child's family? It sounds like there could be multiple, families, multiple family types. And is that what you're thinking? That's not the right, is that the right one? That's not the one we were looking at.
Can we put the amendment on the board? Is this the amendment in blue?
Well, that's where it comes from.
That's the area.
Recognize it.
So you, by saying, in your amendment then, Member Earl, you're saying that the school shall provide materials that honor children's family culture and maintain a respectful attitude. I don't have any problem with the last part, but honoring children's family culture could necessitate a lot of different materials depending on the different family cultures in the classroom or in the school. I'm just wondering if that expectation is that somehow those materials have to be different for many children.
I think
Member
it
Earl?
is in the honoring is the thing, is that you're honoring that culture. And I think even culturally relevant suggests that there's numerous
And again,
materials.
not to be argumentative, but if, in whose definition of honor? Present, maybe, or, I don't know if, I'm just thinking honor is maybe a subjective.
Are you making an amendment to the amendment?
No, I'm asking.
Well, I
I'm
wouldn't say
asking-
present. I don't think presents the word there. I just think it suggests, honor suggests a respectfulness there. So they're honoring students.
Would you
children's
like
families.
to make an amendment to the amendment? Member Lear?
I would like to amend the amendment to say, maintain a respectful attitude toward children's family and children's family culture and others, and just get rid of the honor.
Okay, so you're saying maintain a respectful attitude towards children's.
Family cultures.
Okay,
Cultures, and I don't know what the others refers to, but other people, other individuals. I just don't like the honor.
What is
I
a
think it's
family
a
culture?
subjective standard or word.
Member Straight? No. Yes, Member Straight.
An amendment to the amendment?
No, you can't now.
You can make an amendment to the amendment to the amendment, but that's the last one you can make, correct?
No, there's two already.
But we already have two?
Well, if
You made one, amendment to the amendment. Oh, we can't make another one after that, that's right.
yet.
Okay, so we need
Okay, so
to speak
we
on this
can't.
one.
Well,
Do we have a second to Member Lear's amendment to the amendment? Okay, Member Booth has a second. So there's a motion on the floor that, not yet, there is a motion, but not on the floor, because I haven't read it. On Strand 7, Standard 1, to read, provide materials that maintain a respectful attitude toward children's family culture and others.
And I'd say cultures.
Vice Chair, I can't hit my button, but I'd like to speak at some point here, so.
Go,
put me in line.
Chair Hansen, go ahead.
I'd just speak against all the amendments. I think as we read this, it says, provide materials that are culturally relevant and inclusive of children that make up the learning community. Meaning the teachers need to look at their class, look at the demographics, the makeup of the class, and use materials that match up with the kids' demographics. The word inclusive is important that's in there. It's eliminated from all the amendments. I think we're wordsmithing something that I don't know what the end is to do that. If it's to carve out the word inclusive, I don't think that that's a thing that we ought to be doing. I think that the standard as written expresses what we want the teacher to do. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Norton?
Yeah, I would just have a
Wait,
clarifying.
I'm sorry, Member Norton. I need to go to Member Straight first, and then I'll go to you, Member Norton.
So I walked 10,000 steps thinking about this and reading up on it. And I think perhaps maybe the concern here is the two words culturally relevant. Seems to me that sometimes that's a flashpoint of concern that some people have, what that means. Could I direct a question to Board Member Earl? Is that? Right, but, okay. But it's dealing with culturally relevant was removed by both amendments. I know we're talking to this, but is there an am I correct that that is a concern, and what exactly is a concern? Or
Is that the concern? The culturally relevant aspect? They're taken out
what's
of
the
both.
concern
So
with
for
what's
both-
removed?
Both motion makers, is culturally relevant the concern?
Not to me.
Yeah, I would prefer families' culture, especially with young children, versus culturally relevant. It seems more ambiguous and uncertain as to where that is directed.
Okay. I guess as I look up the terms culturally relevant, it seems to be very specific on what that means, which is very inclusive of lots of ideas. And let me just read one of the definitions. Learn about your students' traditions, holidays, and family or other cultural activities, and try incorporating some of these traditions into classroom activities. That's an example. It's not a definition, but it's an example of culturally relevant instruction. So I guess my concern is about taking the terms culturally relevant out of
So you're
this.
speaking against both of the amendments?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Member Norton?
I just have a clarifying question about what children's family cultures refers to. Are we talking about the children's family, or are we talking about the child's culture? So is it family's culture or the child's culture? Because they don't necessarily, not necessarily the same.
Okay, both motion makers. Member Lear? Yours takes out, or puts in culture, family culture. What does that mean? Are you withdrawing your amendment?
I can't.
She can't. Okay.
So I'm just regretting it and don't have any good
Okay, then Member Earl?
Especially with young children, I think that you're talking about the culture of within the home is what it is. And I think it's more directed versus this a broad culturally relevant, which could be something that may not even be, it may be contrary. That's why I put the word honoring to children's families. And that is an awareness of the family itself. It's not meant to be, yeah, so.
Member Hutchings?
Just a quick thought, just trying also to wrap my mind around what the family culture means. I have a concern with that because it sounds like it could be pretty intrusive on the family. So the teacher has to understand the family culture at home of every student. That's what it sounds like to me, and that concerns me.
Thank you. Member Klein?
I would differ. I would say that it's just, it means not undermining the culture from which the child comes from. It doesn't mean you have to teach, a teacher doesn't have, that they're required to teach every child's family culture in their class. It just means be respectful of, aware of, and not undermine what is happening in the family or what parents are teaching their children.
Thank you. Seeing no more lights, we have a motion on the floor that we replace that Strand 7 Standard 1 reads, provide materials that maintain a respectful attitude towards a children's family culture and others. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Can the ayes raise your hand? Member Moss, Earl, Hymas, Klein, Hanson, and Lear.
On the amendment, the Lear amendment.
And Hart and Davis. And that's 8. That motion passes. Can the noes raise your hand? We have opposed. Oh, you don't need the noes. Okay, perfect. So then we're done because that trumps the other amendment, correct?
No, now we have to vote on whether to adopt that amendment.
Now we approve the amendment.
There's a motion on the floor. Because I've read it, an amendment, a motion, that the amended amendment on Strand 7 Standard 1 to read, provide materials that maintain a respectful attitude towards children's family culture and others, and strike are culturally relevant and inclusive of children that make up the learning community. Member Earl? Those, seeing no lights, those in favor say aye. Those opposed?
No.
Will the ayes raise your hand? That motion fails with members Booth, Moss, Hart, Earl, Hymus, and Klein in favor. Okay. Now we gotta go back to the original. There's motion on the floor that the board approves R277 dash, that's not it, nope. The committee recommends that the board approve the CTE course standards draft 2 as amended. Seeing no lights, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion passes with member Earl opposed. And member Klein opposed also.
No, just Klein.
Just Klein, I'm sorry, I was like, I thought you were speaking in unison. Member Klein opposed. What do I need? I need to read this? Well, we gotta get these two other, oh, no
Well,
action, no
that
action, okay.
concludes the standards
Okay,
and
that
assessment portion of our meeting.
Yes, that concludes the standards and assessment portion of our meeting. I'm seeking a motion that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of individuals and pending or reasonably imminent litigation. Okay, we have a second, and we need to take a roll call vote. Member Belknap?
Yes.
Member Booth? Member Cannon? Member Klein? Member Earl? Member Hanson? Member Hart? Chair Huntsman? Member Hutchings? Member Hymus? Member Lear? Member Moss? Member Norton? Member Straight?
Okay, we have about 5 minutes before we can do our session, right? Till everything's off.
Yep, you got five minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes to get a Stacy Hutchings cupcake in the hallway. It's on the north end. A Sophia Hutchings cupcake. All right.
Mute you, please.
Jerry, are we
Hello.
back in?
Hello.
No, he hasn't given us thumbs up yet. Nope, not yet. Hi, Miss Lorraine. Still famous?
Okay,
Okay, I am seeking a motion to come out of executive session.
so move.
Second, Board Member Hart, all in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? It's unanimous. Okay, Board Member Norton?
Okay, I move that the board approves the UPAC consent calendar recommendations.
So the,
Second.
okay, second, the motion before the board is that the board approves the UPAC consent calendar recommendations. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Go ahead.
In case number 18-1481, the board accepts the recommendation of UPAC.
Second.
In case number 18-1481, the motion before the board is that the board accepts the recommendation of UPAC. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you.
In case number 20-1741, the board accepts the recommendation of UPAC.
Second.
Okay, that you move that the board, okay, in case number 20-1741, the motion before the board is that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you.
I move that in case number 20-1784, that the board accepts the recommendation of UPAC.
Second.
In case number 20-1784, the motion is that the board accepts the recommendation of UPAC. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Go ahead.
I move that in case number 21-1844, the board accepts the recommendation of UPAC.
Second.
The motion before the board in case number 21-8441 is that we accept UPAC's recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Go ahead.
I move that in case number 21-1857, the board accept the recommendation of UPAC.
Second?
Thank you. So in case number 21-1857, the motion is to accept UPAC's recommendations. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Board Member Hart, is that the one you're abstaining from? And we have one abstention, Board Member Hart. Go ahead.
I move that the board accepts the recommendation of UPAC in case number 22-1911.
Second?
So the motion before the board is that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation in case number 22-1911. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay,
Okay. I move that in case number 22-1916, the board accepts the recommendation of UPAC.
so the motion before the board in case number 22-1916, that UPAC accepts. Oh, yeah.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, so in case number 22-1916, that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, and now our time certain, that's at 5 o'clock. Okay. Okay. So, okay, I have to write something on. Okay. All right, Miss Janet, we're going to talk about you, okay? But what I have written here, I just have to say one little thing.
Hey, can I
is-
dive in one sec for
Yes.
manage expectations?
Yes.
We're going to spotlight some of the outstanding outgoing board members. There's also,
Yeah. Only some of us are outstanding.
and so, but you'll see that it will be all of them. And then at the conclusion of this, there's a gift and a bell. And then we're going to get those at the end, and we're going to get a picture at the end. Okay? So, right? Okay. Managing. Yes.
Okay. So Miss Janet, I just wanted to say something about Miss Janet before I read what was written here. That I served on the charter board and served on the state board to sit there, and we used to have dinners together, and Miss Janet made me feel like I was the cat's meow, and she didn't even know who I was, and I'm so grateful for her being so kind to me.
One more thing. One more quick thing. So after this statement's shared, then board member, you get to have an opportunity to say a few words, okay? So there's a
Did you
speaking
hear that,
opportunity.
Janet?
Okay.
Okay, Janet Cannon. First elected in 1994, Janet has served multiple terms on the board for a total of 22 years. While serving as vice chair for the board for 7 years, she developed and wrote its bylaws. She also developed a process for the state board to receive more public input. Also, she wrote the first bylaws for the state charter school board and developed and implemented the board's first new board member training manual. Janet worked in PTA on a local, regional, and state levels. Janet and her husband, Jeff, are parents of 3 beautiful girls and 2 handsome boys, all products of the Utah Public Schools. As a mother of 1 intellectually gifted and at the same time learning disabled child, Janet has continually advocated for improvements within our system of public education. Janet was twice elected area director over the Western States in NASB and the National Association of School Boards of Education. In 2006, she received their National Award for Distinguished Leadership and Service. She currently serves as immediate past chair, having led this national organization of state school boards completely dedicated to America's children and public education. She has served on the State Board of Regents as liaison between the State Board and the State Charter School Board, and on the UCAT Board of Trustees. For many years, she chairs the School and Instructional Trust Lands Nominating Committee, seeking experts in oil, gas, mining, and real estate who would build the permanent fund that sends trust lands dollars to every school in Utah. During her time in service, distributions to school grew from $8.3 million in 2004 to $45.8 million in 2015. Janet attended college in British Columbia, at the University of Victoria, and in France at the University of Trujillo, Bordeaux, and graduated with a master's degree in speech language pathology from the University of Utah. After working as a speech pathologist for 5 years, she obtained, oh my gosh, her certificate of clinical competency from the American Speech Language Hearing Association. Throughout her service spanning more than 2 decades, Janet has continually advocated for improvements within our system of public education. Her lifelong mission is to advocate for children. Your contribution has been significant, and we express our gratitude for a lifetime of dedicated service to Utah's children. Miss Janet, you have a couple of minutes.
Well, I was not going to tear up, but Laura ruined that. I have been so fortunate to have had the opportunity to serve with wonderful state board members who care so much about children in Utah. I just can't thank you enough for what you all do and your contributions, and what an honor it has been to serve with you. You know, Brenda Wellburn for years was the head of NASB, and she used to say, state board members are the nicest people in the world. And I have found that to be the absolute truth. I could not be anywhere to have an opportunity to serve with more kind, competent, expert people than with you all, and with our fabulous staff. Thank you so much.
I'm up. I guess I'm next. I get to have the opportunity to talk a little bit about our board member, Scott Hansen here. Scott L. Hansen, elected to the board in 2018. Scott Hansen grew up in Payson, Utah, and attended Utah Public Schools. He earned a bachelor's degree in design engineering technology from BYU and a master's of business administration degree from USU. Scott worked for over 20 years in the automotive safety products industry in various engineering, project management, and executive management capacities, including 10 years living and working in Japan and Thailand. He was awarded a Juris Doctorate degree. Did I say it correctly? Degree from BYU's J. Reuben Clark Law School, and is now enjoying a second career as an attorney in private practice. He has served on several boards, including the Weber School Board and the Ogden-Weber Community Action Partnership Board of Trustees. He volunteers time to church and community and loves being active outdoors year-round. He and his wife Heidi live in Ogden Valley and have 4 grown children who have been educated in a variety of school settings, both locally and internationally. Scott brings legal and business expertise and international perspective and years of problem-solving experience to the board. Scott's work as a chairman of the Standard and Assessment Committee has provided him with many hours of steadying the boat as they have explored numerous hot-button topics in recent years. It seems the work of the Standards and Assessment is never done, and Scott has found the energy and commitment to keep pressing forward till the task is completed. We have appreciated Scott's thoughtful and honest approach to crucial conversations. Thank you, Scott, for tireless efforts to keep our focus on what's best for Utah's children and educators. Thank you, Scott.
I got to say my piece this morning, so it's been an honor to work with all of you, board members, staff, and all the other people who've contributed both behind the scenes and in other ways. I value the relationships and friendships that I've formed here over the last 4 years. We've had a lot of difficult experiences and gone through a lot of things that I don't think any of us anticipated. And I just appreciate the camaraderie and and hope that we can extend those relationships into the future. Thanks.
Stacy Hutchings. I have to scoot over here so I can see you. And I just want to say thank you to the people who put all of this together, put these wonderful pieces of writing together and gifts, and thank you to them also. Stacy was appointed in May of 2021 and has not hesitated to bring her wisdom and experience to the table in the 18 months she has served on the board. Stacy Hutchings is a third-generation teacher who has taught history and Spanish. Stacy earned her teaching degree at Brigham Young University, a Master of Educational Studies from the University of Utah, and a Master of Educational Leadership from Western Governors University. Stacy has taught at Kearns Junior High, Riverton High School, and later was a founding teacher at Utah Virtual Academy, where she became the head of school for 5 years. Currently, she's the director and principal of Career Path High School, which focuses on personalized learning as a blended, competency-based model located on the campus of Davis Technology College. Stacy served previously as a member of the Career Path High Board of Directors, Utah Association of Public Charter School Board, Salt Lake County Library Board, and member and chair of the Kearns Town Council. She is an alum of the American Council of Young Political Leaders, where she received the Presidential Service Award. Stacy is an active member of her faith, including having served an LDS mission in, how do you say it? Malaga, Spain. Her valuable insights as a teacher, administrator, and mom have informed many discussions. And I would say it was fun to see her with her husband and kids out in the hall. We went out and snapped a picture by the seal, and just to watch her kids from this angle back there in the back, and then, you know, seeing them out in the hall, you can tell they're so proud of their mom, and rightly so. Her ability to express her thoughts with clarity and authenticity is a quality that she brought to our deliberations, and she will be missed. Thank you, Stacy, for diving in and making a difference right from the start with your service on committees and special assignments, including your input on the accountability redesign. You are leaving some mighty big shoes to fill.
Should really let us speak before. I've said, and I still feel that the time I've had on this board has been an honor of a lifetime. It's something I never really aspired for, but am grateful for this opportunity that will direct the rest of my life and the things that I do. It's interesting because I've worked with USBE as a school leader for many, many years. And many times when you get up close and personal, you find you're disappointed or you see the flaws. And my experience here has been the opposite. I have been even more impressed with the professionalism of USBE staff and their willingness and desire to support the board and to support the schools in Utah. I've been more and more impressed with the leadership that we have in Superintendent Dixon and the warrior spirit that she has and the passion that she has to make sure every Utah student learns. And as board members, each of you, I have learned from each of you. I am a better person and a better educator and professional because of each of you. And your passion and dedication and hard work and fight for the students of Utah, for the teachers of Utah, the schools in this state is impressive. And I will forever be grateful for this opportunity. And of course, I need to express my gratitude to my family for their support, because as we know, you don't do things like this without the support and sacrifice of your family. So thank you.
next, right? Hey, here we go. Laura Belknap. Laura has dedicated 10 years to Utah State Board of Education, having served as a governor-appointed member of the board in 2012 through 14. Before her election in 2014, let me restate that. Laura has dedicated 10 years to the Utah State Board of Education, having served as a governor-appointed member of the board in 2012 through 2014. Before her election in 2014. She is now completing her 2 terms with the board. You guys got that figured out? A long time ago, there was governor-appointed non-voting members. Okay. Laura received her degrees from Utah State University and Western Governors University. She taught school in Logan, Utah, and Loveland, Colorado, where she was part of the state's math advisory committee and established a school-wide program grouping students by ability, not age. Laura is currently the director of Utah Online Schools, which serves over 10,000 students with 100 teachers and staff. She has served on several nonprofit boards involving athletics, technology, and the Utah State Charter Board. She received the Soccer Mom of the Nation Award, and she received Innovation in Education Award and Utah Champions of Schools Choice Award for leadership and support for public schools. In 2018, she received the first John M. Huntsman Award for Innovation in Education. She was appointed to the State Charter School Board by Governor Gary Herbert in 2010 and subsequently served on Utah's Board of Regents and on the Board of Trustees for the Utah High School Activity Association. Laura and her high school sweetheart, Dr. Eric Belknap, are the proud parents of 6 children who were raised in Davis County and are the grandparents of 11 and a half amazing grandchildren. I didn't know you had a half in there. Miss Laura was on the committee chair developed Utah's. Miss Laura was on the committee's, wasn't it? You were the vice chair. No, she was on the committee. It says chair developed Utah's portrait of the graduate as vice chair. She has provided seasoned leadership. She is well known for respecting others' time as she effectively conducts the business of the board. I'm not certain if we can begin and end on time without her. She is a dear friend and a sensitive collaborator, fighting for what's best for Utah's children. Laura, your kindness and your tireless efforts to work until the work is finished will be missed. Thank you for a remarkable decade of service. Thank you, Laura.
I'm with you, Steve. I won't take too long because my most important titles are wife, mother, and grandmother. Those are the 3 most important titles I have, but the other one is an educator. And I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful for Governor Herbert, who took a chance on somebody who was just out there and didn't really know what they were doing and appointed me to the charter board, which brought me into this building. I appreciate that. I'm grateful to the people of South Davis County and Rose Park who elected me and the opportunity I've had to serve here. I'm grateful for the staff here at USBE. It's weird to call them staff because they become friends. I'm grateful for my fellow board members in this room and those who were here before you, who have trained me and taught me well. I'm grateful for my 2 leadership partners who have guided me and helped me not to overstep my boundaries. I'm mostly thankful to my family, especially to my husband, and to my children who have allowed me to serve and taken up the reins at home. Isn't it strange that princes and kings and clowns that caper in sawdust rings and common folk like you and me are builders for eternity? Each is given a set of tools, a shapeless mass, and a book of rules, and each must make ere life is flown a stumbling block or a stepping stone. I hope we continue to take stepping stones. I love you. Thank you. Okay. Oh. My friend Mark Huntsman was elected in 2000. Okay, my friend Mark Huntsman was elected in 2014 and now completing his second term. Mark has dedicated 8 years to the Utah Board of Education as board chair for 6 years. Oh my word, 6 years. His commitment to the board, the work of the board has been influenced by his strong work ethic. He is always the first to pull into the USBE parking lot, leaving his home at a very early hour to travel 144 miles to be here, setting a high mark for the other rest of us to follow. Throughout his effective term in board leadership, Mark's focus on transparency and best practice have ensured that each board member's voice has been heard. Mark has lived for the past 42 years in Fillmore. He is employed as the CEO president at Sunrise Engineering, Inc., where he has also worked as a regional manager and a vice president. In his 30 years there, the company has grown from 14 employees to being a regionally multidisciplinary firm with over 400 employees and 22 offices in Wyoming, Arizona, Nevada, and Utah. Mark served from 2004 to 2012 on the Millard School Board. He is also the team lead of 8 Sunrise reading coaches for Fillmore Elementary. Additionally, Mark volunteers as a special deputy with the Millard County Sheriff's Office and Rescue Team. Mark attended Southern Utah University and has been trained in US DOT regulation compliance for gas pipeline operations. He is involved with the Intermountain thank you, Municipal Gas Association and the Board of Directors for National Association of Gas Consumers. Mark enjoys gardening, ranching, teaching youth to ride horses and works cows, outdoor recreation, and spending time with family and friends. As Mark now sets aside his gavel, I just had to do that, and the countless hours of meetings, legislative sessions, and worries, he and his beautiful wife, Brenda, look forward to more time with their 3 married children and 14 grandchildren. And on the reader's note here, I personally can't thank Mark enough for his mentorship and his friendship to me. We wish you well, Mark, and express our deepest gratitude for a job well done.
I promise to be brief here. You know, it was quite a few years ago, 9 or so. It seems like a lot longer than that. I had a visitor come to say, hey, do you want to be, would you be willing to serve on the State Board of Education? And back at the time, the governor appointed seats, different seats, and they mentioned that the governor had some say in it, so I thought it was one of these appointed seats, and I visited with my wife, and this is after 8 years on a local board that I really enjoyed, and they said, yeah, it's only really a day. You have a little bit of an evening and 1 day a month. And so after visiting with my wife, I said yes. And then later I found out, I've got an interview coming up. And went and was interviewed by Governor Herbert, and then they said, okay, now we'll let you know if you're going to be on the ballot for an election. I'm going, what? I thought maybe this was an appointed position, like an election? And it seemed like it started there, and I really appreciate the support I got from the constituents as I ran, but that one day a month and the evening before, I don't know where they got that from. I don't know about you guys, a good selling point, but I guess getting into it, to make a long story short, after getting on the board, there's been a lot of changes, at this ship my ship, as it sailed out, it's a big ship. It's right now there's, with how many employees do we have right here in this building? 200 and something employees, but what is it?
Over 300.
Over 300 employees here at USDB, but there's over 100,000 people that make career choices that are serving our children in public ed. These are licensed and classified employees. They're on that ship. There's right under 700,000 students are on that ship. And I have been, and I've served with many board members. I was trying to remember and do a count, and I thought, I don't need to count them. I just know their faces. I know their personalities. They're just really awesome people from the past, clear up to the present. And they've all been on this ship. And we've had good waters, and we've had some scary waters through COVID and lots of challenges that are outside that. But this ship has sailed well, and this ship is a lot different than what I see in adjacent states that I have employees that work there. This state is awesome. Now, are we perfect? We're pretty close, I think. I mean, we try to get there with the betterments that we move forward. But it has been a privilege and an honor to be to work for you, the board, because that's what the chair is to do. And as a chair, and I've said this to other people and a lot of new people that are going to be joining the board, when you're a chair or in your leadership, you really can't have an agenda. Your agenda is the will of the board. And so you have to check that. You still have an opportunity on some things to dive in if it's something you're super passionate about. But I have zero regrets, and it's been an honor and a privilege to be a part of this ship as we've been sailing here, moving forward and bringing these betterments forward. And so I want to thank you for your good work. I want to recognize the USBE staff, and there's USDB also. We're the governing board for them. That they're just awesome people. I've got to know you, and it's hard to say goodbye, but it's more of a see you later as we're moving forward. My parting words, though, there's a Superintendent Dixon, bless her heart. I was fortunate enough to be on the selection committee. I don't know if you remember that. And it was tough. We had some tough stuff back in its day, and it was my privilege to make a recommendation to this board years ago through the committee. I was representing the committee, of course, but I was the voice of that committee to bring you on. And I don't have any regrets, and to this direct staff that we have, Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones and Miss Lorraine back here. There's a lot of you. I'm not going to mention a lot of names, but I know of your passion. I know of your commitment to public ed, and it's very unique. And I hope moving forward, this board, those that are moving on, and then the new ones that are coming on, will continue to have a regard and a respect for each other. And that's one thing I've always asked for as your chair, that you do that. And I have to say, you guys have been awesome. in that. A lot of people say it's, how do you work with a 15-member board? And it's because you guys have a regard and respect for each other. You don't always have to disagree or agree on things, but thank you for having that, and hopefully that continues in that space. I want to recognize also the vice chairs that I've been able to work with this past 2 years. I'm not the easiest person to work with or work for. My wife can speak to that, but she's not here to speak to it, so that's probably a good thing. But they've been very patient, but they have served you well and has done a lot of work behind the scenes to support the work of the board and the will of the board as we're moving forward. So thank you. You guys are awesome, and I'm very proud of myself. I thought I'd be an emotional wreck and I'd be crying, but I'm excited too. I'm excited for the future of public ed, and I have faith in where Utah is going and moving forward. And I'm excited for this next legislative session with a lot of money. So hopefully you guys are on top of that really, really well. That's going to benefit our kiddos and our educators moving forward. I want to end with a quote. I'll probably screw it up. And I got this from just as on the side in a conference with Superintendent Dixon, and you guys have heard me say this, but I hope you just burn it in your brain moving forward. And it's about a ship, it's about a sailing ship. And one thing that I like about sailing ships is the sailing ship moves depending on what opportunity it has, with the wind. And I don't know if you guys have ever been on one or been able to slightly control one, but it's a different feeling. But it takes work and it takes commitment and focus. And it takes choices and decisions to put wind in your sails. But this quote is from William Ward, did I get it right? And it talks about 3 kinds of people. There's the pessimist that complains about the wind. And then there's the optimist that expects it to change. And then there's the realist. Then there's the realist that adjusts the sails. This group and the people that I've worked with, are realists. So I hope you continue to be realists in this and adjust your sails to make sure you have a lot of wind, as much wind as you possibly can, to move this ship forward and bring in betterments to the children and to the education community. It's been a privilege to serve with you. There's probably a lot of thank yous that I'm missing, but I just want to say that again, that thank you for your service and your commission or your commitment and the passion that you have. And these are not goodbyes; they're see you later. And to you board members that are moving forward and the new ones that are listening on to here, I have faith in you. And I'm excited. So thank you. That's all I've got. Thank you.
So board members, we will consider this board meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, pictures where are we going to do the pictures? You want them out?
And we're going downstairs.
You want the pictures in that room over there? Where are we doing pictures?
Our holiday extravaganza will start downstairs in